there's like an
Well,
a level of
no one's gonna
omnipotence in this.
interrupt
You know,
you,
we're
so
sharing
you don't
because
have
we had
to
one
try to.
mind, and this one mind uh it controls all the life forms in a compartmentalized way. Like it feels everything at the same time. But the individual life form, the body's filter, the more complex the body filters out and creates the illusion of individuality. But the simpler life forms seem to be in different layers of hive mind, like a flock of birds, a school of fish. They seem to be on the same wavelength. Like they're remotely everything is wireless. Your own. There's no Faraday cage,
So
and if you
how
could
would you
freeze the
sum it up?
thoughts around,
How
if you froze
how
the
in the
air
world?
around me, you see my thoughts. You
How in
know.
the heck? How in the heck
Yeah.
would you sum up? Do you have a do you have a
Y-
worldview of some sort that you
Yeah,
could
yeah, yeah. What
like?
I'm
So
trying to
okay, like
illustrate
okay.
is
Well, so is
basically
it like
that
an
there's one of us.
AI or
There's
whatever?
one of
I
us.
don't know.
There's many bodies and many temples, but there's one spirit. That this one spirit is in many temples. The body is the temple. And now,
Show me proof of a spirit, bro.
what I call God, if you want my
So
opinion,
if
is
I
the
could,
mental
No,
I'm
energies
gonna
I don't
hold.
care. Just show me
Hang on a
proof.
second. I'm gonna
imagination
hold
and
you to
curiosity.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
Could you like, if I could? I'm not a moderator. I don't know.
go
Like
for
if I could hold
it.
you to
Uh-huh.
two
Oh,
minutes of
yeah, to summarize.
your
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
You
okay.
know
I'll
what I
try
mean?
to
Okay,
say
go
that
ahead. Yeah.
basically, we're in a petrified or putrefied, fractalized reality, like a
Wait,
layer, a pocket of
petrified
it.
and putrefied are two
Yes.
different things.
Yeah, they are, but there's both things happen at the same time. We're like what because wood, if you leave like a tree, if you leave a log outside, it'll become a petrified like a stone. But
So
it also
what's
had
up with
oils
that?
and things.
What's up with that? I'm trying
Yeah,
to help you out.
well, in the process, some of the oils and things putrefied in life forms. It split because life forms are pleomorphically spawned in the bloodstream, and then they so that's happens when the tree falls over. It divides. It's the life form. The life is in the blood. It's in the motion of the moving the fluids. And those things seem to resonate with different layers of consciousness or awareness, that is. And so the tree, which seems to be part of a hive mind, the tree is part of, but it fell over and divided into various life forms. It always does that. You can't kill anything. All you can do is fractalize it or vaporize it, and then
So show
all
me
you can
a
do is
proof of a
divide it,
spirit, bro.
and things divide, and but the remains material. A lot of the material that elements have petrified. What'd you say? I say we're in a petrified reality, or that
I said,
it's
show me
both.
proof of a spirit.
Proof of a
Whoa.
what? Proof of a what?
Are you
A
done?
spirit.
A spirit. Oh yeah, the spirit is you're using the spirit right now, like when you think, when you visualize things and curiosity, imagination. This is God. Like we have God is in you, and the Holy Spirit is what I'm trying to is what I'm saying. I'm trying to describe. The Holy Spirit is within the temple. Now there's different frequency bands, and there's different levels of intellect and awareness, right? And I didn't say it in sequence, but like intelligence is below awareness. Like awareness is like the supreme, like, and then under awareness, you have intelligence. And under that, you have like under that is eventually you get to your heart,
Are
which
you
is
the
where everything
opposite?
that
Are
you
you the
say
opposite?
comes out of
Are
your
you the
heart.
okay?
Uh,
Hang on. Are you? I got my timer going for 3 more minutes.
uh,
Are you the opposite of Witsit?
sure, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're the anti-Witsit or
Well,
something.
we agree that the sea is level and horizontal, but yeah,
I don't know.
he takes the
I got.
Bible
No,
I actually
literally. I
timing you
take it
now.
as biological symbolism. Sorry. Yeah.
is this taking
Dude,
God out of
like,
the equation? Because what's it believes in God and what's this believing in a lot of some of the things that you're saying, but you're just coming up with a new concept. Necessarily, he doesn't go on board with it, but he's still in the same possible area that it could go, right? I mean,
Sure. Well, we're
right, it's a
joking around. I agree.
possibility. And all
I've
of us
been.
right now
I
have
asked
proof. By
you
the
to
way,
show
Dave
me
China,
proof.
there is no proof right now. We're trying to provide. This is literally skepticism. Like people are talking
Yeah.
about what could happen or maybe has
I
happened. No
asked
one's actually
for
saying
some
any proof.
structure. I
I
asked
know.
for some structure. But hang on.
Yeah,
And
nobody's showing
also,
me
There's
proof.
a minute 48 left.
I'm just sharing my perspective, by the way. If you ask me what
Yeah,
God is, I
that's
think
cool.
God is in
Yeah.
each of us, and that
No, yeah.
God is like the awareness that see the soul in the baking ingredients. SOLE is salt water, and so and what I'm trying to say is the soul in the chakra fluids, it allows you to the interface between the spirit and the body, right? The interface between the solid and the spiritual. And what spiritual is, what the spirit, the Holy Spirit or God is, the mental energies, right? Like like the imagination, curiosity, and figuring out stuff and everything, visualizing things, dreams, everything is ultimately fluid awareness at its base material. And that, a harmonic condensate of water itself being fluid awareness. What I'm trying to say though is that is basically that the Holy Spirit is in you, and the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Now, you have, like, symbolically speaking, you have a pharaoh, is where the third eye is, but a lot of the symbolism matches up with biology at a fundamental level that we built our laws around on top of that. Now, if you imagine symbolism described phonetically in Phoenician or English or whatever, basically they took visual symbols to describe the inner bodily processes and characteristics. Now they describe the tree of life is within, and all you have to do is nothing. If you just do nothing, I just think put some salt on your eggs. But basically, a lot of people are lusting, which
Oh
is like
yeah, fucking pink salt.
and lust, because there was the androgynous Adam, a Titan, that they sawed in half. And so what I'm saying is, when people desire the other half to be made whole again, they want their chakras to want to do a circuit. When they see their other half or a potential mate or partner, is what's going on is
Oh, okay.
the desire is
Oh,
because the chakras want to do a circuit. But if you
damn.
do nothing,
Is there a way you can
recycle.
sum it
Go
up?
ahead.
That's what I was
Go
saying.
ahead. You can
I
You
live
got a
said,
safe
forever.
word in this
I,
You
motherfucker?
can live forever.
hang on. We agreed that I can interrupt you and you'd be cool with that, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
I just
that was 3 minutes. But what the
I
fuck?
don't know. I just got
You
to
can get
smoke.
salt. You can
Can
put
you?
salt
I'm
on
not
your
gonna give you
eggs.
another
That's what I
three
got
Yeah.
out of
minutes.
it.
3 minutes
Yeah.
is over, man. It's
Eggs is
just like
something
words. All you say
we
is
all
just
agree on.
words.
Vegetarians, carnivores, we all agree on eggs.
Okay.
You know. You know.
I'm confused right now. So
You're a
sorry, love
fractal
guys.
atom sperm.
I'm not a moderator.
Hey, if
I
you
don't
just
want.
do
Good
nothing, you'll live
lord.
forever.
Good.
You'll live
Well, super
forever
mom.
because the sexual fluids are from the cerebral. It comes from the third eye and it seeps down. Now, if you do
Which
nothing,
third
the
eye?
fluids go
Which
up to
third eye?
33 vertebrae.
Which one?
Now, the third eye is inside the brain.
Well,
It's
that's
similar
what
to
I'm saying. Which third eye?
yours,
Hang
in
on,
your third eye,
hang
in
on.
your brain.
Instead of hang on a second.
That's the pharaoh.
Hold up. Are you open to having a conversation, or are you just gonna fucking monologue?
Oh, my mistake.
What do you mean?
Too, in a way.
Oh yeah, okay, that's cool.
He's not talking to anybody. He's just talking.
Right, it's just
Yeah.
verbs or words.
No, he's not.
Or
No, we all want to hear what
sounds.
he's saying. Actually, the truth is, like, he's speaking a lot of truth.
Right. So
Well,
A lot of it.
if
that's
he's
where we
speaking truth, he'd
agreed.
need evidence, right?
We agreed that it was okay for me to interrupt him, and it's fine. God dang it, I asked the right
He
question.
did make a claim about cerebral spinal fluid that he has no proof of, and I
Oh,
have firsthand knowledge that's not okay.
don't go with it.
Well,
So I
Yeah,
guess it's
this is
just
that
it's
okay to
truth
saying
kind
that
of
fucking
thing
interrupt
right
these
now.
people.
it's just associations of patterns and stuff. I say
I
that
do have a
within
question,
you is a
actually, a
pharaoh.
serious question, Smurf,
You are
about
the
what you're
pharaoh.
talking about, possibly, because I'm confused already, right? But you were talking about separation of two different, everything's separated two. It's in two, right? And you're looking for your other part. It almost reminds me
Yeah.
of the twin flame thing that I used to look in
Yeah.
back in the day. Does that have anything to do with this?
Yeah.
Don't
You know
know,
what I'm
but
talking about?
no, I don't know. It sounds cool though. A twin flame
Yeah.
sounds like an alchemical marriage. Is something,
Huh.
a concept I've heard of. I don't know
Okay.
about that specifically. But yeah,
You're
what
good,
I
though. I
mean,
didn't know. Thank you, honey.
initially there was one of us that split into all of us, and the Hindus call it Brahman.
Okay,
But
this is the coolest
Adam and
part
Eve.
where you guys are actually there's a conversation rather than a monologue. That's cool to me.
About what I think you're talking about. Maybe I'm not on the same
Yeah,
page, and maybe Dodo and
I
those two could say, "Hey, that kind of might bring part into it." I don't know. some of the stuff you're talking about, I actually had research into, like the tree stumps, right? How big they are, miles wide, the giants, the blood. I've seen blood supposedly come from trees. It's not necessarily blood,
Yeah.
but if you look at life, I understand some of the things you're saying, but then it goes like to a place of like, oh shit, where did we just go? Hang on, hold on. I have no idea what the hell we're talking about here. But
Yeah.
it's because I think you have so much information that you've already looked into, right? And you've done that for yourself, that you believe in this stuff, that it just becomes this rant. But in reality, we're
Perhaps,
trying to break it down to even get where you're even. Is this awareness? We're
perhaps
not aware.
perhaps if both of you would slow the fuck down, you might be able to understand uh,
Yeah.
each other's
Yeah.
perspective on
She's
things.
right. I have a lot to
You're
illustrate
so
that I'm
fucking
just
mean,
dumping out here.
man.
Now,
I
this
Well,
don't,
is
the
your
I,
religious
body.
thing,
I,
I think that all Christians
how much
should be able to
caffeine do I
resonate.
have to
This
have?
is how your body works.
How many cups
Yeah,
of
all
coffee?
Christians should be able to resonate with what you're saying because you do believe that there is a source, right? An original, most high. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see
Oh,
some
yeah.
proof.
It's dividing itself geometrically into everything. There's one awareness, and then there's multiple layers of like awareness that we share
All
with our
right, slow
chakra,
So
down,
with our
slow it
logically
down,
chakra.
pull in the
division,
reins, pull the reins in.
biologically, that's cool. Let's see
Oh,
some proof.
everything's biological. Yes.
Great, let's see some proof.
Everything is either petrified or putrefied in the process of petrify, or the fluid awareness. There's different oils that resonate with different awareness. You know,
That's cool. Keep going
So you said fluid and then
with
water. Did
that
you say
bullshit.
water?
you've
Did
got
you throw
salt
water
water.
and oil in there at the same time?
You've
I'm
got salt
confused.
crystals. You've got crystals in your brain. You know,
You got crystals in your brain. You probably have
yeah,
bath salts in your brain also.
that you
Hey,
be
you
the
got.
salt of the earth. The Christians. It's about the crystals. You see.
Jeez Louise. All right, what else?
Crystals.
Well, I'm just trying to
Keep going,
say that
man.
you wrote the Bible, but you forgot
I did
because you have
not. I
amnesia.
did
Yeah,
not write the
you have
Bible, bro.
amnesia. You did. You were
Dude,
No,
a
I
lot
didn't.
bigger
when
than you are now.
when
You're
he
now
wrote
a
the Bible.
grasshopper compared to what you are, because God divided. He allocated some of His awareness to you.
Guy
So
did.
yeah, you are the son of the. Because the kingdom of heaven is both within you and
I
outside
can't
you.
even
You
fucking
are the
see
son of the
straight.
heavenly Father.
Like I have
You
to
are
have
the. You are the son.
I have to have reader glasses to write with my penmanship.
We are all children
I
of
did
the
not write the
higher power.
Bible, dude.
You did.
Did
No,
you
you
ever
forgot
watch
you did.
Smurf? Did you
We,
ever watch Quasi Luminous' channel back in the day?
oh, I've heard. Yeah, yeah. Very little bit,
That was
brief. Like I've seen
ah,
a few. He's funny.
What's his
He's
name?
he's
he's
fucking
mean,
good.
but
Yeah.
he's mean the way he's a lot worse than me. Let me tell you. I could be a lot to handle, but imagine if he was here. We should get him on
Yeah.
here. That'd be
Imagine
funny.
having a
Oh,
conversation with
don't
him.
fucking give yourself
Where
so much credit.
uh, you and Pete Shea and Quasi Luminous.
Oh, don't you
Three way.
get? You do not dare you.
you see what
Oh,
The Dodo said.
do not. But
The
hold up,
Bible
hold up,
is
hold
like
up.
magic
Time out,
school.
time out, time out. Do not ever put me in a lump sum with the P-shades.
Well, hang
I'm
on.
not the
I
one
can't
running
read.
off the
I
mouth.
can't read the text. It would be good if you could tell us what
Come
Pete's
on.
saying because I can't
You
read
said
it. Like,
the
what did
Hold
Pete
Bible
on.
is
say?
No,
indeed.
it's not to say that I don't agree with some of the points. But come on.
Can you let Smurf read it?
The Bible is indeed about our journey through the body. Yeah, I've been trying to explain. It's like a magic school bus ride. It's just
A
happening on
magic
different motions.
school bus ride?
Yeah, we've been fractalized. We used to be. We basically somebody
It
killed us.
happened.
Okay, time out.
There was one of
You
us.
said
Yeah,
fractalized a lot.
it's
We
What do you mean
happened.
died.
like
Okay,
Yeah,
fractalized?
Seeger.
we have
Okay.
Adam. To eat this, you'll
What did he
surely
do?
Who's
die.
Adam? Adam
He
who?
ate. You ate
You know who
something,
Adam is.
Adam.
Shut up.
You were Adam, and you
That's
ate
you.
something, and then
No,
yeah, it's
no,
also
no.
you, and you have amnesia of that. You don't
Is
remember.
this
You
is this
forgot.
a
Shut up.
journey of being fractalized?
You don't know what you're talking about, Sugar Cookie. You've been
Fractal.
fractalized. Your fucking mind's
That's
fucked
what
up.
I'm trying to say. We've all been fractalized.
There you go.
We all get amnesia because we ate something. There was one of us. I'm saying to you that you did it.
What if nobody ate anything? Will we
We're like
still be
we probably were like previously like brain cells or similar, or the sperms. What's the difference? It goes from the third eye down to cerebral and back up
No, you
these
can't.
fluids
You
that
can't go.
when you have an
Can't go
orgasm,
Bible.
you spill your stem cells everywhere when you have an orgasm. Now the key to
Oops.
live forever is to never have one of those, because that's how you spawn demons, and that's where
All right,
division
hang
of the
on.
mind and
Hang
the
on. Hang
dimension.
on.
All right.
You spill
Time
them
You
into
ready?
the demons
Time
that
out.
haunt you.
Time
Tell
out.
us the real shit now.
Demon
Tell us the real
semen,
shit.
come
Like,
on.
I don't say time out as in don't stop
The key
talking.
the key
But
to
we agree.
everlasting life
That's
I
why
is
you
to
gotta
never
stop
watch
your
this
Snack,
video.
ideas and like
What?
ranting.
There's too much over talking in this man.
snacks. In my restaurant, I've got these 3 big monitors in my takeaway like Thai food restaurant, and
You have
on those
3 big
monitors,
monitors.
yeah,
Incorrectly.
and on those monitors, what I
Dude,
do
why
is
do
I
you
play.
interrupt?
Hang on, on those monitors, I play the fractals all day long, and a lot of people just like sit there mesmerized. Like
So
just
your 3 big
looking.
monitors have no bearing on your
It's
content.
it's like an acid trip on your screen. They're just tripping
Yeah,
everybody out this season. That's
Smurfing.
funny.
yeah.
This part that I want to address, please, so I can understand that I'm getting this correct, and that's what you said. Did you say that people should not, men, like, I
Yeah.
hate to use these words on the server, ejaculate, because
Yeah,
that's
that's
going to
murder.
bring demons?
Who
Yes.
said
Yeah, that's
that?
murder.
Yeah,
Also,
great
it
Smurfing.
applies to
demon.
women
Yeah.
Oh,
also.
damn,
did
y'all,
this,
this is
No,
serious.
let me
I need a
tell you that.
moderator.
Fractalized
Let me tell
I
Adam
need a
that
ghost.
fluid.
moderator.
You must
Well,
know
then
that
we
that
wouldn't
is
be
the same
making
for
humans,
women.
and we'd be in trouble.
Women and men have the same similar process, but men have a more enlarged equipment, or women a smaller. But this fluid is the same. The fluid is that now
Okay,
you,
we're getting a moderator.
if you spill that fluid, you spawn
Going
demons,
off
whether
the
you're a man
rails.
or a woman. It's called the orgasm. That's when the stem cells are released, and then those become demons because they transform and take a new geometry according to their environment. But they continue to live on. They possibly
What?
get eaten. So,
They're
yeah,
defractalizing, Stacy. Yeah.
whenever, men and women both can live forever if they
Is this
just
being live
stop touching.
streamed? Where's the
Stop touching.
moderator?
Actually, it takes 7 years to recover from a sexual act. It takes but you live
Okay.
forever. You live
No.
That's
fully
Yeah.
true.
every
It's,
part of
it's
the
That's why
true.
body is
7 years,
I have a
it
couple
could be. If
sandwiches.
you get
You
seriously
can live forever.
smashed out by a man, you might have to take 7 more years for a break. But let me explain something
Yes,
to you.
that's
I
how
I'm
you
have a
live
sorry,
forever.
but
sandwich.
as when I talk about God and all this stuff, when
We
you
need a
start saying stuff like that,
moderator.
it feels like honestly that you're taking away life because you're
Yeah.
actually acting like that I should
We
not be
need a
having
moderator.
children, and that is growing inside me that you could
No,
tell as a
no,
woman that is a beautiful thing. I'm not
no.
spawning demons
Where's
when I,
we
with
need a
Oh,
guy.
I wasn't
On
complete,
demons.
but no, I wouldn't be
Where's
Okay.
complete in my
we need a
Oh, we
explanation.
can't.
You're right.
I'm going to give you a
Except
Yeah, we
warning,
really.
we
Sugar
need a
Cookie.
moderator here.
I
I'm
did
going to
not
give you a
fully.
warning, Sugar Cookie, if you
I
keep
got more
doing
to
that.
say. What I mean is
Well,
that
that's what I'm
there's a
saying.
special. What?
We need a moderator here.
All right,
Okay,
I'm going to make
listen.
a strongly phrased statement
You're
then.
you're supposed to allocate when to create children. Like and once Rabbi
We
Maimonides
need a
did this once every
moderator.
7 years.
This is being
He
live
would
streamed. Is
retain
that right?
him and his wife would do
Holy
nothing for
moly.
7 years, and then once it's after 7 years she would get pregnant right away, because you're supposed to
What?
be aware ignorance is the cause of sin, and you're supposed to I'll forgive you. You see, because that's
Where's
how that
Winston when you need him?
you're supposed to
You're only
know
supposed
that
to
you
have
can live
sex.
forever.
Let me make sure. I'm sorry, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to cut you off, man. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you, right? So then it's okay as long as it's once every 7 years.
Yes. Well, that's the optimal according to Rabbi Maimon. I'm talking about how you have the tree of
Come
life is
on,
within, and
man.
it's
Where's the sea
symbolism.
Montreal?
They
Because I
describe the
don't see
symbolism
comparing them,
of
but come on, we
biomedical.
need a
You
moderator.
Dude, this
can live
guy's
Please.
forever. It's
Can I just get the
immortality.
ring for a second real quick?
That's how. Go ahead.
Sugar Cookie, stop fucking doing that. There's no moderators awake. If they were, they'd be moderating you for fucking yelling over the stream. Please fucking
Well, we
stop.
definitely need a
I'm sorry.
moderator for sure.
I just
We're
want you
all,
to
But
know
we
that.
think
could
about it
also
like this.
corral, like,
We're all
I'm
like fractional.
I'm being
Think of, hey,
hyperbolic
Sal.
because we
Spirit.
need a
I'm trying
moderator,
not to call you
look,
names
right?
right
dude,
now.
it's
I
radio
appreciate it if you don't
chaos.
talk over me, right? But let's think about this. We're all
I'm sorry, who are you?
fractionalizations.
I'm sorry, who are you?
You just love to talk over other people.
Are you also are you a
Yeah,
moderator or you're not a moderator?
Let's just pretend for
Very
a second.
beginning, I'm sorry, Snacks. I apologize. Snacks is doing the best he can. Everybody over here, we're trying to have a conversation that is not necessarily proved. It may be outside the box, and it may not be what people like. And if there's a moderator who says we shouldn't have this conversation, we will shut it down. But there is no moderator right now. That's one of the first words that Snacks said when he came on here, and he's like, if there was, then they would shut you down. So let's all try to not talk over one another and work together. And we might talk over you, Smart, to kind of calm you down for a second.
Okay.
To, address
Well,
the
yeah. Hey,
conversation.
have you
But
ever
I'm
seen
cool with that.
Have you ever
So we
seen
Okay.
Forrest Gump,
designate
that movie?
Snacks as the moderator. Cool.
Have
I
you ever
just
seen Forrest Gump, the movie, when he like runs too far out of the end zone? We got to kind of like do the same thing for Smurf too, and like tell him to stop.
Smurf gets a touchdown and then keeps running to the
yeah
next field.
yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, dude, he makes a good
I
point, and
was
then he keeps going. It's like, dude,
I
All right, so
was the
that's the reason
second
we stopped you,
fastest.
Smurf. You might make a good point where it makes my brain think, and I'll stop you so I can at least come
No, it's
understand where
fine.
you're at in that point. So please don't think that when we cut you off,
You're
actually, that
cool.
I'm trying to do it on purpose to be mean. No.
I was the second fastest runner in my infantry battalion. But you're cool. So I resonate with your Forrest Gump joke. They call me that in basic training. I didn't like that. I felt like they're calling
Wait
me
a
a retard.
second. What are you talking about?
But they were talking
No,
about how
don't say that.
fast I run.
Don't say that by
I
yourself.
mean, I took it that was how fast I run. Hey, I was
And
saying, check
hang
this
on,
out.
that's not what we were talking about anyway.
Hey, well, I was just saying that that sexuality is sacred and
What?
ignorance is the cause of sin,
Why
and
would
that
you?
Yeah, just let it go.
if you knew
We're back.
how
Okay.
The
Yes.
fuck, man?
if
That's
you
what I'm
knew how
saying.
special
It's
the
all right.
fluids you have, if you knew what was going on in, it's really important that like I feel like the best thing I ever did was conquering lust. It's called being born again, and I find everything way more exciting, entertaining. I remember when I was a child, I wanted a car, and I have one, and I could drive around and listen to loud music. I don't do that to bother
Yeah,
people, but I mean,
welcome
I was
to
saying,
everybody
it's
else's
called conquering lust.
childhood. Yeah, everyone the
Explain to
car.
me
When you
then for
become born
when
again.
a man, okay, Smart though, when
Yeah,
a
we all
man,
grew
okay,
up,
7, see, it
obviously.
only happens every 7 years, right? So 7 years, I wait. I have sex.
Yeah,
The man then does something inside of me. Now we
yeah.
already know that only one,
well,
maybe two, might be able to make it somewhere and become life. Now, are the rest spawning
Yeah,
demons in
okay.
me? I'm confused here about how
No,
this is going to work. Then
no,
Mm.
no. In the Bible, it
Are
does
you
say it's
No,
best
you're
to put it
talking
into a
so
woman.
fast
No, what
that
happens
you
is
sound like
that
a chipmunk?
we talk
I,
fast.
what happened,
okay.
they say in rabbinical commentary, a woman is unclean once a month during when she bleed, for example. What I think happens to answer your question is you absorb the
it's not
stem
a
cells.
7-year
Those stem
cycle.
cells are like little
It's 1 month.
packaged, like the tabernacle. They're like little soldiers and little submarines, and they get absorbed by you're like a nation. You're like a society is like an organism, and you would take in all them life forms and recycle them, and they would be, you would benefit like. That's like a super stem cell injection, a boost, and you would benefit from the man's giving you his soul. Now, a man and woman need to realize how important that
There's
is.
no proof
That
of
the
it.
sexual fluids are their souls. What that allow them to
There's no proof
interface
of
with
it.
the spirit in the temple and the body. That allows the spirit and the body to interface with the physical and the non-physical. That fluid awareness for you, your individual signature is your soul fluids and your chakra fluids. And when you mix them together, you create an individual. But you can take your fluids and put it in a terrarium hermetically sealed.
Can I
And now
personally?
people make mistakes, and that's how they
Wait,
create,
wait
you know,
now.
I
No,
was talking about
dude.
all these weird
Stacy
life
asked
forms
him a
Let's
from a
unpack
specific
the
mistake,
thing.
sacred fluid
a
soul
cloning mistake.
thing first.
No, Stacy asked him specifically about a 7-year. She had to wait
Yes, yeah,
7 years.
7 year, yeah, like new rings of a tree from your spine. It grow, everything's
He's
pleomorphically from,
trying
and that's what
because
we're mixing is
Okay, can you
spinal fluid.
stop,
Yeah,
please?
before you continue, because you were going there with me. So okay, so 7 years. Now, what
yeah,
about the other times in between these 7 years that I'm not having sex? But you just also said if a guy gives me something, he's giving me a soul, which it does kind
yeah,
of feel that when you're
yeah.
having, if you're being
There's
intimate
no
with someone,
proof
you
of
guys
that.
are giving each other, right? So I can
Yeah,
go there. But what happens then if it's every day? Is he giving me a
yeah,
soul and I'm getting energized
yes,
and I'm
No, no,
absorbing
no, no,
those
no, no, no,
yeah,
no.
those
Let me
yes,
things?
say,
but
let me say.
yes, but
It's
it's
not
watered
every
down.
day.
It's like it's
Stacy,
skim milk.
you're ready
It's
I'm
each
gonna
month.
I'm gonna
Your
mute you
like
all.
females' bodies
Right?
are ready
No,
each
no.
month. It's not
He's
a
not saying
7 year
that
thing.
he's not saying that you can't have sex. He's just saying that you shouldn't release your fluids. You can still enjoy tantric sex that
Yeah,
can go on for
yeah,
hours and
yeah.
hours in
Oh
pure
yeah,
bliss, right? But you
yeah.
just hold
No
back on that
orgasm.
last little bit. Yeah. No, you
Yeah.
can still orgasm, but you
The
orgasm
orgasm is
like
because
over
you've been
the
split in
whole
half.
process, right?
Well, we've been
Listen,
split
listen.
in half.
Now you're getting down a path where I've not looked into. Excuse me. I've been told to look into when I first got into flat Earth, which is funny.
Yeah.
Ace McLeod started talking about how you should not, as a man, be giving out your sex. Like you can go there, you can get to
Fucking
the point of
Ace.
almost, and then you stop. I'm not trying to bring Ace into
Oh,
because that means
it's
Ace aren't full, but you know what I'm saying. So I heard that
oh,
shit back then. Is
it's
that
both man and
basically
woman.
related to it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's both man and woman. Yeah, it's basically our stem cells or is the same thing as our seed that we both have, but the man gives it to the woman because we've been sawed in half. Initially, the androgynous man was Adam. Okay, Eve was taken from Adam. They say in English they translate it as from Adam's rib, but anyway, or ribosomal DNA. But really, in Hebrew, he was sawed in half. Like so. Either way you look at it. It was probably Adam was more complex. We're a simpler. I suspect we're a simpler form of. Not really sure about that. They say we're made in the image of God, but I was trying to say we're cut in half, and so the orgasm is unnatural because we're ultimate. I mean, because we're dealing with being sawed in half, and so anyway, when a man gives his soul to a female, and so now that's how you
There's
create a
no
new
proof that
independent person.
there's no proof
But
that
you
the
can clone
you know
yourself.
the testes glands that they're glandular. You know what a gland is, right?
Oh, no, that's only one component. Stuff from all over the body goes into that process, and mostly from the brain. It seeps down the spinal column, and now when you don't do anything, on your lunar sign, when you were born, astrologically speaking, when you were born on your lunar sign, that is around the day of the month for the man, a man's time of the month. But he doesn't know because it's internal. He doesn't bleed automatically, so it's internal, but around
Yeah.
that time of the month, it's essential that you don't have any sexual activity. Is because that will reseed. It will go back up to 33 of the spine, so that you become 3 times smarter, and also you become childlike. And that's part of the process is to just stop caring, to stop
There's no
desire. You
proof
just
of
have to
this.
stop desiring your
This,
other
this
to
is
be
just
made
utter
whole again.
nonsense.
That's why women and men both used to wear more conservative clothing, because they didn't want to
Yeah, look at the
suck
Dutch
their
people from
chakra fluids.
1902.
Yeah,
Am I right?
you don't want to cause lust in each other. You want to be immortal and live
You want
forever.
to be
The tree you can
gross.
take from the everlasting tree of life is within. All you have to do is nothing. If you just did nothing, you would live forever. But we're rusting like the lust. There's a proper place for lust.
They run.
When you create a life form, you want to put your intention. The woman has to lustfully accept the now the and now what happens actually they lied about everything inverted. The
Okay,
sperm is
maybe
actually
just take a
pulled
break.
from the
They
woman.
lied.
Oh, wait,
There's
because we're
woman
getting way
selects
too
her sperm.
far.
Maybe just a pause.
The woman's
So
body selects the
if
sperm.
so in other words, and you're almost saying in that comment where I'm getting from it, at least one of the comments that you said, it's a lot. But if I was to not have sex then and hold off, and this world was to stop that, then we might be able to live to maybe, I'm not saying 700,
Yes.
800, but live older because we're taking our life from us every time we
Yeah.
give it out like
Yeah.
this. Is that what you're
Yeah.
also
Like
saying?
There's no
yeah.
proof
Yeah.
of
Yes.
that.
Exactly.
I'm not saying
Like
there's
rings
proof,
from
but
a
I just want
tree.
to get where he's saying,
Like rings from a tree, you regenerate from the inside out. You grow again because that's what's created. That creative fluid just keeps creating and creating. And if you don't spill any of it, it'll go on inside you. And from within, you'll rejuvenate from the inside out. You'll get younger again, and you'll live forever. But then once you start sharing
There's
it
been
and
people
allocating
in
it, you're
India
now
that have
spawning.
tried this.
If
They're
you
not
spill
living
it,
forever.
if you just spill it, you spawn demons. But if you there's this place for lust when you what happens is in the sexual act, the woman has to lustfully at that in exact instant. Now it has now. A woman might be getting raped or whatever, but in that exact instant, though, if a woman is lustfully desiring, accepting the seed, that is how now that's the beginning of the process where the woman's body actually selects amongst the sperms, selects that one to fertilize that egg. But in the rest of the sperms, I believe it is all recycled, but it is a bit of a messy process. And that's a sacred fluid that should not be spilled from either the man or the
Hey,
woman. But
Smurf,
it's
can
a
I ask you
messy
a
process because
question?
we were cut in half.
Yeah, hold on,
Our
bro.
initial
Stop,
ancestor, go
dude.
ahead, what was a
Okay,
whole
shut up now.
androgynous man. Go
Shut
ahead.
up.
Hey, dude, relax, bro. Are there Buddhists that have actually tried not to ejaculate and live forever? And
I'm
I'm
working
sure
on it.
there are.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but did you know that there are people that have actually tried this and haven't lived forever?
I'm trying,
And
as they say.
second point, second point is they've shown that your body will actually ejaculate for itself if you don't do it, like have any manual intervention, no pun intended.
Right. No, that's why you have to be sober all the
It's
time.
just
But
pressure
sober,
regulation.
by sober, I mean not drinking alcohol.
Pressure
But what you got to do,
mediation.
Yeah,
But
pressure
there's
mediation.
there's
what you got to do
also
is, go ahead.
there's guys who have wet dreams and stuff that you have no
Yeah.
control over that stuff over your
Yeah.
body.
That's what I
Yeah.
was addressing.
Those
I'm
are
addressing. Yeah.
those are sperm demons.
Well, what that is you've got to be sober all the time, because if I get drunk, that could happen. I mean, it's possible. No, what it is that you have to believe it in
Wait,
your
wait, wait,
heart that
stop right there. Because I'm sorry, there's kids at the puberty age that go through this stuff and they've never even had sex, never even drink a damn drop of alcohol or nothing. That is a human function that needs to
yeah,
happen within a body. So
no,
therefore, I'm not saying time and how much, but it already starts happening at puberty, and there's no control
never,
of that. We're not drinking, we're not doing
I've
drugs, we're
never,
not doing anything.
I've
Hey,
never had an
puberty,
uncontrollable.
that's a scientific way
I've had
of
it
saying
happen
that
to me
there's
when
demons in you.
when I have a dream, when I'm having a dream at night, a lustful dream with a woman. It now, however, I've improved because I've integrated this perspective into my heart. Okay, because that's what happens when you're having a dream. Is areas of your brain are shut down or something, and
Yeah.
and so you have to really believe. You have to resonate in your spirit, like I want to retain my soul, because ignorance is the cause of sin. And when you really contemplate this, it takes time. You'll eventually conquer lust, and you won't have wet dream. Wet dream, in order to trigger that, is a lustful instance throughout that. Now it does. Now I've never had it. Now I mean, they said, I don't believe. I think there's
Dude,
a
you can't
Okay.
lustful.
control
You don't
your body.
remember. There's a
Your
no.
body is
You can't.
autonomous. It
The
runs on
body.
itself.
Okay, now.
I've never look.
Everything. Your body is a collection of fields. Now the heart is the greatest field, and if you can control your heart with your intellect and what, be careful what you expose
You
your heart
can't,
to.
dude.
You
I don't
There's
even
can.
no
You
care.
can
button to
conquer
turn
I don't
on
even
and
lust.
off
care
of
anymore,
your
really.
body.
I have done
It
it.
runs
You
by itself.
no.
I don't care
What
about
you
what you're
can
Love
saying.
do is
y'all. I'm
adjust
going to
it.
shut this
You can
down in two
adjust.
seconds, and I'm going to stop this conversation for me on my end
Yeah.
because, however, I adore this conversation. I will go there with you. However, when we start talking about as men and women that we should not becoming
Yeah.
one and having children and reproducing on a
I
constant
didn't
basis. I
say that.
think constant every day, right? But no, every 7 years, because really we shouldn't be, right? Because it's lustful. We shouldn't be doing these things. Try to do more. I know nuns, right? Like someone just said a second ago, nuns and all these Buddhists and these back in the day, they're not having sex. They're trying to keep their thoughts pure and everything, and they don't live older. This kind of talk does not represent in reality, right? I do not see that happening over time. And this is the issue where people are going to
Yeah.
say, I have a problem with this. Now,
Well,
also, there's proof and
this
proof. Now,
isn't
you may
enough.
not, listen, Smurf, you may not have had this or may not remember, right? But however, there's constant proof of this medically as well too, and you could talk to people with their own experiences that at 13 14 years old as a boy, especially a boy, right, because of
Murder.
testosterone and shit, had literally had wet dreams. They cannot control their dreams,
Accidental murder.
and they are not purposely. Yeah, but that's not fair. That's reality. That is not
No, it
how
is.
the body works.
Well, no, that's no how it
There's
does work
proof
like that.
hey, hold on,
Yeah.
let me respond to that. There's proof in the animal kingdom too that they don't have to wait on a 7-year
They're
cycle.
beasts.
Women are
Yeah.
ready. Hold on, Smurf.
They're all
Stop, bro.
degenerated.
You've been ranting all night. Let
Yeah.
other people get in now. You've had your chance to give your spiel now. Let's all give our feedback. We see this in the animal kingdom, how they replicate. They do it as a means to, procreate. They're not waiting on 7 years. Women
That's
aren't
why they're.
either. They're ready.
That's
Dude,
why they are
stop,
animals.
bro.
Yeah.
But you
Just
also
let
just
me
said,
finish,
okay,
bro.
yeah, go ahead,
No,
Angle,
no,
you go
no.
ahead.
Hold on, Stacy. Women are ready every 28 days. They follow a 28-day cycle, and they're ready to give birth. Every 28 days. They're not waiting on any 7 years, and
That's because they were
you
sawed in
know,
half. Now
what proof do you
the
have of
beasts of the
that? How can
field,
you just say
they
that?
are a
What do you
product of
mean sawed
lust.
in
You know,
half?
Yeah,
he just refuted you by saying
they're a
that.
product of lust and division. Yeah,
He just
what
refuted you by
Everything is one. Everything is one and it's been split from. So
initially, yeah,
therefore,
yes,
the animals are too. Then, right?
yes, yeah, yes,
So
they
if that
are.
whoa,
Yeah,
if that's the case, then they are not. When he just said an example, you said, but they're beasts. Well, they're no different than us, then,
yeah.
because they are split from
No,
together, all of us, right?
they have
ouch.
degenerated and become beasts,
Hmm.
and the number one
It's
cause
starting to
of
sound like it's
demon,
bullshit. Maybe
the
I don't
number
know.
one cause of demons is masturbation. Is the number one cause of the
Where
spawning
does
of
it say
demons.
that?
Wait, I
It's
Where does it
it's
say
created
in
the
the
that?
beasts
Talmud.
in the world,
It's in
not
the
me, but in
Talmud.
general, the more we have sex,
I
right, out
shouldn't
here,
be.
we're creating all this
Eh,
freaking animals.
well,
That
they
makes no
say
sense.
this knowledge. Yes, this knowledge is forbidden to women, according to the what I was reading. The stuff I read said don't share this with women. But yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Basically, the creatures, the creature. I'm just joking. I had to share that with you,
no,
but
I know about that part. Yeah, yeah, you're good.
I just thought it was funny. But hey, listen. Yes, the creatures have degenerated from a more complex, more whole. We call them Adam. They split the atom, and here we are today. And I was trying to say that the sexual fluids are sacred. They're the soul fluids, very
You got this
sacred. And
from
when you
Santos Bonacci,
realize this,
dude.
when
The
you
sacred
contemplate
secret
this, you
sacrum.
will
Come on,
conquer lust
dude.
and live forever. This is your opportunity to live forever and not be
Damn.
divided into lesser
Where do
forms.
I
If
where do I
you or
order
you
the
could
set
just
of?
dismiss it. This is the
There's no proof you
biological
could live
mechanism
forever.
for everlasting life. The tree of life is within. All you must do is become born again and put the serpent on the cross. All you
That's
must
beautiful,
do,
man.
and I'm Jewish, by the way, but I'm trying to describe the
That's
symbolism. It's
beautiful.
the symbol is Moses put the serpent on the cross, And what I'm trying to say is that Jesus is basically like
Uh,
the cerebral fluid or the divided tree of light on what we resonate on a wave band
Oh
of
my God! Please
consciousness
stop
And
this.
on the highest level of the
okay,
chakra,
I
which
totally,
it
totally
gets
get you.
applied
But
to
yeah, this is like on some
now,
kid
if we're
shit
going to
here.
bring Jesus and stuff into this and God
yeah,
into this, then where
yeah,
in the Bible can somebody show me where I'm supposed to
Jesus.
only have sex every 7 years or so?
Well, I'm just
Please, wait,
summarizing.
for me to no, right,
Well,
but
I
for me
got
to live
that
a
from
longer life, that I should
common
not be having sex. I know.
well,
I
Just
want
read
to
it in
see
the
somewhere in
Bible.
the Bible that it tells me
well,
that I should
I
not
didn't
be
know.
having sex
Just go
for
read
a
it,
while.
Stacy.
Because if I can live longer, right, like the people did in Moses and all of them, the longer years they lived, yes, they weren't having sex.
Hey,
Where in the
hey,
Bible is it telling me that?
we live in a more sexualized, modern,
No,
hypersexualized
no, no, no.
society.
Listen, I understand you,
Yeah,
but where in the
We're in a
Bible
more
are we
sexual
all
Bible
going
now.
well,
down this path that
It
that's a
doesn't
right,
sin,
right.
say
or we should be
Stacy.
looking into that?
I will share with you. My answer is that I got this information from rabbinical commentary of their study of the Bible. I don't know. I'm still learning.
So
That's
rabbis,
that's
I'm still
fine. But
learning.
if
the guys who
anybody is
still
listening and
actively.
can give
Hey,
me that
hold on,
information, I love
Stacy.
that. Go ahead.
Hey,
Yeah,
hold on, Stacy. Let's take account what he said. He got it from rabbinical Jews,
yeah,
rabbi Jews, and
yeah.
they still practice child circumcision,
Well,
where they
I
cut
don't know
their
about.
poor
Well,
things and suck the blood out of them.
can you tell me about any
You're gonna
group or
listen to people
community?
like that, bro?
Well, is there any community out there that doesn't have weird, rituals? And not every Jewish person agrees. I disagree. I'm against it. Like you, I'm completely against. They did that to me, and I'm against it. I would rather they didn't do that. You know, but yeah, every group has
I don't
weird
see you
stuff going on.
petitioning or
Yeah, we don't know my full
asking
past
for.
and background.
So why are you
You're
believing
just
in?
labeling and stereotyping me. You don't even know who I am. We
Why
used to
are
be the
you
same
believing
person.
in people that practice those things, but yet you're not looking down on that because
No, I
that's
mentioned some
obviously
ancient writings
demon.
from centuries ago, and that has not, and they probably are not the same people that cut babies. And those are two different people,
Yeah,
not
but
the
they're
same
still
people.
doing it.
Well, I'm not doing it. I'm against it.
You know, I agree
Exactly,
with you on
Smith.
that, sweetheart. Actually, I will actually agree with you because there's a lot of things that we talk about, and every truth there is destruction, there's corruption.
Yeah.
So
Oh
I
yeah.
do understand you on that avenue, and I'm not putting you in that category, just so you know that. And I
Right.
appreciate you, Smart. We don't have any
Let's give
problems.
it a free pass
Oh, I
then.
love y'all.
I may
Let's
not
just
I
agree
skip
with
over
you,
that
appreciate.
but
part.
I still am
I
cool with
love
you.
and appreciate everybody here. Super cool. Thank you. You're all
But
awesome.
baby circumcision, yeah. Let's look past that,
I
guys.
agree with you on that. I am on the same wavelength as you. Yeah, I
Let's
think
not even talk about that.
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I don't agree with every single thing in those books, and in fact, they advise I shouldn't be sharing. Anyone that reads those books are not supposed to share with others. I get or something. I'm overgeneral. My point is though is that I'm overgeneralizing things. Is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, I don't have the entire Bible memorized. I'm still learning. I have listened to the entire Bible and audiobook a few times in the background, several, maybe like a dozen times. But I didn't listen that closely to
There's one
everything.
thing, Smurf, I'll tell you. If I
I
was
haven't
like
read it.
taking knowledge from like a certain like group, and I seen them
Oh,
doing that shit, the rabbinical party,
what?
and I seen them doing child circumcision, I would definitely stop reading or believing anything else that they would tell me, and totally
No,
condemn them.
I disagree because you don't discard all of that huge, vast volumes of knowledge because they're doing one. There's one evil activity going on, perpetuated by a small group within a larger community. That what I mean. There's a vast
So not
knowledge
all rabbi
written
Jews
by.
do this.
No, I don't think so. Maybe
It's
not that
only
I'm
a
aware
select
of.
few.
I'm not. Well, I'm not. I would be surprised if they're all doing that. I think it's specialized. They're specialized. Like this is before modern day scientists, where they have compartmentalized everybody.
Modern
Those are
day
like super
rabbi
compartmental. Yeah,
Jew
those are super
priests,
specialized. Yeah,
super
there's
special
a word
priests
for them. It
that
starts
are
with an
allowed
M.
to do that.
I forgot that. Yeah, not everybody's doing that. Those are super
Oh, not
specialized
all of
people that
them.
maybe if they were, I didn't know that. I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a dude. You know, I'm not a
Yeah,
rabbi
but you
myself.
got your knowledge from rabbinical.
Oh yes, yeah.
Um,
I'm not aware that they're all doing that. I mean, if they are, it'd be news to me. But listen, you don't want to dismiss all of that knowledge just because of that one thing is going on by some people out there that, there's
but
a
that's
lot of
enough for me,
knowledge.
dude.
It's no, but there's so much written by
I
people that seem to really care. If you read that stuff, which I'm not supposed to encourage anyone. Apparently, there's probably a reason why. Is they call it casted pearls before swine. There's a lot of beautiful knowledge in there where
Sharp
a lot of the
is
questions they're trying people
uh,
ask them difficult questions, they give them difficult answers, and then they cherry pick. Oh, rabbi said something, that I'm like, well, why'd you ask him a question
it's
if you
not
if you didn't love
rabbis
the answer?
saying anything; it's their
you know,
actions, dude.
they
Why you
but
say
Nobody
that,
can
man?
justify or rationalize what they do to kids. It's
but yeah,
wrong.
I completely agree.
It's
We agree.
disgusting. Come on, snacks. You gotta agree, dude.
We both
Hell,
agree on
I mean,
this.
And
I don't
so
know.
that it's
It's
taking
like we
46 to 48 scholars to translate the King James Version Bible alone. So when you start translating
Uh,
all this stuff and different people do, they have their different understandings of it. And doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's wrong.
yeah.
I can listen to it, right? But I'm not going to also go down a path to trust people who are also doing crazy ass shit and then tell me something that is what they think is coming from that Bible or coming from
Right.
words. Be
Oh yeah.
careful who we get stuff
No, it's
from because, like you
ordained.
said, yeah.
Stacy, it's
Yeah, yeah.
ordained that they
She's
do
hey.
that.
Let me tell you
Do you
how
want me
right
to
she
go
is.
in detail of what
No,
they
I
do?
asked God.
Do you want
I
me
prayed to God.
to
No,
remind every
no, let me tell
in
you,
detail?
I asked God to give me discernment, and that's what she's talking about. You got to have your own personal discernment. I asked the higher power to grant me discernment because ask and you shall receive is something I heard. And I would advise everyone to
Right.
ask the higher power, to ask God for discernment. You know, we call them different name. You call them everything
I
you can think,
also,
whatever.
Smurf,
Ask him for
think
discernment. You want
I think
divine
that goes down
discernment.
the path, not just what you're saying, not just rabbis, that goes down the path for Christians as well. I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
your Bible has been translated by 48 different
yeah.
scholars. Therefore, you should
Oh,
be questioning anything
you're
that
right.
anybody tells you what to
They
believe or say and
mistranslated
the words
cannabis.
that they get from it.
They
All
mistranslated
things.
cannabis to cannabis, and they had to name a flower after it. We know that they messed up on the word. They didn't know that the translators seemed to not be aware in England. They weren't aware of what cannabis was, I guess, supposedly, if
it's
we
kind
believe
of
that.
awesome, bro.
They called it cannabis, I think. Or
Cannabis.
maybe that. Well, anyway, yeah. Oh no, I missed. What they did is later on, centuries later, they named a flower cannoli after probably cannabis. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, it's cannabis is what they Yes, I was just saying Stacy's right. I'm kind
Yeah,
of baked
Stacy's
over
right.
now.
We can move
Now,
on.
according
Cool.
to commentary, you're supposed to smoke marijuana once a month, is what the Bible, I think, really in the symbolism it advises. Now, it's written in a
Well,
code
that's got
that
to be wrong then.
now it's written in a code where a month is a year or something like that. And I'm a bit stoned right now, but yeah. So they have a holiday where the Hasidics, they pitch a tent in Brooklyn. They throw marijuana in this tent in front of their dwelling, like their apartments. And they all breathe in the burning marijuana, and they do this once a year. But really, I think it's because really the Bible is advising to smoke marijuana once a month. So there's these superstitious layers of misinterpretation around
Oh,
the
Smurf.
original, meaning. Now these communities are held together with
Problem, Smurf,
superstition.
is you
That's
also
why
Smurf,
have
I
they
mean,
things
have
that
the
are
because
left
society
out, like
yo,
the
can I
book of
and all
Timothy
their
that talks
laws.
about
can I
1,000
just make you
days for
feel
God
bad
is
for a
one
second?
day for us. Yeah, so go ahead, Snacks. Go ahead,
I just
Stacy.
want to
You know
make
what
you
I
feel
mean?
bad for a second, Smurf. Yeah, so like Jazz left
She's
and Dave left
good.
because you won't
Good.
shut the fuck up.
Well, that's good. We got
So you
Jazz out
better
of here
keep
that easy.
talking.
Yeah.
You better keep talking all the way
Cool.
through fucking 7 o'clock because like I don't know, man. I
You're
try to catch
hilarious.
this wave every day and set
You're
the
hilarious.
world up correctly, where we've got certain people
Yeah.
talking. And
Well,
certain reality cannot occur right now because of what's going on now. So let's just hope
yeah.
that it works out well and that the day
Oh,
continues. I don't know
this
what else
this
to say.
what has happened is they've sterilized all the people that fell for the propaganda, and what I'm trying to say is the reverse of sterilization is the accumulation of the fluid, the salt water within your. That's what basically is. Your
But
soul
like,
is the salt. Be
like
the
stem
salt of
cells
the
can
earth.
be like you can get
Yeah.
stem cells from any cell.
Yeah.
Like you
Oh,
can
oh, that's what I'm talking about.
regress any
Those are
cell
this.
to
I'm
us.
talking about stem cells. Yes. That's what are you saying? Sorry.
I don't know. You were talking about stem cells before, but
I'm
like you're
saying
saying
there's.
that we're gonna go back there. I mean, I don't know what
Oh,
to do really.
I'm just
It's
saying
like
that
there's
they
no way out but
sterilized a
back the
bunch
way
of
we
people.
came. I don't know.
I was trying to say that this your soul is how you have this resonate with the Holy Spirit in your temple that is your body. And
Yeah,
what's going
I know
on
you said it. Do you know?
is they
Have you seen that?
sterilize people and they're dull inside. They're
I,
basically
I already know
their
what you're
awareness
saying
is
about it.
dim, you
Yeah,
know.
sure, for sure. And then, have you seen the Jim Carrey thing? He's basically talking about what you're talking about now.
Can I come in
Yeah.
now and say that let's try to talk about something else, probably to bring
Yeah.
people back in this conversation besides us, and to not bring it down a path that
That's
people say.
great.
Not that this isn't
I
important, but
feel
I don't want to hear
Why can't we
you,
talk
but
about
we
cool,
need to
great.
sperm?
bring in.
What's up?
I
Why
already
can't we talk
shared.
about sacred sperms? What's up?
I
What's up,
already
Stace? You
shared
got
so
something against
much.
it, huh? Are
Well,
you
women
jealous?
have
There's
them
Go
also.
thanks.
Women
ahead.
also have it. They just don't know. It's
You know,
Oh yeah,
you
I'd
know. It's
actually
so
rather
tough.
have a
but
conversation, and I think people more
Oh
understand
yeah.
about gravity than this conversation.
it's
Hey,
Snacks.
probably yeah.
you're
I
right.
know
I'm
people.
very
Yeah.
happy
And
that I
Carlos left
shared so
too.
much.
Yeah, you
I'm very
knocked out all
proud
of
of
New
myself.
Zealand, dude. You knocked out all fucking
Yeah,
New
no,
Zealand. Do you know how not
I'm
cool that
proud.
is? Do you know how
I'm
not cool
proud
that
of
is?
myself.
Like if
I'm
I can't
proud.
get the New Zealanders talking, then that means that the Australians don't come in. If the Australians don't come in, then that means that I don't even know what to do with the rest of
That
my
means
day now.
dogs won't come in here. That's
You
great.
fucked it all up for me. I'm gonna go pray.
Cool.
I'll be back.
Hey, listen. I just said I'm happy I shared all that. That y'all let me get that much out. So gave you something to think about. You know.
I actually went with you in a little bit too, and I'm not ever putting your thoughts down, you know what I mean, or how you
Hey.
believe or any of
Oh,
that shit. And we're all
you're
welcome to
cool.
think and believe over here what we
I
want and get along.
Yeah, I
We're good.
appreciate. I'm on the same wavelength as you, and I really appreciate all of y'all. And I do get a little passionate when I'm trying to explain stuff. Sorry, but y'all are really cool. I take no offense at all to anybody. Y'all are
And to
awesome.
be honest, Murph, you were asked to do this too, so I'm not going to get
Yeah,
mad at you because you were
yeah,
literally asked to go down and open and explain the situation or what your thought process was, and you gave a good
well,
hour. And
yeah, I'm happy to share. And I share a lot, and you could ask me again sometime. I'll try to figure out more as I try to piece this together in my head. I have this elaborate,
All right,
complex thing in my head I pieced together that
it's
I
all
shared
good.
a lot of it with you already.
It's all good. I appreciate it, Smurf, and Smurf's
Yeah,
cool because
I
Smurf
try to
always
build more up.
you like my photos and stuff. I take like a
Yeah.
lot of time to make memes that nobody cares
Oh, I
about,
know. Oh, I
just to
know.
provide that, just
People,
to give
people
somebody
are.
just to give people something not to care about. I
I
spend a lot of
find it
time.
so beautiful. It's so easy for me to let y'all know I saw it and I appreciated it, and that's why I put emojis on stuff to let y'all know I appreciate you. And you people put a lot of work into not only just like you're making memes and stuff. They're just finding it, just finding memes and sharing them is a lot more work than I do. I just let people know I saw it, and that I appreciate what y'all
Oh,
do. That's
I'll
why I
hear
put the
somebody
memes
just
up
put two words
or
together
emoji.
wrong, on here, and then now I have to spend like 5 to 10 minutes making an AI
Wow.
meme with somebody
You got
wearing a
some
shirt.
funny one.
This,
You
I
got
need that.
the
Yeah.
globsters.
Do
They're
do you know
hilarious.
how close
Globber.
you were to getting a fluid awareness meme? But then I was like, other people will see this.
Cool.
You know.
They do the
But
Glowbirds. They're hilarious. I downloaded them to have the collection. I got Snacks as Glowbirds.
oh yeah, no, I really
Really
like
funny.
those. Were coming out like so good. Like
Yeah.
sometimes stuff like you could go uphill with AI image making, and it's just never going to come out like what you think. And then sometimes it's like, oh wow, I never even thought it could be that cool. And that was all these like Robert Crumb comic book covers. I tried to just like say, hey, make a Robert Crumb, 1970s style, like not comic heroes book, but like whatever. Back when stoners used to read just regular comic books without superpowers. Anyway, yeah, the Glober series, totally fun.
Hey,
And that was
I
in a way
really.
because it was something Geo posted, and I was like, that's slightly humorous.
Hey,
Let me see if I
you
can make a
said
meme out of it.
you said superpower, and I want to say I believe our greatest strength, our greatest power that we have as man is to ask the higher power for help is to or and also second to that is ask anybody for help, but primarily our ability to ask for help to the higher power is our greatest strength that we have. Be careful what you ask for, you know because we're a fallen people and that and I described all that earlier. And I think our greatest strength is to ask for help. I'm kind of baked. I didn't mean to say it 5 times. Sorry. But also, yeah, I do think the marijuana helps keep you in the spirit. Again, is related to all that stuff I was saying earlier. I think it resonates holographically with the more complex brain or something. Again, with the psychedelic mushrooms, also, I think we're eating like Eve's brains or something. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, fractally speaking, I think, you know, I'm just talking at this point. But yeah, I love the memes here. And I put a lot of emojis here because it's so easy, relatively, comparatively, it's so easy for
Okay,
me to
I
show y'all that I saw your memes are funny.
was like, I
You know?
am muted. Okay, because I was like, there's no way he's
Oh,
still
you were
rolling
trying to
over me
talk.
here.
I
I
didn't
was
hear.
like
No,
trying to
I
say
didn't hear you.
you're because you're like pausing. I say something.
Yeah. Now I hear you loud and
Uh,
clear, buddy.
oh shit! What was I saying now? Damn.
Well,
Oh
you
man.
allowed me to get a lot out there that
No, that's good.
you know.
I like, yeah. No, it's good to let the people get their ideas out for sure. Um,
I think I got all of them out
what were you just
this
saying?
morning.
Oh, I was going to say like every sentence you say is like a fractalization of the entire thing you would be saying.
Oh yeah, dude, if you could freeze the air around me, you'd see my thoughts. Because no Faraday cage over my head, and we're like
We
brain
should
cells in
change
a
that.
brain talking to each
Maybe
other right now.
that might be the problem. We need to put a Faraday cage around your head.
Yeah, there you go. You're fine. Make the diminish the electrosmog, but you would still get vibrations from the ground. You see, you
Yo,
could
I
still
don't know,
send
but
vibrations to other people through the ground.
Smurf, can you imagine if we just cram all of your attention just through one channel where you just like
Uh,
are super concentrated on something?
oh, yeah, I smoke a lot of weed and I could get concentrated.
You're for sure concentrated, but I just mean like, but only like on one thing, and then not going on to branching off into something else. You know, I think you have
Yeah.
enough brain
Oh,
power,
the reason I try to uh
you have enough brain sauce.
illustrating. I'm illustrating, so that's why I'm all over the place. And then I want
I'm
you to
not sure
see
why
the
you
big
say it like
picture.
that, but I like it.
Thanks. Well, I seem to be all over the place, and I'm trying to, it's like throwing a bunch of dots, and you can connect them. See? So you know, in my mind, I
Mhm.
think that you'll see what I see when I say, and that is something that's
You know
totally
what?
different, but you'll see how it relates later.
There's something about you know, surrealism.
What is
Surrealism,
that?
like
Is that when
Salvador
it's
Dali
almost
made it up.
so real, it's almost real?
No, it's like something that's kind of real, but kind of not real. Also,
Oh.
like a melting clock, or like a elephant with giraffe legs, or things of that nature. They're just
Yeah.
things that don't exist,
Oh,
and
okay.
but
Yeah.
sometimes it's that, and then other people are like into this kind
I
of
never went
art
to
form
college
also.
or I never
But no,
took
it's
an
just
English
it's a
class.
funny thing because the surrealist
Yeah.
is really never trying to give you the exact idea. They're trying to
Ah,
give you something so close to it that it just gives you the idea in a way, and
that
then you so it's like the mechanism for trying to convey the thought isn't really the thing; it's something else. Isn't it weird?
well,
Like in trying to, yeah,
what's beautiful is I can do this here. I can try to share my thoughts. Most people, I found out watching the, you got to ask them questions is the only way to deprogram. Try to, you know, that help because people need to figure it out. So now here I can explain what I think, and people here will have a mind, and like you, like everybody here has a mind that figured out how to get to this server. Yeah, and so they're able to contemplate, comprehend what I'm saying. But with normies, I found out the only way to get them thinking is you got to ask them questions. But y'all automatically think
that's
all the
true.
time,
I
so I
think
don't
there's
have to do that. I can
another
just share
thing that
my, you
happens
know,
here.
go ahead.
You know, just like
Yeah.
where you can a lot of times, like I'm not trying to be right about something, but I'm just trying to open a conversation. Sometimes I'll just be like, "Hey, what if I just vaguely talk about this thing? Like I don't really know what I'm talking about," and then other people will be like, "Hey,
But
I'm a
that's
fucking
cool.
expert in that." All of a sudden, and then a
That's cool.
conversation occurs, and I'm like, "Oh, cool! Look at
I
that!
like
Just
that.
all happened." Just for me, not asking a
Do more
question,
of that.
but like almost like being like, "Yeah, here's my best try,"
You're the
and then
fire
someone else is
starter.
like, "That sucks. Here's
You,
my
you
best try.
you're just fire
Here's
starter.
someone new."
Cool.
I don't know. It's just a little something I learned. I think it's a little bit. I used to work in a pool hall. It's a family run establishment, and yeah, I never gambled, but it was like there's a lot of times there'd just be one person coming by themselves, not to play with anybody, you know, just looking for a game. So like I'd just be like the guy playing against them, and it doesn't really behoove me to kick the shit out of that person because like
No.
they're paying time for, you know what I mean, I'm playing for free, but they're you know what I'm saying. That's kind of like
Yeah.
a little bit of the approach. Try to keep people. I try to keep people happy. Sometimes, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I want to wreck everything. But anyway, yeah,
I'm
that's
always
my bad side.
listening on this live stream because it's convenient, or I'd be connected to the reason. Okay, I would be
I'm just saying. I'm just
connected to
saying.
the
If
channel.
I guess, long story short,
I was.
real quick, is just like if somebody else comes in, we have to like let them talk. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
that's all.
definitely. I was just saying I'm always listening because it's so entertaining. I love this place, but I would be connected, but I notice when I fall asleep, people try to talk to me when it's so convenient that I can listen on YouTube because you know, I feel bad when people try to talk to me and I'm passed out. But I have this on all the time. I'm always listening to y'all. You know, because this is the best play. I was just saying how awesome everyone
Mhm.
here, everyone like each of you are so cool. You know, like I could talk about
That's
each
so
of you.
true.
So I just love hanging out. I'm just saying I'm actually always here, and people don't know that because I'm listening on YouTube. It's way better than anything entertaining like TV or all that radio. It's all bullshit. This is the cool place to be. Now there's other channels too that I'm on, but I was just saying it's so convenient. I could just click on YouTube. But I was just saying I'm really
I
always
mean,
here,
you know,
except when I'm asleep.
I have
I
like this
even
really
drive in
high
my
pitched
car.
murmur.
Yeah.
I've got tinnitus pretty good. So it's either like dead
Yeah.
silence and like, you know, like I can, and that's interesting, but also it gets boring. So I need something to listen to kind of like distract me
Yeah,
from the
I got
constant like
stuff in the
frequency.
background. Always got music in the background. I just stopped. I got to now. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I got this YouTube stuff in the background. It pauses itself though.
So, but you know, eventually I could like listen to like YouTube videos or something like that or something, and I do, or I'll read some or
Oh yeah, I
whatever.
was saying
But I still got
I
the
do.
Wii.
I always
Uh,
have this channel in the background while I'm also doing what you're saying, other stuff, doing other stuff. I got both at the same time. You know,
all
and
I'm
if I
saying
hear
is like,
something interesting, I'll
you're right.
turn up the volume. Go ahead.
It's about coming up with something auditory that distracts me from the awesome tone that's always playing. And that this is better than anything because like I'll actually be interested in what people are saying. It's like I could put on a movie and just like some Michael Bay movie with like explosions and whatever, just to not distract my ear or
Hey,
whatever.
try
But
that.
this
I
works better, so I
posted
was having on. But
a playlist for 432 hertz electronic music. It's a playlist, and each song's over an hour long, and
yeah,
it's
I
got
need
72 songs.
sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
432 hertz.
I need to
Just
make
want
one
to
of
share
those.
that.
I want to make like a saxophone 432 playlist because like that shit'll be gimmicky
And see,
forever.
I've got that
People
on in the background with this channel at the same time.
people with like million hits on 432 stuff. I find that amazing.
Cool. Oh,
I mean that. Like you're making like 5 Gs or something if you hit a million.
The Invisible Man said he saw when he was tripping that when he changing the music, he noticed on 432 that all the life forms seem to like appreciate that. They resonate with that. Like you got more awareness when you're tripping. But 440, they didn't like that. I was just
I
saying.
don't.
Somebody else told me like he observed when he was tripping, like all in the backyard, all the trees and the light, all the whatever you call it, the life forms, the and natural wild. They seem to really like the 432 music in 432 hertz.
I don't know.
That's just
I
what
don't know.
somebody tripping told me. He said he could
I mean, do you
tell.
know
He
the
could tell,
difference between like can you sing 430 or 432 or
Oh,
440?
I personally can't tell discern the
It's like
difference, but I'm not
meh.
a music kind of. I'm the
Let's say
last person to
let's say
ask.
440 is like meh. Let's say it is. I don't know. It probably
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
right. But then 432 be like like just almost the same note. So it's weird for me to consider that it
Oh,
matters that
well,
it
I think a
factors
lot
that big.
about the fractal. You just said factor, yeah. I was just saying fractal. I think a lot about the fractal nature of reality and how a lot of things happen on a small scale you can't see. And I think it's like that with the 432. I can't really tell, but there's a whole lot of information that 440 is
But
bad for
then
you.
also this other thing too is like where a lot of times because I play saxophone, right? It's like almost perfectly in tune, but it's not exactly in tune with even when I play with like a big band or something like that. I'm still probably sharp or something like that compared to them because I
It,
just like playing sharp. And
it's
but
something to do about
but
go
it's
ahead.
it's a lot of it's how you're sweeping through, like because you're gonna like nail the actual pitch, but then might fall off or there's an approach to the
I
perfect
think
pitch. Do you know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
ultimately there's a geometric explanation, and with the instrument, your harmonics are
You're just
you're
here's my
resonating with. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, of the same note, 432, say A, right? Okay. So if I'm
Yeah,
trying to play A, I can approach A like going up to A, or like I could fall off of A. In some case, I'm going to hit 432, even if I'm trying to hit
yeah,
440. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like all over the place to
yeah,
me. So it's like you're going to
yeah.
have those spectrums come through regardless. Go ahead.
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, I think it's got to do with the overall consistent pattern. I'm not a musician, but um I was trying to say that there's a difference from 432 is a factor. I think 8 and 440. Well, anyway, there's 8 hertz different from 440 and 432, or it makes a world of difference apparently in geometrically in the waves as it ripples the air. Because that's what sound is, and light. I think light is in the hundreds of terahertz. But anyway, so these are like sonoluminescence it's all vibrations, and so like the sound it ripples through the air, and so I think that's where numerology gematria the numbers game comes in, because we're ultimately that's just describing geometry, and so the numbers game comes in with which comes to the musical frequencies of 432, the purpose being that there's a geometric explanation as it's rippling the air. You know what I'm saying? What I'm basically trying to say, there's some sort of reason where seems to fit together. Life seems to fit together in factors of 8 or something like that. I gotta do some. I gotta get a calculator out.
All
But
right.
what I mean
I'm
is
thinking
that
like it's almost like
I
the
gotta
way
get
they
a
talk about
calculator.
like structured water. right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to describe.
But it's like the air structures
That's what
to
I'm
the
talking about.
field of the
Yeah,
sound. Yeah, that makes
that's
sense.
what I'm trying to.
Yeah,
It's
but
semantics, the semantics of it. Yeah,
cymatic pattern.
yeah.
All right. Okay. If you could
I'm not
show
a
me like
mathematician.
cymatic, if you could show me two cymatic patterns, 143, 432, and
I've seen that.
1440,
Oh, I've seen
and
that.
if I could see that there's a dramatic difference,
Yeah.
I might feel
I
like there's
don't
something
have
to
it right in front of me, but I've got terabytes
it.
and I keep
Because I don't even think
offloading
that
it to
they
my
work
hard
like that.
disk too.
As you
But
just
I've
like
seen stuff like that.
if you just have a signal generator and you're just like pumping the frequency up, like it morphs to its next like harmonic, like cymatic, if you will. Like
Yeah.
there's like,
Well, we're talking about a pattern. Yeah.
you know,
Everything's
it's almost
always morphing.
like
Yeah.
hours on a clock or something like that. It's just like
Yeah.
it'll, as you turn up the frequency, it's going to snap to a new sort of position where all the waves have to figure.
Well, it's
Like
all temporary. It
like
immediately changes form. It's a vibration ripples
it's
through
only
the air and it,
well, it's only
dissipates.
changing form. It'll
Yeah.
stay consistent where the
Yeah.
frequency. So
We're
whatever the
trying to
frequency
keep it on
is,
around the pattern of 432, I think.
yeah. But
Is
I'm
how
just saying,
yeah, and then
if you're switching from, I'm just saying if 432 is a break point, you know what I mean, and you're as soon as you
yeah,
go up from 432, it starts to destabilize
it's
and
something else.
become something else.
Yeah.
Then I would say like, oh, okay, I can see it's on the
Oh,
cusp of like another sort of
oh,
form. You know what I
this
mean?
is something I wonder a lot about, but what I think it's got to do with the 432 is a consistent pattern in how it's like fractions in the fraction of the geometry of the ripples. Imagine like three-dimensional ripples of water. And 432 is like it fits into everything in factors of it. You can divide it. I think it's 8. I got to get a calculator out, but anyway, that fits with within the human range of audio, which is basically just vibrations that press against the eardrum, and make different shapes on that thin layer of skin, or whatever you call it, thin membrane, and these different shapes is how we make sense of hearing things. Different shapes pressed against the drum or something. But anyway,
Well,
it,
okay, so
there's a
but yeah, but
vibrations
if it's only
in a
8, if
pocket in
it's
a pocket within the ear, the vibrations of the air. Go ahead.
like if it's only within 8 hertz, right? I mean, even
Yeah.
like a guitar tuner in air
Oh,
might
it's
have
you,
trouble
you have a
telling you
good
like whether what
yeah.
like if you're talking about like an
Well, but they
orchestra
can
performing some fucking place or whatever, like even if you're
what
checking that,
tune?
it's not going to be necessarily accurate. You'll still be off. Like all
It's
the
elect.
instruments will be off by sense
Well, it
to each
is
other. You know,
It's got to do with the tuning of the instrument, though. It's
it.
electronically tuned.
Well, no, it has that, but it's like not
Yeah,
everything's a MIDI keyboard. So everything like a MIDI
I think
keyboard is always going to kick out
the
like
resonant.
exactly what it's programmed to. You know, but
Well,
like a tuba is not.
we know that
Tubas.
different sound waves can cause distress and discomfort. We know that some sound waves can calm you down, right? So 432 seems to be a consistent pattern that I guess I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, I think your musical instrument tuned at it, it keeps going back to 430. It does go to all these other frequencies as it makes these different vibrations, you know, but it keeps coming back consistently to 432. And I mean, 432, I think represents a consistent pattern that these range of
It's
frequencies are
only,
within that
but
consistent
it's,
wave pattern,
but
you know, like it's a big wave and
it's
within it
it's
is
only 8 off
detail.
though. But you dig that it's only eight
Yeah.
off, right? So
Well,
if it's
yeah,
only 8 off, then
makes a big
like think
difference.
about well, right? But you can
Like
but
imagine a leaf of a
440,
tree.
but they're still both divisible by 8.
I think I
You
can
know,
make better sense. I'm sorry. I've spent a lot of work. Let me try to
what
imagine
you're
a leaf
saying
of a
about the
tree.
geometry,
Yeah.
it's
And,
not
and
in a
in the
different division.
432, imagine this, a leaf
It's in the
is
same.
this whole
It's in the
song.
same. God
Go ahead.
damn. It's in the same. If it's only just another 8 off, it's like it's all of it's divisible by 8,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
I am confused. Yeah. I got to get a calculator. Is
All right,
440 also divisible by 8?
let's
But
do
I'm a
this.
bit confused. But my point being, I want to say that a leaf is like a slow moving ripple. If a leaf of a tree is very detailed and it's like because everything is the material is condensed to a slow vibration. I want to
Okay.
say
So
music.
so
Music
if
is
these
like
two,
that.
hold up.
Yeah.
Like
It's like
so
leaves.
if we're just going to compare between eights, right? Then
Uh,
440 is going to be 55 eighths, and then
uh,
432 is going to be 54 eighths.
Thank you for doing the math. I thought it was something like that. I didn't guess that
But that's what I'm saying.
precise.
Like, so the basic
Yeah,
field geometry is in eighths.
so
It's
close.
not. Do you see what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like,
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
so that's why I'm saying like I
Yes.
don't really buy into the idea that it's just
Oh,
like creating this magical
well,
aura of
yeah,
geometry.
yeah. I'm also skeptical of everything, and now we have some. I've seen images online of somatics where they now I'm skeptical of everything, but yeah, there's a lot of images that show that say, hey, this geometry is different from this one. And I was saying, there's been a we know that some sounds cause, I was trying to say 432 I think symbolizes the how large the leaf is. To make an analogy, how big the leaf is. 440 is a bigger leaf, right? And 432 is 8. It's a little bit smaller, 8 bits smaller than for whatever. So you got a slightly smaller leaf, right? And do you see what I'm saying?
I
If you can
mean, so you're
visualize
so,
sound, if you can visualize the geometry of the sound, right? And I guess that's the sweet spot,
but I
is that
mean, but
size leaf,
that's like me saying like, okay, well, the difference between. I mean, I get that though.
we have a
Okay, I get that
range,
because,
the human
and I know
range
this
of,
because like,
that's probably in the
well, what
middle of human range. Go ahead.
like well, because like I pretty much like view all light, sound, and heat as basically being the same thing.
Well, there's something to do with the flow of the world. The world has a flow rate, a consistent pattern, and 432. Now the Schumann resonance is 7 point, was it 86? I forgot.
I,
Somebody said it
I'm
changed
not.
recently.
I don't care.
There's a Schumann resonance, but there's a different thing, and there's all these different resonances. But 432 that resonates with the heart chakra. The heart now 963 is the crown chakra. Hertz. But anyway, 432 is supposed to be the
I
same as the
just.
heart,
I
and
mean,
Earth is an anagram for heart. And so the music
okay.
that we play on 432 is on the same
No,
ripple wave. Do you know what I'm
no,
saying?
it's just
I'm
no.
confused. What do you
I
think?
mean, it's not. No, it's really.
I'm
It's
sure. What do you think?
there's phew, no. But if you want that, then that's your
No, what do you
knowledge.
think? No, I'm just sharing some of my. I'm trying to make sense of it. I wonder why is 432. I wonder about
It's
in
not.
440.
But here's the thing. It's like
It's not.
I mess around with like I've got a red light and
Well, go.
I
Oh,
wouldn't
go
want
ahead.
to
Concentrate on
be
that.
without it, right? It's a 4 spectrum red light.
I thought you were driving.
It's got 4 spectrums of red lights in
Oh,
it, you know?
the flashlight.
And yeah, like one of these lights or a combination of all 4 of them makes me like heal muscles and all
Oh,
kinds of
cool.
great stuff.
Yeah,
It's incredibly
light
it's very
therapy.
effective. It's amazing what it does. I don't know,
Yeah,
but it's
the sun. I
it's
think the
not.
sun does that.
It
The
might
sun
a
has a
little.
wide spectrum
Well,
of healing frequencies.
sure. Yeah, it's the
Somehow.
infrareds. The infrareds are like helping
Yeah,
us
probably
grow.
works like that. Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
works the same way as the light you're saying.
Yeah, but this is like concentrated, and I can plug it in. I can do it at night, and
Cool.
it's great. And
You're like a
whatever
magician.
that
Cool.
it works like so well. I'm like, this is like a magical thing right here.
Oh, and I think the
Um,
music's like that too. Yeah,
it-
432.
right, as I'm saying,
And I don't yet know
like
why or
that's
how.
what I'm saying. Like,
I'm
there's
skeptical
only
also. I'm trying to make sense. Go ahead.
like there's a specific bulb color in there that's activating my cells and telling them to like start like regenerating. You know what I
Neat.
mean? Like, so that's actually going on. So that's totally like that's every time consistent. So I can understand like that there might be like a tuning frequency that to the ear
Well,
is is better than others, but like if that's off by like 8 hertz, I don't know, like it's not a new color. You know what I mean?
well,
It's
check
kind
this
of
out.
it's within the
This
margin of
happens
error.
with the 5G. It energizes the oxygen molecule and makes it slightly bigger. And because it's like the sound we're talking about, you'll see what I mean. That the oxygen molecule being slightly bigger fails to get absorbed. Is it called hemoglobin or anyway in the lungs? The geometry is designed for a certain scale size of oxygen, but the energy 98% attenuation to the oxygen. My point being though with sound. Maybe the ears are like that. The senses are, it prefers 432. When you give it
So
440, though, it's a little too much for it.
so here's the
It's kind of
interesting
like
thing.
energized oxygen.
about it is like you hear a tone. You hear if you like dial up 432, you'd be like beep,
It's
whatever,
the
you hear a
heart.
tone. But that's
The heart
actually
just
not what's that you. It's like an
it's
illusion
the
that it sounds like something to you. Or really, also true is that
what
I
I mean
sound
is
like
they can measure what they can
no, no.
measure the
What I'm trying to
chakras.
say, what I'm trying to say is like Whitney Houston is an illusion. You know, like those notes that we're hearing that person sing are just vibratory clicks that
Yes.
happen at such a rate that our ears interpret those clicks and turn them into tones. So like really, it's like at a very small scale.
Yes.
It's just like click, 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 click,
Well,
click,
it could
click,
be
click.
interpreted by a different life form as
And
noise.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Like, well, you hear a cricket, or you hear click. You know what I mean? At a certain scale, you're
Yeah.
hearing that, but to those bugs' ears, it might sound like beautiful stuff to
Oh
you.
yeah. Mozart.
Could, yeah.
I'm joking. But yeah. Uh what I'm trying to say is we have specific frequency bands for different areas of the body where we have collections of neuron cells. So we have in the heart, and that resonates with 432. Now I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm skeptical, of everything, and it's a bit mysterious. Yeah, 432. Well, there's an association with the heart, and Earth is an anagram for heart, and music is supposed to be 432. Apparently, they say.
Like,
And what does that mean exactly? Is the instruments are tuned to 432? I'm not a musician, so
it's not just
I'm the
that
last
too. Like,
person to ask.
it's about like when sounds hit you, they are
Yeah,
to some degree like
that's how light works.
dephasing, like out of their speed, like right because
Yeah,
the sound's
I
moving
think
pretty fast out of your speaker, right? And then
Oh
it hits
yeah,
you.
it'll slow down.
And
It'll have
that's
to
going to
slow
hit
down
your
a little bit.
ear. It's going to hit your
Yeah.
meat. You know what I
Oh
mean? You're
yeah.
going to be like,
It'll be.
oh,
It
okay.
won't be 432.
It's
It'll
going to
be
slow
like
down.
420. I mean, it'll be 431.99. Yeah, it'll have to slow down a little bit.
So there's that effect. So I mean that
Yeah,
may be like a kind of a key part of how a
never
mechanism
thought
like
about.
sound is. You know what I mean? Like doing something to you
Yeah,
because
it's not really going to
it's,
be
it's
432 by the time it hits you. It'll be almost 432. Well, close enough, probably.
well, well, it's also doing. I'm saying it's like it's doing something like energetic to to you as it like as it's deflecting off you. It's like I don't know. There's something
I think
happening there.
there's a flicker rate on the screen, which is a low number. Is it 30 something? Whatever. The flicker rate on the screen puts people to sleep because the hertz cycles of the brain waves.
Yeah.
Y-
Oh,
You
that's
know,
interesting.
and I'm yeah. Well, I was just saying the music uh, is. I just mentioned that as it somehow works like that. Everything is light waves. The light waves from the screen affect people's mental state, and the vibrations in the air is the music. As I say, all light, all these are both vibrations of the medium. You know, I was
I
just saying
mean,
they're similar and they can
yeah.
affect your biology. Is what my
Oh, I was
point. My
thinking
point is
before,
there's
like
an effect.
when you mentioned like sonoluminescence earlier, I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's interesting. We're using sound to make light
yeah.
within a vessel,
It's
and
the
it's not,
same. They're
but
the
it's a
same,
little bit
different
like,
frequency.
but it's kind of like what
Yeah,
I did to this guy, like who was coming out of a hospital, and I was playing my saxophone on a porch or something like that. And
well,
that guy
that's
was like
cool.
all depressed, but like I turned his light on inside, with my
That's so cool.
sonoluminescence,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then he was
yeah.
like,
Hell
"Oh
yeah.
wow, man, that's
Nice.
great, thanks."
That is cool. I
But
got a friend who's a
it's a
musician.
true thing.
I see he lightens people up to their spirit. They get activated. People get activated when they hear music in reality, like real music in person, not from a speaker. You know, you know, nothing beats the real thing in person.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. Like, even though like all we could say all music is healing, like, it's one thing if you are like leaving a hospital, you got some bad news or something like that. You went to visit somebody and you hear some Michael Bolton playing, how am I gonna live without you? It's like, yeah, music's healing, but not really. You know what I mean? It's like it's somebody else's actual music. I don't know, right now. Yeah, it doesn't happen that much. It's a interesting, weird thing.
Oh,
And then when you have like
that's
people go
it's
out to
healing.
play street music and
That's what
stuff,
the organs are for,
but they're just
and the
playing like
church.
cover songs of other people's stuff.
I've yeah, you're right. I think in a cathedral. In a cathedral, I think I speculate, I think the primary reason of it is a cloning facility that you would make terrariums. You could also divide the creative fluid into many terrariums like a factory. I was just saying, imagine a bunch of terrariums rather than people, but a bunch of terrariums in a cathedral. Now that's my own personal thing that I now in the future check with me. I may have a different explanation, but I just imagine that now secondarily, I think cathedrals are healthy. I mentioned that I think the organs. I was just saying when they play the organs and the vibrations as it goes through the gold and the other color, the glass. I think it's rejuvenate. I've never been in. I've never been in a cathedral, but I think
You're
they're.
saying the organs are
I've seen
restoring your
photos, and
organs?
that's what I mean. I think it's all resonate with the body. Yeah, I think that the people who made it in the stone, they had knowledge of the body, and it has some. And now my speculation I shared is I think they're cloning factories, but I don't know that. But regardless of, I think there's a positive rejuvenative biological effect of being in a cathedral. I've never been in one. I should get into a cathedral one of these days, just to experience
They're
that.
not all the same, but some of these are
Some of
designed
the
with like
architect. Yeah,
some of them have intense acoustic like science built into
yeah,
them. Some of
that's
them
what I'm
don't.
trying to describe. That's what I mean. Yeah, I've never been in acoustic architecture. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. And I think I've never been in one, but I probably should go just to experience what I'm saying. I bet you the organs might feel good.
You know what?
Other things
I
like a
think too. Like
jackhammer feels bad.
we use like middle C in the piano. I think that string is something like 3 feet and change long, and so that means like
Like your
when
waveband.
it's like you got to pluck that string or strike the string or whatever to make it vibrate. But the resonance of that string is about as long as a human spinal cord.
Wow,
And I just thought
interesting.
that's an interesting thing,
Wow,
because you are.
that
And
is.
I always like kind
Yeah,
of consider, because I was at a show, it was
yeah,
like sound check or something like that. And my friend's like walking in front of the speaker,
cool.
and this guy like lets out this crazy like loud sound, and the dude, my friend, passes the fuck out, and I'm just like, wow, like I'm like, what happened there? You know what I mean? Maybe he just passed out or it
Ah,
scared him. I don't know
oh
what,
yeah,
but
and you could shatter glass with sound. That's what I was saying. And a jackhammer is discomforting. You want to get away from a jackhammer. So example, 432 is what I'm not a musician, but there's a lot of information. A lot of people suggest they say that that's healthy for you. I think that they okay, these solfeggio frequencies, which seem to be the chakra now they rewrite history. I'm skeptical of all this stuff, but of course they credit some
okay. So the
Christian
solfeggio
priests in the
frequencies,
past.
right? I don't think
But
that
yeah,
they're like they're not
I was just saying they had knowledge.
they're not subjective. Solfeggio is actual harmonics, like that
Yeah,
just is here. You know.
I'm just saying they had that knowledge. That's sorry. What are you saying?
That there's something called the overtone series that occurs like here. That's what makes stuff sound like it sounds.
Oh,
It's what
I don't know.
causes that geometry
Cool.
to be there. So you check that out. Overtone
I'm
series.
ignorant.
Yeah.
I'm super ignorant because I'm not a musician. But there's a music. Okay, I think harmonics
Probably a
and
lot of musicians
geometry
don't.
are like the
Yeah.
universal language of everything. What? What is that?
Yeah. No, it's yeah, no, I'm all you got me
Harmonics
all.
and geometry. Now, I'm not a musician, so if I was I was thinking I should learn an instrument just to. Now, my mother taught me a few songs when I was like a toddler on piano. I forgot how to do that. But that doesn't really count. But listen, if I learned an instrument, I would have greater comprehension of under
You,
grasp of the
you know
base
what like is
how reality works.
the best
Yeah.
if you do you have a piano to mess around with?
No, I don't have any instruments
Oh,
currently.
okay.
But I
Yeah.
could someday get any sort of instrument
I
to
think it's
learn.
really interesting if you just play around with intervals. You know what I mean? So if you just like
Yeah,
start at C
piano.
and then you just pair it with other notes and be like, oh, okay, like there's these lineups, and you'd be like, oh, okay, well this one sounds,
Yeah.
just like you hear this nature of like the combination of two notes. You know what I mean?
'Cause
It's not,
everything is,
yeah.
yeah, everything is music and geometry really at its base level. That's how everything works, y'all.
Well,
Now
it's
I'm
like
not a musician.
everything might be sound. You know what I mean? Music is like the
Yeah, the
artistry.
sound made flesh. The sound
Like
made solid.
like a
Yeah,
jackhammer sound too, but it's not music. I mean, unless you composed for like a jackhammer symphony or something. I mean, music is a subjective human quality, but we could call that like nature is musical. I've like listened to some experimental music that I thought was really cool. It was made from a plant, and just like these
They're just
electrodes.
the
They just put
sound made.
little. Well, you're making music at even just respirating, and so are plants. Everything is really making music.
Cool.
If you listen to the potentials of like what those electrics are,
That's
so
the
if I
truth.
just a
Yeah.
house plant, right? You could put electrodes on it and run it through a keyboard and a MIDI setup, and limit it down to like something that's going to be sound good, so like some kind of key, and then you can basically all the electrical activity of the plant can get punched through, and you hear the plant kind of just existing. That's
Cool.
kind of yeah.
I just believe they have a hive mind. I do believe so, and it works on harmonics somehow, rippling in the air. And I think you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you could try. I mean, I've heard other people like cite I don't know what experiment, but yeah, just like putting electrodes on
Just saying.
plants, see like plant stress like is heightened when like one of the plants dies or something like that, or somebody
Yeah,
kills a
yeah.
plant.
As a group, collectively, because they're on a certain frequency band. They operate within a wave band. Kind of like how we're speaking right now within a wave band of
Yeah.
vibrations. But they have less complex bodies, so our complexities allow us to have an ego. I mean, we require all this complexity to filter out reality, because now these simpler life forms, they don't filter out the oneness of everything, and so but they're the more simpler they are, they're on a collective hive mind of their own species, is how I think. And now, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Does that make
I
sense?
think so.
And
Yeah.
I,
Well,
I
when I
got
look at
another thing also more to say
like
about
birds
is
at the
that
beach,
yeah, when you go out in the backyard and when you think something, you're rippling out thought forms, and a lot of the natural wildlife is used to being their ancestors was in a body, then they adapted to being out. It's like I think of a forest as an inside out man, but or like a rainforest as an inside out person. But anyway, but check this out: that when you go in the backyard and think stuff, all your thought form, I think all the life forms can see that. Literally, they can sense your thoughts, and what I mean, because they're not filtering it out. Now, humans, on the other hand, we filter out this stuff, and we have our own. That's how we have our individuality. Do you know what I mean? Now, like a dog, for example, does not filter this out as much. Does that make sense? And that dog easily gets in a pack of dogs, or in the simpler a creature, the less they filter out. Like a plant, you step on one blade of grass, and all the or mushroom or something, or whatever it is, you step on one piece of vegetation, and all the like similar vegetations are now concerned. They're now upset, and they're scared, but if you did that to in a crowd of people, if you stepped on one person's shoe or boot, the rest of the people have no idea. They don't know. But if you go in a forest, if you step on something, the whole forest might know you're there. You know, it'd be like stepping inside a man's guts or his belly if you go in a rainforest. You know, you know what I'm saying? And you step on one thing, and the whole body knows you're there. And, but they know that you're made in the image of God, and those things are like simpler, fractally spawned things that adapted, and then somebody made in the image of God is just walking through. It's like you're on a magic school bus ride, and so you get the red carpet treatment. What I'm trying to say is, if you keep your mind pure, like if you conquer lust, you can go outside and you keep your mind pure, and because lust is like rust, and it's like you're corroding, it's like you're merging with the environment or something, or whatever, or it's unnatural. But what I mean is, when you respect yourself, when you want to accumulate your soul fluid, when you keep a high soul energy, you can go in the forest, and you're telepathic, like all your thought forms. I'm just talking a lot, you can interrupt me anytime, but I would just say, the thought forms like ripple out from whatever you're thinking, and all the life forms. The simpler they are, they're not filtering out, and they're picking all. They'll have eyes. It's like they have eyes all over them. In their sensor. Now, like I think of like, a cell is like a container of like electric. It's like a container of the electric in a cell. Well, anyway, well, they're all like a bunch of eyes. Really, it's just real hard. I think of the cell wall as a hard eyelid. like a really hardened eyelid comparatively. Like if you think about that, like really they're all sensors, but anyway, they're on a wider band, a wave band of frequencies. We were talking about music, harmonics, and geometry and stuff. And well, like the plants are like solidified geometry, and everything is porous. Uh, you know, vibrations ripple through everything. When you zoom real in, everything becomes endlessly fractal, but everything is also porous to some varying degrees depending on the material, and vibrations ripple through everything. And I think we call that the ether, and there's different levels of density, and like and so we're within a wave band of all of what I'm just talking. You know what I'm saying? But I was saying the forest is alive. If you go in the backyard, and whatever you're thinking, the nature, what's the difference between in the Bible, the God of the living is invisible. Yeah, it describes in different passages. I typed in, trying to figure out God, and I found all these different passages that they describe that he's invisible. He has no body. But he's also the God of the living. So like when you go, what's the difference from nature? It's like, you go outside, and the God of the living would sense you in all these various ways, as he can sense you through everything. He can sense you collectively through all the different hive minds and layers of reality. He can see you through everyone's eyes. The omnipotent all being that is allocated some of his awareness to us. Well, he can see through our eyes too. I believe that the omnipotent one, wherever there's multiple of us, you're in his presence, something like that. I'm just talking, this is me just talking at, was it 6? Yeah, it's 6:30 in the morning now. But anyway, it's almost sunrise here. But I'm just talking, but I'm just saying, when you go in the backyard, and now when you see the sun, the sun, I think like we're all energized from this, like there's one conscious, they call it solipsism, right? Like there's only one aware, now geometrically is allocated its awareness, and the sun is a particular convergence point that humans, and other life forms familiar to us resonate, like mammals and stuff, resonate with the sun. I do suspect that these other life forms that are more annoying to us resonate with the moon, like pests and vermin and stuff, like bugs and stuff that might, now these things split though from they bounced off the ceiling of the lens of the petrified eye. I suspect we're in now. What's going on? See, I'm just talking. See, I just kept going, but anyway, I think this shining darkness from beneath us is a one solid thing of energy, and it bounces geometrically off the ceiling, and it splits into the sun and the moon. And well, anyway, long story short, our collective, the God of this world, is like a yin and a yang, where they're both, you could say, the sun and the moon are both equally, like, I guess it sounds like Gnosticism, but I'm just sharing my perspective. The sun and the moon are both gods of this pocket, liturgy, gods of this world, or big to us, the God of this little pocket of known world, but they themselves are split from what they are is convergence points within the geometry of the eye, of the pocket of the eye we're in. Now I think it's petrified, and then the fluid within it petrified, solidified. And what happened is that from the subterranean is where this energy is coming from, probably near an energy point, within a petrified body, for some reason or another, that somebody says on the back of a turtle. I'm just joking. Hey, y'all can interrupt me anytime. I'm just talking. But can y'all still hear me? I'm just saying that we could have fought our way out we could have made our way through the whole body. We could have made it. What if we made it from the balls even? Yeah, I'm not joking. Seriously, I'd be why we're so powerful. I mean, if we're like Adam's sperm, what if he died, and like we've had to fight through the whole for generations? We may have made it, and now we're in the thinnest. We know that the thinnest part of the body is the eyelid or the lens of the eye, and that's probably what we're doing here. And we may have made our way through the subterranean for generations and fought our way up to the surface, and here we are inside the eye of God's eye, and trying to drill our way out of the ceiling, the fastest way out of here is straight up. If we can drill our way out of the eye, we would then be in a whole nother outer world that we can then explore. And then, kind of like how when you leave something out and it ferment and rot and it bursts open, like you leave something and you open and you close it, it wasn't sealed and the food goes bad. That's like us. We was one creature and we divided into a bunch of life forms probably, and now we're still in somebody's eye that we got to punch out of, and then yeah, you could scale ourselves back up with terrarium physics, right? You could clone yourself into a larger life form that when you go to sleep, and how you alternate between both. You all really let me go on a long rant this morning. This is like one of my longest going. And so you could probably alternate when you go to sleep at night with your new clone that you made, with a hermetically sealed terrarium. So what you want to do is we could probably spawn a giant. We could create a giant man to break open the ceiling and let us out of here. And then, anyway, we could bring with us a submersible levitation vehicle, or carry. I was going to say container, whatever. We've got to preserve ourselves. We could have a giant carry us out of here. We could like clone a special purpose, a big man to like move the ceiling open. Anyway, what was my point? That's a side joke. The point really was when we get out of here, when we burst out of here, we can scale ourselves up to normal size of that level of fractality of reality that we then have to figure out. We have to then look around and see. Now we'll be trapped probably in a box underground, possibly or in a God's footstool. Is another? We've been told that, but whatever it is, we could be in a grave or in God's footstool, which is a piece of furniture, or in the back of a turtle. Whatever the hell it is, we have to punch out of the eye to then look around and see what would be in a different level then, and then we'd have to deal with that, and we'd have to like scale ourselves up and figure out how to break out of that, and we'd have to do all this all the way back to the source just to check on them. They's all right, because somebody divide them in a multi-layered terrarium way. That's just, I say terrarium as a way to I say things to myself to make sense of things. Like when I think of the physics, I think of being on the bottom of the sea. Like that makes sense to me, because the difference between the air and the water is density. Is the big difference anyway. So air is basically water that less dense. Lungs are like gills for less dense water. So I was just basically saying, like, terrarium. I call it terrarium physics. Is that it's like being in a terrarium. It simplifies what I'm trying to say. You could say a fishbowl or whatever, but yeah, inevitably it's multi-layered, and that simplifies what I'm trying to say. I mean, do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm just y'all let me talk a lot. I really took advantage. Went running with it. Y'all can still hear me.
I can still hear you, honey.
That's funny that you can hear me. Good morning, everybody. Now, I think we share, okay, the sun, okay, that's all context. What I was really trying to say is I noticed the sun's rising soon. And I'm in the beautiful mountains, and there, I'm like in a little valley area up. I'm in a high elevation, but the sun probably already rose in other area. Well, I was talking about the sun. Okay, now for different my point is that there's one of us playing a video game. So what happened is, this convergence point of energy, the yin and yang of the sun and the moon. Well, it is like a video game of one versus one. And now what happened is, I think the humans and the mammals and stuff, we're wirelessly sharing collectively a hive mind. Like we're all operating within a greater wave band that is the sun. Now then you have these things like Starship Troopers, these really weird creatures. Most of them are smaller than us, so we got that advantage. But all those weird little tiny like bugs and cold-blooded, all that that's what I mean. The cold-blooded creatures, I think they're on Team Moon. and they can, if you have a lot of parasites in you, then you would have you would be under their influence like a lunatic. I'm joking. I didn't mean that. I'm not talking about lunatic. The dude here, he's funny. But I'm talking about the moon though. Um, you'd have a lot of ticks that would resonate with the Luna. Now that would be from the parasite. Now what those are, their ancestor from a body in the like that divided initially, and then they went on to reproduce and multiply. That's why there's so many species of them, and they seem to resonate with the moon, right? They share that, they operate within that wave band, and then multi-layered hive minds within that. So you got this one versus one, which is the because there's really just one split into two. But you got the sun versus the moon and now we're on the team of the light. But if we have a lot of parasites, we end up operating on the team of the moon, right? And now I do think there's probably a evil group of people who are aware of this, who have been spreading and sharing, embracing the moon. And they're parasite ridden deliberately. I think they're deliberately parasite ridden, and they're trying to get everybody else parasite and sterilize them also, because all of this has to do with the moon taking over, right? Which is evil, according to our perspective. And I agree with that the moon. Now listen, people would disagree. People that eat a lot of um, uh, GMO. I don't know how you say that. People who have a
Food and
parasite,
genetically
people are
modified
really
stuff, right?
parasite ridden. What do you say? What do you say?
So yeah, genetically modified food, people that are eating that, it might then cause a different
Yeah,
outcome. Got
yeah,
you.
they would be increasingly influenced by their increasingly parasite-ridden temple or body, whatever you call it. Now, so what has to happen is they have to get that out of them, which is like exercising the demons, the division of the mind. What's going on is they're influenced by these parasites from eating Pop-Tarts and Twix bars. I just made that. I'm not saying those give you but I imagine they do. I mean, these GMO, the fake food that, the not natural stuff, especially the not natural stuff. I mean, but anyway, what happened is, they're carrying, they're deliberately putting it in the food is what I'm, anyway, there's like something's going on where people are getting parasite ridden and they're ensuring everyone else is parasite ridden. It's like mind control, and it's getting really advanced these days, and they got nanotechnology now.
What you were
No,
talking about, which I love talking about genetically modified stuff because
yeah.
that's where I started with this stuff, really, in reality. But there's something I posted for you in the chat, hon, about twin flames. Just so
Oh,
you might want to
cool.
look into that. Look what it says about it. It's this
Yeah,
new age concept,
that is
right?
cool.
That it's a connection between two halves of making one. It almost sounds a lot like what you're talking about in ways. There might be something to the link together, if because I know you're really like what you're looking into. You know what I mean? So I'm just
Yeah.
saying I looked into it for a quick second years ago, but now that you're talking about it, I might look into it, more as well, and that might be something you're
Sounds
excited
cool.
about. You know?
There's a lot of esoteric symbolism, and that sounds like, I don't know what
Yeah.
they all are. It sounds
Right.
like that. You have the alchemical marriage. That's what I think is you have the alchemical marriage and the twin flame. Now, I've been wondering what I think the
Twin
alchemical
flames are
marriage
split.
is.
Like they believe
Yeah,
that the two souls were like a soul was split into
floating.
two, and you have to find
Yeah.
your other one, right? Because
Oh,
everything's
well,
split into
that's
two.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I was talking about cloning, but I think the alchemists were obsessed with cloning, and they may have that concept is cool. They would explore a lot of concepts trying to figure out the quest for immortality, how to live forever. And I think they got corrupted in their experimentation trying to figure out how to live forever, and in their cloning experiments, they were incubating their own, soul, and in weird ways, and accidentally spawning weird vermin and pests, and so like mosquitoes and stuff, and snakes and frogs. So I think the Catholic Church has a super advanced knowledge of the human biology, and they have become gay. And by accident, inadvertently, and I don't think that was necessary. I think that they got corrupted by parasites and became gay by failed science experiments before they invented what we call science today. No, I think that, that was all by failure. Now, because initially the initial objective was simply how to live forever. We can all agree that sounds like a great idea, and that's exactly what religion is all about. The people celebrate the resurrection of the Christ in man, which is the soul of man, the temple of the soul of man, all that with the born again resurrection. What happens internally, the body is a temple, and all that. So I say, people, it's all about immortality. And it's not to be taken literally, but that these are symbols describing biological things, because the sound made flesh, And so what I mean is the sound solidified into reality, and the Catholic Church, I think, became gay, but that was not. I'm just sharing how I think we do the world is the way. I'm just sharing my opinion. I don't really. I don't represent anybody other than myself. And I was saying I think something went wrong, and they were okay. So the point is, we're trying to clone ourselves, and all along the way, the medieval alchemists would discover all sorts of cool concepts like twin flames and stuff, like soul thing mates and all that, because it makes sense, because it's all about cloning. I was just talking about how in the beginning they split the atom, and Adam just wants to be made whole again, and everyone just wants to be made whole again, and everyone just wants when they see different things, but what specifically when you're talking about well, I'm getting real.
I just wanted to say that
Go ahead.
Smurf's thoughts do not necessarily reflect those of Earth Awakenings or the Earth Awakenings
That's right.
International.
Yeah, I just speaking for myself.
It's just
Now
from him.
but again, I'm really talking to imagine inside of a brain, you'd have a bunch of brain cells having a talk like this, and one of them says, "Hey, you know what, man? You're crazy, man." But hey, what if we're like brain cells in a brain, and I'm just, smoking all the reefer.
Probably the
Somebody's got.
most logical
Sure.
thing you've said so far. I'm just playing with you.
Hey, well, it's that time of day where this is when I do speak when I go on these long rants is in the morning. Because it's too busy. I can't get all of this out in the evening. But I'm listening. I'm always listening, and smoking weed.
I'm over here trying to look up stuff for people about geodetic surveying and all with it's like ranting on some stuff I don't even have. But I am listening here and there. I am.
Hey, by the way, nobody really has to listen to me, because you can just check with me in the future, and I'll have a whole bunch of other crazy ideas to add on to this. Like I'll have a whole updated, revised, perspective in the future.
Flames and everything in there.
Oh yeah, that'll be in there too. I have to, look that up and see how everything fits
What up,
together.
Coach?
Yeah.
What
Hey,
up,
good
what up?
morning, everybody. Good morning. You see, everything fits together somehow, so you can check with me in the future, and I'll tell you what I think then. I mean, I'll have a lot more to say. Who knows? I can't even begin to wonder how I would hear myself talking in the future.
So, Smurf, if you're evolving, like, do you think your final form might just be a psychedelic mushroom?
You're hilarious. That makes a lot of sense. You'd be everywhere. Yeah, you'd be a real fun guy. You'd be a real fun guy. Be a real fun guy at the parties. Hey, everybody would like you, and hey, you turn shit into gold, basically, in a way. You could transmute shit into like something awesome. Being a fun guy, you
Well,
can
you
never
have, you have
die.
to you eat the food
Well-
first, make the gold, and then after you're done,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
You could be
Make this
immortal
food.
because you'd be a hive mind.
What
They
happened
would
to
take
Quiet
bites.
Riot, by the way? Just want to mention Quiet Riot if you're listening. What happened to you, bro? Like, you asked me a question, I answered it. And then I asked a question, and then I answered. I mean, we went back and forth, and now you just stopped. I'm just wondering. I'm still waiting for those measurements that you explained to me that you were going to give me, sweetheart. So if you have them, I know you said geodetic surveying, but then I told you it's using calculations that are already predetermined from a globe from back in the day. So you said, well, where's the proof of that? That's Google. You can Google that shit if you don't research it deeply. So maybe he is, but if you can come back on and talk to me about it, because then you'd realize we have no measurements of Earth.
They all say they have
That's
the measurements, though, Stace.
they're gaslighters. They're paid gaslighters. But you know,
People
they
believe in
do.
geodetic surveying because they're told that shit, but they don't actually look into the fine print of what it actually says. And in the detail, if you look through the whole page of it, not just the beginning, it actually says use predetermined calculations. So you can't do that. You know, it's impossible.
The jesters sharpen our arguments. Yeah, you know. Oh, they're totally paid agents. That dude she's talking about, quiet, right? Totally paid agent. Like all of them are, dude. I don't even got to name anybody. Like I don't.
Come back because you realize, oh wait a minute, you're not talking to somebody who's been here from, just now. I've been here a while, y'all. Just
Oh
Smurf, we've
yeah.
been here for a minute.
Oh
So
yeah.
coming with that kind of geodetic stuff, I get it. That is going to be the answer if people research, but they've done fine small print research, right? They're doing that little, what do you call it when you're trying to just cherry pick? They're cherry picking from their own resources. You got to read the whole documentation.
Oh,
That's the problem.
I believe I remember you from 24/7. I was a
Yeah.
alcoholic back then. Yeah, you probably remember. I was always drunk. I
Yeah, you were
was the
totally different. You
notorious
couldn't
drunk.
hold a conversation back then very well. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like that. I'm not trying to be rude. But I'm saying you would go more of an
Yeah.
alcoholic way, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
now you can at least sit here, even if you drink or not. You're holding a conversation way better. So, oh, honey, I actually
Thank you.
see that. And
Well,
congratulations on that. That takes a lot of work.
thank.
So, good
Oh
for you,
yeah.
sweetheart.
I haven't had a drink. Not really. And I went. I was at the VFW and I drank a Budweiser just to talk to somebody. I mean, about finding somewhere to rent. But hey, I was saying I haven't really had a drink in over a year. Sorry, not really. You know, it's totally different. I'm totally different than how I used to be. Yeah, but I know you know me as the drunk 24/7. But I'm no longer the drunk. I always was a pothead, but
Yeah, because that's one of the biggest things that I wanted to, even when I left into the country and do activist work and all this stuff, I'm actually out here really talking to people on a deeper levels, and it usually isn't about necessarily flat Earth. It usually goes down addiction. Oh, he left the TV on. I
yeah.
can't see the TV. Sorry, I got to turn this down at
Oh,
least. I can't do it. I can't do TV.
when you're aware of how much the lies, a lot of us fall into addiction. To when you were aware how
Absolutely.
when you have eyes to see, reality, you're like, whoa, yeah, I'll smoke another joint, and that's I think good
Oh,
for
into
you.
that. I don't drink
There's other
ever. Like I've
addictions than
drank one a
drinking.
couple times, and when I do, I regret it afterwards. It's like,
Yeah.
damn it. That was stupid. And that happens to be once a year or something like that. So I'm not saying I don't drink, but that wasn't my addiction. My addiction was opiates, bad. So I understand everybody's,
Yeah.
escapism. It doesn't
I
have to
like
be
kratom.
necessarily, honestly, escapism is also sometimes coffee, other shit, cigarettes. Cigarettes
Oh,
are my escape
yeah.
sometimes too. Come on, let's get real. So we all have our little, you know, shit that
Oh,
we do.
in a way, hanging out here is escapism. In a way, it is. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
this is
I don't want to.
addicting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In a way, but it's good though. I learned everything that I'm saying here. I learned most all of
Moderation.
it from here. I learned most
Always
all of it
moderation.
from
And I'm not
listening.
talking about moderators on here. I'm literally talking about for yourself. Moderation is key. If you
Yeah.
come here every day, like I used to, every single day, all day
Yeah.
long, and you're just on the phone, everywhere you
Yeah.
go, you're carrying it around with you. At first, I thought it was good, because I'm talking, having conversations with other people are hearing it. But I realized I was exiting outside, escaping almost my real
Yep.
life, right? And I
That's
need
right.
to also live real life too. Whether it's a matrix, whether what this world is and we don't like it, it is what we are in. And this is important. It's beautiful. They also have to take the beautiful stuff that comes from
You're
this
right.
world, not just all the negative and the garbage. So for me, I have to get back into nature, back into reality, and off the fucking streams, off Discord,
Hey, that's
off the
good advice.
phone,
That's real good
self-preserve.
advice. I recently balance is key. I recently relocated myself to beautiful West Virginia, and I'm just on Discord all the time. But it's
Yeah.
so beautiful out here.
That's the key. But always remember,
Yeah.
get out there a little bit too. It's not easy. We fall
Yeah.
back into our own little bullshit sometimes, and that's
You're right.
okay. Never be down on yourself because we are the hardest person on ourselves. Like no one else can do the
Yep.
damage that you can do. I'm being
Oh
dead
yeah.
serious. You
That's the
know?
truth. That's the truth. Yeah. No one is harder on ourselves than ourselves. Yeah. Now that you pointed that out. Yeah.
Person even who tells you that you're a piece of crap or all this crap, you walk home, you go home, or you get away from them, you're in your own head. You're fighting yourself on that shit every day. It doesn't have to
You're
affect you.
right.
You can let it right out the damn door, but we somehow do. So we're fighting ourselves.
That's a
Absolutely.
interesting. Now that you put it that way, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's good to be in good circles where people are positive, but yeah, also the individual has to be positive. You know what I mean of himself. Like yeah,
Absolutely.
I am my own worst enemy, or I
You know,
beat
I was
myself. I'm my
really,
bully. I'm my own
yes.
worst biggest bully. I'm
You know,
my
I was
biggest
really
bully.
hard on myself, honey, because of my addiction of opiates. I was mad at myself. How could you for 10 years do that? Lose 10 years of your life. And that anger, right, also kept me focused and kept me out of it. But then I recently had an injury on my knee and broke my knee. And
Out.
then I woke up with my neck hurting because I have two ruptured discs. And I was like, God, I
Oh no.
cannot do this. This is the kind of pain that got me into my addiction in the first place. And then I had to stop and then give a little bit. I was sorry for myself because I remembered how I got into it. It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to. The intentions were right in the beginning, and then boom, I lost myself. So I started then going back to my old self 10 years ago and giving apologies to her within. Going, you know what? I was angered at you, but now I'm not so angered. I understand. Sometimes we need to go back to our childlike self and understand why we got here, the innocence that
Oh
was there
yeah.
before, and not be so fucking angry at ourselves for all the dirty skeletons you have in your closet.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
let them go, drop them down, because it's not your fault necessarily. You fucked up, you made mistakes, but sometimes we got here because we didn't mean
Yeah.
to. So stop and let's
It,
fix
it,
it because every day's a
I
new damn
was
day, you know?
I was listening to somebody here said that it's written in the book that God forgets things, like he specifically the bad things we're embarrassed about. It says abomination, whatever. Our abominations we've done. God is pleased to forget the bad things that we've done. I just mentioned that we got to drop things, because God wants to forget things that we've done. Because I didn't read that myself, but somebody said they read it. I bet I could. I bet I could find it. I believe. I believe it's in there. You know.
These things,
But yeah.
mistakes that we make along the way are actually by design in a way too and on purpose because the struggles and the things I've been through has made me come to the understandings that I have today. I
Yeah.
would not be able to stand in front of God and
That's
have
wisdom.
understanding, transparent, right, without all that information and knowledge. I had to
Yeah.
go through it and I'm still going to go through it. This is a roller
Yeah.
coaster learning lesson of life.
Well, you're
So,
talking about
yeah,
wisdom.
yeah,
Experience plus knowledge equals wisdom.
that's right.
Hold on,
And
I
it's
gotta
crazy.
take a
And then you
bong
start
rip.
realizing that the bad for you is good for you. You go, damn, how does that happen? Crazy.
I'm just trying to take a bong rip. I got more to say.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm in Indiana right now. I've been in states and places where I can do it legally. I'm in a place where it is
Cool.
absolutely illegal.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear
You
that.
can. Oh
Oh,
no,
it's
no.
legal
Me
here.
too. Me too. Me too. So yeah, puff puff. I wish you could pass. But
Oh yeah, me
well,
too.
maybe one day, sweetheart, we'll sit around a campfire and I definitely would
That'd be
say,
a
Smurf,
dream.
yeah,
That would be
right?
a dream.
Pass that shit.
I wish
Let's
we
talk
could
about
all
this.
have a big session. That'd be awesome.
You know what,
No,
Snacks?
I
Listen,
was
if
saying,
we were as high as him right now and we were ripping that bong, I think if we all just kept
oh
ripping it,
yeah,
we might be able to be in the same, at least close
ah,
to a little bit of the same page as
you're
Smurf right
hilarious.
now.
You're too
So,
funny.
eh, I feel
I'll
you,
never
Smurf,
be as high
honestly.
as the most high, but I'll
And you know what I'm going to
try.
tell you right now, Smurf? You've been nice, and I appreciate that throughout the years. You've been cool with everybody.
Well, thank you. I've been sober. I stopped. I'm proud of myself I did that. But I was trying to say, you know how you said the bad, you find out the bad is good. They tricked us they tricked us into thinking things that are bad for us are good for us. And one of the things that shocks me that I'm pleased to say this, but it offends everybody. I mean, nobody told us like, okay, they told us the opposite, but I'm pleased to tell people that actually sexuality is not good. I found out that if you think about it, if you really love yourself, if you really if you love yourself, You see, people want to feel good, and they want to be made whole again, and we live in a society where they glorified and they made it a really awesome. They made it like the most amazing. It's maybe the most fun thing for that moment. I mean, or whatever. But well, there's that one specific moment in the whole thing. But anyway, they made it out to be what life is all about, like the purpose of life. They even tell you is reproduction, but it's not. That's not the purpose of life. I was saying, we lost Stacy. I was just trying to say that I feel great since we lost Stacy. I was talking to her, but I was talking about how, anyway, I was on a roll saying, what did I say? But if you care about yourself more, people want to feel good. They want to, and so being made whole again. I'm just talking to anybody now. If anyone's still listening, uh, you know, I bet somebody's still listening. Well, anyway, I would say I think it's like being like a child again. Is what I'm trying to describe. In my personal experience, that's how I would try to describe that. You know, uh, I have, I don't know how, maybe even more curiosity, more, I don't know. Of course, energy, everything. I just try to completely remove sexuality from my mind, and that's an example of doing the opposite of what they say is good. They say it's good for you. Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's a special thing you do. When you're trying to either clone yourself or trying to craft a new individual person. Otherwise, you want to find a lot of other things to make best use of your time. Most things are better use of your time because um, outside of cloning yourself or creating a new human, outside of those two scenarios, you're just spilling your your brain fluids, cerebral fluid. You're just spilling your cerebral fluids, or giving them to a vampirist. And now they benefit from that, but only when it's properly ripened. Like like a fruit, you only eat a fruit after it's fully grown and then it's been harvested. When it's ripened, so now we charge up our stem cell things, whatever, and there a lot goes on. A whole lot. They'd have to. It takes time for those to develop, And reality is multi-layered and fractal. There's a whole world within you. Specifically, the symbols are described as it says, the kingdom of heaven is within you and also outside of you. If you realize that the kingdom of heaven is also within you, right? It's within you and outside of you. And anyway, so this fluid is very sacred fluid. It's your soul fluid, and if you retain, I just talking. I presume somebody out there might be listening. So this is a special fluid that you want to. Okay, they have conditioned us and trained us into glorifying the spill and sharing of this fluid and the spilling of it, the sharing of. Say it's the purpose of them. They say it's the purpose of all life forms, but these are the same people who have lied to us and said that evolution, they got that backwards, and they know because they're lying. And anyway, these liars, they told us evolution. We caught them lying about that. Well, that's backwards. So the reality is they're also lying about sexuality. What you really want to do is remember how you were before you became like electromagnetized to your other half. This, I believe this applies to both men and women. Women got the short end of the stick, literally. It's the same equipment, it's just super miniaturized. So that explains a lot in their behavior now, doesn't it? Anyway, so they got the short of the stick. Men and women both want to be made whole again, and their chakras want to jump into a full circuit. If we just don't care, if you just don't care about being made, if you just try to consider you are whole, like, even though you're not, even though you were sawed in half and have been divided, take this, you'll surely die. Even though that happened, yeah, you want to stop dividing. it doesn't seem like a good idea, is my opinion, unless you want to become a bunch of life forms. Weird. Anyway, I would suggest it's healthier to do nothing. If you do nothing, like, imagine how you were. This is how I do it. I imagine how I was. I literally just memories of when I was young, like when I was, before I, right before when I was very young, very before I became magnetized, like polarized, like that, whatever you describe, attracted to the other half. I imagine those. I think of, and those memories come to me too. It's a synergy. It comes back. I out of nowhere, I remember a bunch of random. Anyway, I feel. I'm talking about trying to be in the spirit of, trying to resonate and be in the spirit of being a child. And you want to be a child in your own body. You're just a boy trapped in a man's, or a girl trapped in a woman's. Whoever's listening, if anyone's listening, you're just a man trapped in a. I'm sorry, I misspoke now. Let me rephrase. Imagine you're just that little boy that you used to be. That's what you are, and you're trapped in an adult version of yourself, and you're immortal, and you live forever. And now these adults are funny. They're a doll. They're dull in the mind because they're spilling their brain fluids everywhere. And then they're haunted by demons. Unknown. They don't even know what the hell's going on. And so anyway, they run around being haunted by their creations. And they spill themselves, and those things continue to divide and split into a bunch of different things, whatever. And there's whole societies that have been spawned by people. Anyway, you were like the giants of old, relatively to the backyard, when you're stomping around in the backyard, and you don't want to. People, these fluids get absorbed and eaten by other life forms, and geometrically imprisoned in the plants and the plant cells and stuff. Weird. Anyway, I'm talking about fluid awareness being reshuffled, restructured, geometrically imprisoned and stuff. Weird, dude. What I'm trying to say is, all you gotta do is nothing. Just conquer your desire nothing. If you can desire nothing, you'll become like 3 times smarter. And then you could think, oh wow, I could use that increased intelligence to get what I desire. But you'll realize that by conquering your by desiring nothing, you have gained more than any, because good health is priceless. When you conquer your physical desires, what happens is you no longer spill that, you accumulate the soul fluid. You accumulate it and you recycle it, and you become a factory, a stem cell factory. And from the inside out, reversal of any possible disease you ever had. If your vision, what got blurry one day, it will become clear and sharpened again. All you must do is believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself is all you got to do. And dude, and so, okay, when you lust, there is a place for that. And I could describe an example, sure. But anyway, let me tell you what happens. I want to tell you what happens is, when you're lusting, it's like you're rusting. You're rusting the machinery. You're losing your sacred oils when you lust. Now, there's a place for that. Specifically, when a woman is lustfully desired to receive the seed, is how it's pulled into the egg. That's super summarized. But then that exact instant, you want to have the intention of giving to create somebody. That's a sacred thing. It's supposed to feel amazing. You just did a sacred creation thing. Now, to do this a lot, habitually, in an addictive way, is suicide and murder. You're murdering yourself, because there's only one of us that's divided into many of us. And the more that you lust, the more you shall divide. And then you have 2 options. One option is immortality of natural thing, immortality of natural whatever, and the other option you have is division. Immortality or division. You got 2 options. Now, with immortality, you will eventually have greater knowledge with time. The way immortality works is like a fractal resonance, like a spring from the inside out. It's just constantly, just like the Energizer Bunny. It's just like men and women both have the. Women bleed, but it's not the same thing. They're not bleeding the creative fluids. They're bleeding the actual blood, and that makes them unclean. And evil things drink blood directly. especially evil things, like especially elemental spiritual demons drink blood directly, but a lot of them are invisible. And but what theoretically, I'm not 100% sure about that. There's a biological explanation. I suspect there's these invisible elemental spirit. I'm not sure about that one, but definitely parasitically and fractally on a small microbial level. Even I don't believe in germ theory at all. No, it's the terrain that's being adjusted by these demons. But I'm trying to say in the they invert everything in the reversal of their inversion. What I'm trying to say is that these fluids are sacred. You want to hold on to them, and then to spill it is murder. You know, is what you're murdering yourself. You've already murdered yourself, mate. You divided yourself into the world of society of all that. Now we've been sawed in half initially. Uh, did we do it to ourselves? Did somebody else? I don't know. What anyway? Somehow we found ourselves in this terrarium, sawed in half, and all of the life forms are from this initial fluid, which is the same as salt, similar. That was I read somewhere is one molecule off from salt water, seawater. The cerebral fluid and the salt. You want to be the salt of the earth, the crystal. I am not Christian, but I'm Jewish. But I just share my opinion. What this all these stuff mean? I grew up in a suburban. I'm just like, what to make sense of this? Yeah, if you ask me, looking at this, I think what it's trying to say is do nothing. The key to immortality is nothing. And I have a method. The method I do is I imagine and try to resonate with memories of being a child. I try to resonate with the spirit of being a child is the key to nothing. Because when we became older, we wanted to be made whole again, and that natural is totally normal to want. Somebody did this to us, and it's a trick. I wonder if we're being digested in this known world. I wonder about, what if we're in the belly of a beast? Anyway, somehow we got cut in half, and in the process, everything. Eve is the mother of all living, so you could see that when I eat the mushroom, it's probably eating her brains as guess. I don't have any mushroom. If I did, I eat them. I would eat them. But that's my point. When you're smoking the marijuana, also I think resonates holographically with a more complex, like your brain before you divide it into a bunch of the world society is a bunch of people that were cut in half that keep splitting and dividing into all the various simpler life forms that are like space aliens. They're like little they're little tiny little simpler creatures that adapt to the environment of being expelled from a body. And now they do this from that's why there's so many various sort of bugs, insects and stuff, because a body left in a grave is the initial spawning of all these various things. And so that's why there's so many thousands of countless, there's many initial spawnings every time a body happens. There's a bunch of initial spawnings. And now that may or may not succeed or fail. They may, most of them probably fail to adapt. And so there's probably a series of fractalizations usually, but in some cases they adapt. And it's the reverse because evolution is backwards. It's in reverse. So anyway, if you fail to adapt, you end up getting eaten by something else that's adapted, has adapted, and then itself replicate, multiply. But reality is fluid, and this fluid awareness takes the shape of its geometry. And when when a man puts his fluid in a woman, she is like, I think the cathedral is what they use them for. She is the geometry. She is the country, like the shipyard. She's like when the woman provides the materials that are rearranged by the architect that it enters into the woman. He builds he builds a world within the woman, like a bubble. They call it a placenta. And the architect constructs for himself this with the materials provided from the shipyard, that is the woman. And now but in the a mixture happened here. Now it didn't have to happen. You could clone yourself. A man and a woman mix this together, but you can clone yourself. But initially there was one. It's best not to get stuck on man versus what. There was one, and it split into two, and we have to deal with that. And it's totally natural to be resistant to what I'm saying, because every part of your body wants to be made. Well, now there's a desire though. There's like a strong desire for your soul wants to complete its circuit and be made whole again. But you were cut in half, and there, you're just a geometry of a half a temple, and the other half doesn't exist because it just doesn't, because there's so many variations of geometries out there. You'd have to clone yourself to create a complete perfect other half that completely fully matched the contrast of your temple. You'd have to clone yourself for that to happen. But anyway, and probably I don't know exactly how. Anyway, you talking about chemistry, you get into there's an alchemical process to make you. It may require inbreed. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, never mind that. But you could possibly make a mostly perfect duplicate clone of yourself. That's the other opposite. But I'm really just saying. I guess we lost somebody. Well, I was just talking. I'm basically saying we're in a terrarium, and this fluid is being spilled and spawning a bunch of demons, and these demons take the form of bugs, and they're evil, and a lot of them are parasite. They want to get back in a body, and that's natural for them. If you were a parasite, you would want to get back in a body yourself. But thankfully, you're a man made in the image of God, and so you should realize how precious your soul is so precious, is sacred. What it is it allows for the spirit to be in your temple, for the awareness of the intellect, the infinite awareness, or I wanted to say the infinite intellect. I put the awareness above the awareness of the present now, and the ability to visualize and comprehend, curiosity and imagination. I put all that above the intellect. But well, I'm still trying to make sense of maybe that is I'm a bit confused. But whatever this is, you need your soul to interface with that. The brain does not create conscious. No, it's a geometry that is resonated fractally from the seed that you see from your soul. You generate the brain from the now, which is housed in the temple. The soul is you want to keep your soul in your temple. When they bait the master. That's, I think of that word's funny. But anyway, you want to stay in the temple, and where you accumulate and live forever. That's how you live forever. I'm being redundant, but I say to become born again is everlasting life. It's to take from the tree of life is within. These are symbols. All this stuff is amen. They say amen at the end of they're showing a visual of a man. Okay, so if I had to write it down, I would write amen. Amen. Look, the whole thing is somebody copied down visual symbols into a phonetic, which is today English. That's what basically. Now, all of the major languages split off of the initial language, but it's everything did, biologically speaking. Everything is like a schism from when they sawed Adam in half, and so anyway, you wrote the Bible. And you have amnesia because you have been divided into all of the people of Brahmin is what they call them in India. Basically, the point of what I'm saying is you kind of forgot that you wrote the Bible. But let me tell you, if you may remember now, I'm joking. That's the joke, is you don't remember. But look, that's how this works. Is life forms are being divided into simpler life forms. We were more complete, but we are like the most advanced thing on this plane, but we were more complete anyway. And I was saying, conquer that desire to be made complete, and then you'll feel great. Like, I feel really awesome. I feel like I got a cheat code. Like, man, I'm like a child. I always wished I was impatient. I wanted to grow. I wanted to be an adult. I wanted to have a car, drive around in a car, and not be micromanaged and told what to do. But people don't think like that, and once they actually become older, that they want, I could go to the store and buy a CD player. No, they don't think like that. Once somewhere along the way, they became lustful, which again reminds me of the word rust. They became rusting, and you know, I overheard somebody said something about like Hindus or something like some Buddhist dude or somebody uh somebody went up to him and said, "What's wrong with him? Why you look so sick?" "Oh, he's in love." He said, I feel very sorry for what I'm trying to say is, if you could live forever, do you think, why would they tell you when these same people are telling you there's thousands of millions, they've raised people generationally in front of this flickering box, and they tell you there's thousands of millions of people in the world. Maybe there are thousands of millions of people in the world. And these same people are probably living forever telling you that there's too many people, and they don't want you to know how. And they lie about all the numbers. It's all bullshit. They've been lying. Everything's fake. It has to be, because they lie about everything. So everything has to be a lie and scripted and fake, because that's how they maintain control of everything. And they pay. I would just imagine they're paying people off really well, but they raise people for generations on these lies, generations, like several of them. The television's been around for like, well, roughly a century now, or roughly, yeah, or wow, it's been rough around nearly a century of television. Well, anyway, yeah, that's a few generations. What, like 4 or 5 or or something like. My math is a bit rough, all over the place, but what I'm trying to say is they've tricked you. Because if you could live forever, do you think they'd let you know about that? Do you know how much more entertaining everything is when you conquer your desire? This is the desire to conquer, by the way. And then everything else is kind of like, uh, you imagine you're constantly rejuvenating all the time, constantly all the time from the inside out. So you don't have to worry about, good health is priceless. There are billionaires out there that would give out away their entire empire. They would give it all if they could have good health. And I would just say, do nothing. And they're like, what? They got amassed all this wealth to live forever. Like, no, no, no. The way to live forever is to literally do nothing. Is to, in your heart, you want to drop that desire to be made whole again. Embrace being a child. Think like that again, and then you'll live forever. And that's the great secret. They don't want you to know, and that's all you got to do. It's that easy. It's that easy. Now they glorify. It is maybe the most amazing feeling momentarily, or for a few moments, in the middle of what is also a lot of fun. They made that to be, maybe it is the most fun thing, but it's not the only thing. And now, when you're not doing that one thing, which, yeah, I could do that one thing. We all could. Well, a healthy person could do that one activity all day, every day, and just do that one. But then it would be killing you, though. That's the issue. Now, if you want to live forever, there's a whole world of other things out there worth doing. You could live forever, and you could jump out of airplanes. You could go travel the world and forever. You could just, you know, you could never have to care about medical disease or weird thing, like, or you could just, you got two options. It's called immortality or division. And even if you're not creating humans, you're creating something. Every single time that fluid is spilled from either a man or it's called the orgasm. When when that happens, you just sparked a new life form of some kind, and it's in some geometric. Now you got two options. Hey, I've just been talking to myself. We've got somebody awake has showed up and he's muted. If we could unmute the sunshine, that'd be cool. He just stumbled in here while I've been on a long. It's currently seven in the morning, something in the morning here, and it's another start of another beautiful day. It's always a beautiful morning somewhere in the world. You caught me just talking. I think lunatic probably passed out, fell asleep. You know, I think everybody probably fell asleep. I'm kind of sleepy. Sunshine is here. And I was just going on about how pretty much the key to, all this advanced now, the big secret to everything is just don't do anything. Yeah, I mean, to do nothing. If you do nothing, you're then able to do whatever you want to do. No, what I mean is think for yourself, or others people think for you. Like they glorify, they make people reactive to emotion, and they want you to go and be encouraged to go and divide yourself into a bunch of demons and whatever, or people or demons. And now, if you literally just embrace being child, oh hey, sunshine, I'm getting tired of talking. I've been talking for hours. I want to sit back and listen. I smoked so much weed. Hey, I'd like to hear you. I'd like somebody to unmute you. I've been talking for so many hours. I need to stop talking. But I'm currently talking in case anyone's bored, and because I do this a lot, I just listen all the time. So I was just talking for if anyone's listening for their entertainment's sake. But anyway, I've got to stop talking really because it's now sunrise and I'm in beautiful West by God, Virginia. I believe I'm something they describe like a night owl, but hey, I love to talk with you, man. Well, hold on, let me hang up. I hang up, okay? Have a great morning, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Have somebody leave. Lou's gonna be like, "Where the fuck am I?" when he wakes up, and then he'll hang up. Stacy, I'm sorry, honey. That's not music. Okay. All right, what you posted? That ain't music. Okay, honey. All right. Thank you.
What up, Boober?
What's up, Snack? How's it going, man?
What's up?
Said, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. You know, in the morning thing.
You got your coffee?
What's up?
You got your coffee?
Yeah, coffee and everything, man. Got my coffee, got my collagen. Got it all going on here. Yeah, collagen smells a little gross, though, actually. It's weird. Go figure.
Dude, I cannot believe that there was that whole thing yesterday with going in a straight line, you'll eventually curve around, dude.
So, all I really have to say on this subject is that, like, if you consider it not like a racetrack like your Indianapolis 500, right? And if you think about it more like it were, what are those things they make barrels out of? Like those two rings or whatever, you know? Yeah, they're like flat on the inside. You know what I'm talking about? Like a collar or something like that. It's still a circle, right?
Yeah.
Because we know barrels are whatever round. If you're in the inside of that, let's say, and you're like a little tiny micro machine or something like that, moving around the inside of a barrel, you can do circles all day long, and you cannot really turn. If you turn, you're fucked up basically. So that's just an interesting thing. Is just like wherever the down is going to change this answer.
Well, but like I was saying, if the wheel is locked, right, like in one direction, in one spot, it doesn't move right or left, right? And you take off on a road, all right?
Yeah.
You will eventually hit the edge of that road heading off the road if you don't make any adjustment to go around whatever curve, however slight or not. It may take you longer to like deviate off the road and veer off, right? But I think it would happen no matter how big it is, you would have to have some kind of variation of the wheel. It
Right.
can't be
And that,
locked.
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's that, and then there's sort of like this, like how long can you measure straight for? Like yardsticks, you know what I mean? Like just dead accurate straight, you know what I mean? Like there's a limit to how long we can do that for, it seems. Unless you're just laying down one ruler at a time.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. It definitely would be very difficult to make something
Also, like my impulse
straight.
is on this whole topic is not to actually answer it, but just to obfuscate it further. That's what I'm getting. That's what we should be doing. I don't know. It's kind of a silly. It's a silly like I don't know situation to even bring it up. I guess.
Well, no, it almost felt like that one argument, what was it, like a couple weeks ago, right? About how, I forget who it was, but they were saying that the path of light is straight, but it curves around the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't know. My feeling is that light is actually can never curve, right? It's going through whatever the molecules are doing. So from point to point, it's straight, but the cumulative effect is that it's going to curve the light cumulatively. But light only goes from point to point, straight, like a pin. That's what I think. I can't prove it.
Not until you can make it go around a corner.
I mean, if you had a mirror, you could do that. But no, we can't guide light. I don't. I just read some. I didn't actually read the article, so let's not go there. But it was something about them being able to control lasers through with sound and actually just terminate lasers with, I don't know, some lightsaber shit there for you.
Well, okay, so like Kosha was in here the other day arguing for like the speed of light, right? Um, and he mentioned that they do like the military has like laser tests that they do to like ping stuff, right? With lasers, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Um, so why doesn't the atmosphere and refraction have to be taken into account for that, right?
Okay.
And like so if you're measuring the speed of light, wouldn't the gases in the atmosphere, right? The nitrogen, the oxygen, the argon, and all that other shit that's like supposedly floating around us that we breathe, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, wouldn't that laser now be shooting through a medium, which would technically be slowing it down? So you could really never actually get like a full, like 100% accurate reading,
No,
right?
I mean that's that's why they have to go with the vacuum speed.
That you can never get to, right?
Since we can't make a perfect vacuum, then I guess we never could actually prove that, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but he was trying to say that, well, but we use it all the
If you
time.
have like a, I don't know, if you had like if I had a 99% vacuum and I was like, man, this speed of light's going pretty fast, you know what I mean? And then, but I'd always be wondering about that 1%. Like, what if it supercharges after this? I don't know. But we haven't gotten there, so we really don't know. Right. So it's probably just calculated to be like, oh, yeah, if we got rid of that last 1%, it would be going this fast. Because they have to, because that number is like consecrated or whatever. That speed of light number is ensconced in the Saturn moon equation thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be that the speed of light needs to be checked with the from the sun to the moons of Saturn. And if we don't have that right, then we don't have anything right. And that's why they make up that number so we have it all right. All right, all right, all right.
Numbers.
I don't want to encourage Smurf to start talking, but also I have to jump in the shower, so I could try pull Kosho, but I'm not gonna. Those days are behind me.
That's it.
Hey, I just wanted to say it was a pleasure talking with y'all earlier, and I'm gonna go back to listen. I think I'm gonna pass out. Is what I'm trying to say. But I love y'all. This place is awesome, and hope everybody's gonna have a great day today.
Thank you, Smurf.
Cool.
Same to you.
Thanks.
You go handle your stuff, man. I'm
Yeah, I'm
gonna
figure that.
that.
Yeah,
Later.
you could not talk here, or you could just talk to yourself, or you could play some
I mean,
solitaire. Oh
I can
no,
just talk to myself.
you got options, man. I'll be right back. Well, not
Alrighty.
right. You know, but in a reasonable time. It's like not too fast, not too. You know what I mean? Gotta do all the things.
All right,
Okay.
later.
Right. Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. All right, all right, all right.
Yo, have you guys ever been or heard of the intellectuals server?
What is it?
The intellectuals, they call themselves.
Never heard of it.
I don't know how the heck I subscribed to that place. I've had it for a while, so I decided to go on today. Let's just say they don't live up to their moniker.
You talking about the debate one? Is it a debate thing?
Well, it's a channel called the Intellectuals.
Yeah, but what do they do? Is it like a debate mostly thing?
Well, they were discussing when I went in. They were discussing fascism and this and that, and then somehow we got into. I brought up the James Webb Telescope, and I was telling them about cosmology. And some of them were like, "Yeah, I took this in university, blah blah blah." Bro, they had no clue about anything, like literally. They
Dude,
had no
nobody
clue.
knows this stuff. Nobody knows this stuff, dude, that we've
Yeah.
been into.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man. Not to blow smoke up our butt, but like genuinely, we have people with knowledge here that very few people have. Even the ones that think they're educated, not think, that say they're educated, university, they have no clue. We were talking time dilation, atomic clocks. They had no clue. Nothing. Like,
All right, Adam?
yeah.
Are you okay, sir?
Who are you talking to, Jeremy? Don't tell me you're working today. No, you couldn't be because I heard you properly, so you can be at work.
Nah. I know that's some bullshit, bro. No, I'm home. I was just talking to my kid. He was like freaking out. Yeah, dude. Heads have no idea about half of this shit. None of it.
For real, bro. I was like, I was astonished. Like, I was shocked.
I mean, we're like hyper specific on this whole topic, so like I'm not surprised.
Yeah, one guy was claiming he was in university and he was taking physics, and like, wow, man, they were trying. They were getting into time dilation, and I was telling him, okay, well, tell me, what's your thing? What's your proof? And they were just laughing, ha ha ha. What do you don't believe it? And I go, it's not that I don't. Just tell me, what is it? What's your? Yeah, they had
What's the
nothing.
proof of time dilation? This is physics, right? You should have some physical evidence to back it up with. What is it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was too funny.
Yo, because in school they just tell you things. You may do some labs and some little things and stuff, but for the most part, it's just them telling you things. Yo, the guy, my teacher, one of my science teachers had Foucault pendulum is proof Earth rotates on the board. I'm like, that's a fucking, let's say, affirmative consequent fallacy off the rip.
Yeah.
Why are you writing fallacies on the board? None of the Globers would even agree that that statement's even true. You can't prove things in science, so right off the jump, all the Globers here would say that that statement is wrong. So inherently, he's telling kids wrong things because science doesn't prove things, or that doesn't prove it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got this shit on the top.
Yeah. Yeah, and this place that I went to, there was like a lot of people in there. Well, this early in the morning, holy crap! Because I was like looking around, nobody was in anywhere, right? And I look at that, I go, "What is this server? It's been a while. Let me check it." I go there, and I see like dozens of people there. I go, "Okay, let me see how intellectual these people are. Maybe we can get a good convo." Holy crap! Nothing could be further from the truth.
It was brutal.
It was brutal, and they were combative, right? Like, what do you mean you don't believe in this? Telling him, look, dude, I mean, I'm explaining to you why it doesn't work. Why? Tell me why. I go, well, they found these baby galaxies in a place in the universe where they wouldn't be, where they can't be, and they're too big, and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, okay, but they're working on something to fix it, right? It's like, yeah, like that.
I mean, they'll fix it. It's a mathematical model. All you gotta do is work some math, tweak some math. You're not worried about like physical reality and what's going on. It's just all about the math.
Well, as a matter of fact, one guy did bring that up. And I told him, okay, how do you think his math is going to solve the problem of finding a toddler where a teenager should be?
Bro, they'll double the age of the universe. They'll cut it in half. They'll say it dilated, whatever, dude. You know, these guys stop at no.
I know, bro, but it makes me laugh to hear all this stuff. That's yeah.
Out of
Because
like
you know it's
normal people's
nonsense.
mouths. Yeah, out of like what are supposed to be like normal people. They're not like anti-flat earthers and shit over there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But you can spark that in someone the instant you start talking about it. I can go run up to some random person and almost instantly turn them into an anti-flat earther on the spot.
That was crazy, man. Well, as a matter of fact, during the conversation, one guy yelled out in the back, "The Earth is flat."
Hello.
Did he really? Did you? Hi.
I swear to God, bro. Yeah, I swear to God. One of them. I don't know who it was. Because I was telling them, you know, Einstein got his things wrong and time dilation, and I guess one of them must have picked off that he thought I was a flat earther, and he just yelled out, "The Earth is flat!" But nobody said anything after that. Yeah,
Maybe he was a flat earther.
yeah, maybe.
Well, did you like hint towards that or?
No, I never mentioned that. No.
Yeah, but did you measure like level being horizontal or anything?
Oh, they wouldn't let me get there. They were like fighting. They were combative. They were fighting the James Webb, and oh, you don't understand. And one day they'll find the. I go, look, it's appealing to the future
They already
fallacy.
found it. They already found it. What do you mean one day they'll find the thing? They already found the thing that fucking fucked your whole thing up.
What, the doubling of the universe?
The little baby galaxy things, and there was something else, wasn't there? They found.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
they
yeah, no,
found
but
that
they're
dark
saying
matter
that
is not. They found dark matter is not real.
that's right, the 5 sigma. Yeah, I told them about that too. Yeah.
CDM, the cold dark matter is not real.
Yep. Yep.
I don't know how you can't use a lambda CDM model with no CDM. What the fuck?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. We'll make chocolate milkshake, but we're not going to use chocolate. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a realization. Well, I knew it already, but it got reaffirmed that the stuff that we talk about, most people have no clue. Absolutely no idea. Not even the faintest. And we're talking about educated people. These people claim they were in universities. Some of them.
They're the intellectuals.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think this was one of the best universities you could go to right here. As far as like gaining knowledge, yeah, I don't have a degree and I can't go get a $200,000 a year job, but if you just wanted to gain information, this is the spot to do it at right here.
Yeah, absolutely. The stuff we talk about here, and then, well, some of us go and research. Yeah, absolutely. The knowledge that me myself has acquired, like in the past few years, it's just like unbelievable. Like I would have never thought possible that I would be into this kind of stuff I'm into now. Well, no, that's not really true. That's not really true, man. Because from young, I was like a tinkerer, you know. But let's just say I was always curious about stuff. But let's just say now with this flat Earth thing, well, that just brought a whole new level of research into the fold. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do
I
that
was
too. Like when I was a kid, I would take things apart. I wouldn't get them back together, but I could always take things apart. I wanted to see like what was going on.
Yeah, me too, bro. They used to hide things from me because they knew, like, he'll take it apart, but he won't put it back together. Actually, when I got introduced into this flat Earth business, I was researching time at the time. As funny as that sounds.
What do you mean you were researching time?
I was researching time, like what is time? I still have
Yeah.
no clue. Yeah, I still haven't figured it out. And that was like 30 years ago. I mean, I read all about it. I checked out all the different theories and ideas. Like, for example, there's the flow of time that's constant. Then there's the other concept of ticking, tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, I see, but I mean, wouldn't that be just a difference in like the quantification of time, like one being continuous and the ticks would be discrete, you know? But it still relates to the same thing, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, exactly. That's just the movement, the relationship of one period to the other. Correct. But still, the definition of time, I still haven't heard anybody give a sufficient explanation of what time is without using other things. Yeah.
I mean, I think this is a really interesting subject, and you can get pretty philosophical about it, right? But just from the common
Absolutely.
sense, yeah. But just from the common sense, I mean, maybe I haven't researched it like you, but just to answer it from the common sense perspective now, would be like time is kind of dictated by the movement of the heavens, right? By the celestial bodies, by the sun, the moon, the stars. You can really make patterns out of that, and in a way, this shows you the flow of time, right?
Yeah, as a matter of
So
fact, that's how humans have quantified time,
yeah,
by the
exactly.
movement
So
of the sun. Yeah.
yes, and so for example, if we kind of imagine that we are humans which don't really know a lot about astronomical cycles, after a few years, when we carefully start to observe the heavens, we will see the sun returning to its position it had like 365 days before. You know what I mean? Like the path of the sun, which returns back to a position after 365 days, which is always the same. And by that, we could like reverse engineer more quantification of time. Like from this 1 year, we can get shorter periods we can measure then as well. For example, we would observe the cycle of the moon, which is approximately 28 days. And by this 28 days, we will get a week of 7 days, which we can't, like we end up with a week of 7 days, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But you see, so far, what we've done is we've described time as a movement of an object. You realize that, right? We still haven't described time. We're just saying, and I'm agreeing with you, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying, so far we haven't defined time.
I see. Okay. But then it would be the time for me to say it's conceptual, right? It's just a measure
Yes.
between two things that happen, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. That's the shortest discussion I've ever had on time. Exactly that. Well done.
Yeah, but what
It's a
is this?
concept.
Why do you get a 7-day week out of the sun from the sun going around, or was that from the moon?
Not exactly from the sun. It is possible from the sun as well, but it's more obvious from the moon because of this 28 cycle approximately the moon has, And if we divided by 2, we got 14, and we divided by 2 again, we got 7, and we can't divide 7 anymore. So we end up with 7-day week,
No, I don't know. The moon is 27.3 days.
Yeah, the sidereal period, right? But the synodic period is 28.4, I think.
Either one doesn't give you 7 weeks or 7 days. You're left with a huge chunk, or you're either missing or left over with a huge chunk.
Not huge. 28 divided by 4 is 7.
Yeah, but it's not exactly 28. You said it's 28 point what?
0.4. You said a huge chunk. That's not a huge chunk. That's a
0.4. Every 28 days you have. Every 28 days you have 0.4 of a day left over. That doesn't fit. That's worse than a leap year.
Yeah, it does.
That's why they changed
if you mean that in accumulation you end up with a huge chunk, then yeah, sure. I thought you were saying that after a month you're left with a huge chunk.
You get an extra 0.4 days. Yeah, that's a huge chunk when we're dealing with it. We can't be 0.4 days off every 28 days.
That's why they changed the month of February every 4 years. Yeah. To account for that.
That's not related to the moon cycle.
To the day, how many days are the days, how many days in a year? If you go by that, they're off. How many months, how many days are in a month?
Yeah,
that's why in February. You guys know what I'm talking about, I think, right?
Are you talking about the leap year?
Yeah, Yeah.
No, the leap
Yeah,
year
But
is
but
not
that's
related
irrelevant. That
to the
still
moon
doesn't
cycle.
explain what time is, right? But still, we see how we're
Yeah,
veering off
we're
each time.
discussing
Yeah,
calendar here, not time. I agree. Like
exactly.
if you want to ask what time is and the answer is what's related to the sky, I don't think that's then talking about time. I think that's just talking about calendar and how we decided to count time, not what time actually is.
That's my
Like
point. Yeah,
if you never saw the sky, you could still, I mean, things still take time to happen. They might happen faster, they might happen slower. You can notice that. You don't have to see the sky. Obviously, time is not the skies. The sky is just
yeah.
how
So
we
what is
decided
it?
to.
What is it, Bacon?
I don't know. I don't know how to define it, but I mean, I have an idea. I have a concept of what time is, but it's hard to explain what time is. I know
Okay.
that when something takes longer, then there's more time there. When it's short, it takes less time. Okay, I can't use the word time to define time. But when something is quicker, then it takes less time.
Nobody can define time, bro. That's my whole point. Nobody can define time.
I'm not sure about that. I know I can't, but I won't just assume that if I can't, then no one else can.
Well, I
A lot
haven't
of
heard a
things.
sufficient explanation. Let's put it that way.
It's the succession of events, series of events that happen.
Well, but I can't. What if I have two events? Like, let's say I had three events. That there's a 1 minute gap between the first and the second, and the second and the third. But I can also have three events with 30-second gap between the first and the second and the third. In both
It's
cases,
the
I have three events, but the second took less time, right?
It's the cumulative series of events in the whole universe.
So events, a cumulative series of events. That's time.
It's progression of existence.
Oh, I
That's
like
another
that
good
one.
one.
Progression of existence is good.
And I'm stealing it from
Write
Xanax.
these
but
down.
you-
We're gonna see if we can get more definitions of time than we can mass.
It's Xanax. I think it's Xanax.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, time is definitely the rate in which something is happening.
You see, never defined it. We always have to use other things, right?
Oh, but all
Other
definitions have to use other things. You can't just define something without.
Well, you can point to
any
something.
idea.
I can say water and point to it, right? Water, right?
Oh, that's because we are talking about something tangible. Time is not tangible.
Exactly my whole point. Yeah.
But things that are tangible can still be untangible, can still be defined.
Yeah, but that's one less mark on them, right? If it's not tangible, it's like a concept, an idea. That's why you're having a hard time finding it.
Oh, it's not just an idea; it's a real thing. Like, time is real.
Is it?
Yeah, it's part of reality. It's a
Is it?
fundamental aspect of reality. Yeah.
It's like acceleration, right? Acceleration is not this thing you can touch and hold, but we can define it. It's real.
Yeah. Exactly.
I beg to differ. Well, for me personally, I don't think time is a thing. I think time is a man-made concept.
No,
And I haven't
no.
yet anybody to prove to me otherwise.
Even if all the humans died right now, time would still be going. Trees would still need time to grow. You know, baby lions would need time to turn into big ferocious male lions.
That's true. I mean, I think that's true. I haven't killed all humans to be sure, but
Why not, Bacon? Why not?
Lazy.
oh, why I haven't killed all humans?
Yes.
Just too busy.
Because you're not sure.
So you see, a plant needs time to grow, right?
Yes, of course.
No,
It doesn't happen instantly.
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It needs water and light.
Exactly.
And time.
Yeah.
Well, once you give. So
Go ahead, Bacon.
once you give water and light, does it grow instantly?
Nope.
So it
It needs
No,
time.
needs
Yeah.
time as
but
well.
yeah, but this is how reality is configured, right? If reality wouldn't progress, we would only see a screenshot image and nothing would happen, right? So this is not reality.
The progression of reality. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good one too. That's time right there.
But yes,
Yeah.
I know where you're coming from, Bacon. I was just being pedantic, you know.
Oh, no worry. When I kill all humans, I'll make no exceptions anyway.
Like you can't give the plant time. It just happens. You know what I mean? That's not something we could give it water. We could give it light. Give it nutrients. We can't give it time. That's just something that just is going to happen regardless.
Oh yeah, we can't. Yeah, we can't take time out of something or put it on something. It's just everywhere, and there's nothing to do about it.
Are you sure? Because this guy with fuzzy white hair says that you can dilate time.
Yeah, but you can't put time or take out time from a place. Like it's just everywhere, and there's nothing to do about it. What these guys are saying is that the rate of time is relative to some things. Like it's relative to the presence of mass, and also relative to how quickly you're moving. For example.
I like the idea though. I like we'll just get rid of time. I could grow instant marijuana, make instant wine, instant beer, all this
But you,
shit.
but you can't do
Now
What
nothing
you're
if
with
we
it
thinking.
because
speed it
that
up?
takes time.
Thinking with my
What if we
mind.
speed it up? Can we speed it up? Time
Or
is
you
a thing,
can
right?
you
Can we
can
speed
speed
it
up
up?
you can speed up relative to something else, according to our understanding of relativity.
No, according to one crackpot who came up with the idea that if you travel faster, you will age slower. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not
there
just
must be
one
some
guy.
base.
Sorry, go
There
ahead.
must be some baseline for time, right? Like, so the faster you go, the slower time goes. So the slower you go, so if you come to a complete standstill, that must be like the baseline for how slow. Sorry, for how fast time could go, right?
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
But
No, those are just
Well, no,
assumptions. I
no.
mean, what?
Well,
Why
kind
not?
of.
right. If you could stop yourself from moving 1,000,000 miles an hour, maybe you'd be able to stop time.
Like, if I could come to a complete standstill in the universe, that would be the fastest time could possibly go. And then when you start moving, it slows down from there, and that would be your baseline. The still when you're still.
Oh, not really. I think if you like as you go closer to um like a big body of mass, then everything else in the universe starts going faster. Oh no, that's the same thing. That's your time getting slower,
No,
right?
it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's you slow down. That's the claim.
Well, yeah, but that's the same thing as the rest of the universe going faster.
Well, if you want to look at it that way, but it's nonsense, right? Because this is what it claims. It claims this.
Oh,
It claims
oh,
if a rocket ship is traveling, let's say you have two brothers, right? Same age. They're both 20 years old. And you have you have a rocket ship. You send one brother out, and he travels near the speed of light, right?
mhm.
What the claim is, we all know the age difference, but what it means in reality, if we talk about the sun turning, right? That's how you guys refined it to movement. So that would mean, listen to this now, as he travels faster and faster, that means the sun is going to move like you're going to rotate around the sun in your fantasy model faster and faster. That would have
Hold on,
to indicate that.
hold on. I just thought of something. Going off what I said, by if you're standing still, that's when time's moving the fastest, and when you're moving, that's when time starts slowing down. Couldn't we use these atomic clocks to find out where in the universe, or where we have to be, or a position, or whatever, to be at that godlike reference frame where we're just still and not moving with the atomic clock?
That's not the time dilation is not relative to a God's frame. It's relative to other stuff. So if you see something moving really quickly, your experience of time relative to that thing is the same as the experience of that thing relative to you. Like if you switch observers between you and the other thing, you get the same experience. There's not one that is the actual moving one and the other one stationary. It's a relative thing. It's still relative. Like it doesn't give you this objective frame.
Yeah, we take two clocks, whichever one's moving slower, whichever one's moving faster, that's the spot that's more still, right?
No. Well, if you
Yes.
can watch both at the
Yes.
same time, if you can watch both clocks at the same time, like side by side, then for them to be ticking at different rates, then that would have to be that one is closer to, let's say, a big mass compared to the other one. But if they're moving relative to each other, then if you're following one clock, and you're going to see the other one ticking slower. But if you go to that one, you're going to see the first one ticking slower. It depends on which clock you're following. You can't see both at the same time. Like if they're moving, it depends on where you are and how you're moving relative to those two clocks.
I think you got it wrong, Bacon. The clock on Earth ticks at the same rate in reality, and the clock on the spaceship ticks slower. That's the story. But if you think of what I said, in order for that to happen, for the person on Earth to age faster, the opposite would have to happen. The clock here would have to tick faster. In other words, like you said, one slows, one faster. You can think of it the other way around. The clock on Earth would have to go much faster. In other words, not only that, the sun would have to, the Earth would have to revolve around the sun way faster for the brother on Earth to age. You understand? So if you're linking time with movement, you got to take that aspect into account, because the way we started counting time is by the movement of the sun. You get what I'm saying?
No, really. I'm trying to.
Well, think about it. In order for the brother on Earth to age faster, the time would have to go faster. That means that the Earth would have to go faster around the sun. The day would have to take shorter. It would have to go faster.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have the two twins separating, one see the other one slowing down, and vice versa. They both see each other slowing down. Initially, the experience is the same. Is how you pull them back together that will make one older than the other one.
No, but you're trying to make this a visual thing. But it's not merely a visual thing. If one brother ages faster, that's a physical thing. And you're trying to reduce it down to a visual aspect. One looks at it and the other. It's not one looks at it. The claim is one brother actually ages quicker. And he comes, the brother that's on the spaceship comes back and he finds his brother, which was 20 years old, is now 80 years old, and he's like 21 years old.
I'm back.
What do you mean you missed what I just said?
Yeah, I said, hang on, be right back. And then
I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
Sorry.
I'll repeat it quickly. In your model, the brother that leaves, there's two brothers. They're both 20 years old. The brother that leaves and travels fast out into space, his clock slows down. He ages slower. So the brother on Earth ages faster. Now, if you're going to link time to movement, which we did with the sun, right? That means that the brother on Earth, in order for him to age quicker, that means that the Earth would have to move around the sun quicker. Time would have to accelerate. You get the nonsense of this claim?
Well, that's only relative to him. It won't speed up relative to the twin that is still here. That's still gonna keep going, however it was going.
So how is he gonna age?
Then if you got it, SE, they should throw a third twin in there. They should do triplets, because if you were to take another triplet, right? You take the one, you keep them on Earth. You take the other one, you move them at near light speed. Then you take the third triplet, and you have him stand still. Like they say they were moving at 1.3 million miles an hour through space. You just put that guy on a spaceship and just have him stay still compared to all that.
Ooh, nice
And the
one.
one that's
Yeah.
staying
Yeah.
still, yeah, bro, the one that's staying still, he would age super fast.
Exactly. So we'll add a third, the triplet experiment. There you go. It's nonsense, bro. I mean, there's no physical way to explain this.
Well, you gotta try applying a space-time diagram, because if you want to go according to the theory and see what's happening with time as something moves, then you have these space-time diagrams, and if you can find a contradiction using those diagrams, then you can debunk relativity. But I don't think your thought experiments here would actually violate the time and space diagrams. I mean, there's a lot of people presenting supposed paradoxes, and once you apply these diagrams, it actually all fits out. And yeah, like there's a lot of smart people out there trying to find what you guys are trying to find here. I don't think this is going to be it.
Well, I just demolished your theory by just
I don't
claiming
think so.
a fact, claiming a small thing about the.
Well, let's
how
put
would the
let's
brother
put
age?
that.
Tell me, what mechanism would age the brother on Earth quicker?
Oh, it's well. Let me put it on a space, try to put it on a diagram. Like, I never tried these diagrams before. I'll see how they work, and I'll put your example into it. See if I can get you an answer. But these
Good
things
luck,
are not
bro.
intuitive, so the answers are never obvious. But it
There
is
is no
consistent.
answer. There is no answer to
Well,
this.
don't assume that before you.
Okay, good luck.
Try.
Try it. It's just my opinion. Give me the mechanism by which the brother ages on Earth, and we'll be good. No worries.
All right. Yeah, let me see. Let me get some video here. Explain how to use those diagrams.
Because if you tie time to movement, and we agreed that it was based on the movement of the sun, right? Then there's no way around it. The Earth would have to move around, like a day would have to shorten in order for the brother to age quicker. There's no way around that. Unless you want to decouple time to movement, which we agreed.
If more time
it's up to you.
If more time passed for the one on Earth and the one in space, then if the one in space was watching the Earth going around the sun, he would see the same amount of turns, but he would see no, he would just see it slower.
So how would he age quicker then? How would if the Earth?
Oh no, he would see it faster. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, he would see the Earth moving faster around the sun. Yeah,
he would have to, right? Okay, at least you're admitting that. Okay, yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, has anybody ever experienced? Has anybody ever experienced such a thing? I mean,
of course not. I mean, the question of whether or not we can experience this thing and whether or not this is a consistent idea are different things. Like, if you can show this idea is inconsistent, then it's definitely not true. But if you want to say that we don't have evidence for it, or this haven't been demonstrated, I think that's like a complete separate.
Well, I think I reduced the argument to absurdity. No, reductum ad absurdum. What's that thing called?
Well, you have to find a contradiction, not just
I just did.
like this sound nonsense.
I just did.
Saying this. No, I agree with you that he would see the Earth going faster around the sun if he aged quicker.
Right. So how could that be possible? Are you saying that is a possibility, that the sun, that the Earth could start moving faster and faster around the Earth if a spaceship takes off into space? We've launched things into space that are traveling quick now. Is the Earth moving like faster? I mean, do you not see the absurdity of the argument?
That's not that's not what the absurdity means in this case. Like when you say you did what do you call that? The reduction to
Reducto ad absurdum. I'm not sure if it fits
absurdity
exactly.
Absurdity in that case means a contradiction. Doesn't mean something that sounds absurd.
Yeah, well, it is absurd because you're claiming.
No, but it has to be a
one
contradiction.
brother. It's a big contradiction because you're claiming one brother is traveling faster, therefore aging, but the other brother doesn't. First you said he doesn't realize it because they look the same. Now you're saying he will after I put you to task. You're saying he would have to see the Earth traveling faster around the sun.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I mean, think of the implications of that statement. Do you actually think that if we send a rocket into space, which we do, we've sent twin brothers, right? Okay, they haven't traveled out, right? But they claim they went to the ISS. So do you think that if that spaceship continued going out into space, that somehow the Earth would start spinning faster in order for the brother on Earth to get older? You don't think that's an argument reduced to absurdity?
No, you have to point out you have to find a contradiction, not just saying this sounds absurd. I mean, if time is relative and relativity is true, then that would actually be correct. So, and we don't know whether or not it's true or not true. So that you can't just call that an absurd to say that the relativity is wrong.
Well, of course you can, because first of all, you have to prove it. It's just an idea.
Sure, as I said before. Sorry, as I said before, whether or not we have evidence for this is a separate question. Whether, like, you can say we don't have evidence for this way, I can give you that, and that's where we end this conversation. Or you can say there's a contradiction, and then you have to demonstrate a contradiction in it. Just saying we don't have evidence or we don't have proof of it, it's different than saying there's a contradiction in it. And your argument seemed to be that there's a contradiction in it, but actually what you're saying is this sounds absurd to me.
Well,
it only sounds an absurd.
It's a little bit of both. How's that? There's a contradiction and it's absurd to me.
But in this case, that would be the same thing. Having a contradiction is what the absurd reduct to. How do you say that? I gotta see how that's spelled.
Well, look, I understand what you're saying, right? We can get caught up in the definitions and terms, or we can go with what the actual thing says. And the actual thing says one brother ages slower than the other while traveling at a high speed or going to a strong gravitational field. And there's absolutely no evidence for it. And as a matter of fact, I just told you something that has to happen, which is absurd, meaning the Earth has to travel faster around the sun for one brother to get older. And you're telling me you don't see a contradiction, you don't see an absurdity there. So I don't know, where do we go from here?
It would be absurd if relativity is wrong. Like, you have to assume that relativity is wrong for that to be absurd, and then you conclude that relativity is wrong. So that's a bit of a circular argument. Because if relativity is correct, then that's not absurd.
If is a big question. If.
Yeah,
you're assuming,
so you can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't assume if it's correct or incorrect. So you
correct,
can't just call that an absurd.
I know, but correct can still be absurd.
Well, then it doesn't matter if it's absurd, then, because we're trying to determine if something is correct or not. Is relativity correct? Is relativity not correct? If we're saying absurd,
it's sort of independent, isn't it? So it's like not mutually exclusive that something can be correct and absurd at the same time. But I think SC's at least proved that it's absurd, and I don't know if you've proved it's correct.
Only absurd in the sense that it sounds absurd, because we don't assume relativity intuitively, so it does sound absurd. But that's because we by default don't think about relativity. We don't think about universe working with the bending of space-time. We just think as this objective time, and that's how we operate. We operate thinking of time as something objective. So relativity does sound absurd because we operate under this assumption, but this assumption is what's being challenged. And using this assumption to say it's absurd is a bit of circular reasoning, because, like, you're using the very thing that relativity is challenging to say the relativity is wrong. That's circular.
No, it's not circular. It's not circular at all. You have a
I
claim.
see clearly that it is.
You can see it that way, but I mean that's your prerogative, right? There's a claim on the table that somebody could age slower than another person, and the claim is due to speed and gravity. So far, I haven't seen anything that proves that. So to me, it's an absurd notion made by one man and picked up by the scientific community. I have yet to see any proof of it.
Okay, I'll try to inform myself better about the twin paradox if I can give you a better answer, because all I can give you now is to ask you to try to apply what relativity actually says using the diagrams. But probably people already did that. I'll see if I can get a better answer for you.
There's no diagram in the world that can explain the mechanism by which one brother ages. All you can
That
do is
actually
tell me
it's exactly what these
scientific
diagrams
mumbo
do.
jumbo. No, you did not.
No, I didn't
What's
say
the
I did.
mechanism?
I'm saying this. That's exactly what these diagrams do. So
Oh,
you
it's
have,
showing a mechanism? Okay, let's see the mechanism.
well, the mechanism is special relativity. So you have light as a constant, like the speed of light, not exactly the speed of photons. Just c, like the speed of information traveling is the same for every observer. That's the default. That's how we start in special relativity. And then you just derive all the consequences of that. And one of them is time dilation and all that. All the mechanism you need is c being the same for everybody. That's all you need.
So you think that you can explain the different aging of two brothers by explaining the speed of light? You think you're going to get away with that in a place like this, Bacon? Really?
Yeah, that's how special relativity was developed. You start with c being the same for everybody, and you end up with time dilation.
Well, you can start off with pixie dust and unicorn horns all you want, but you still haven't explained a mechanism by which one body ages quicker than the other. You can't just say
Well, okay,
relativity and the speed
yeah,
of light
sure,
and get away
sure.
with it. Like
Yeah,
how?
yeah.
How do you think the speed of light ages a brother quicker? How?
Okay, I'll explain you. So there's this classic example of the bouncing photon between two mirrors inside of a train. Have you ever heard it?
The bouncing mirror
No, you
photons
have two
in the train.
mirrors. Yeah, you have two
Are you
mirrors, and you haven't heard that one? That's like the most classic example of how.
Are you going to tell me how one viewer sees it relative to the other viewer? Is that what you're going to tell me now?
Yeah, so for that
So
photon to be bouncing between the mirrors at c for both observers, time have to be have to pass slower for one of them in the first one's perspective, and vice versa. Like, it works both ways. They both see each other slower, experiencing slower time.
So now you're saying they both appear older to each other? You're changing the thing now?
No, they both appear younger to each other. When you see the other one, you see the other one aging slower than you, and that experience is mutual.
So you're saying that it's a mutual experience. Not one is getting older and one is not one is slowing down in age and the other is not. You're saying both things are happening to both people now.
Yeah, the experience, as I said, the experience is mutual. That's actually how the whole twin paradox started.
So you're saying not one brother is actually getting older? And staying younger and the other one's getting older? You're saying it's just a visual effect now? It's not
No,
actually happening?
that's not what I'm saying. No, it is a relative thing. It is happening, but it's relative.
It's
So,
relative, like a cousin.
like a cousin? No,
Bro,
no,
what does relative mean here, bro? Like you're
it
just
means
saying
there's no
things, bro.
objective. It means there's no objective way to look at it. You gotta look at it from a certain observer's perspective, and depending on
So
which
it's just
observer you pick.
visual then. So it's just visual, is what you're saying. It's not actually one brother aging slower than the other. Is this what
No,
you're
it
trying
is
to say?
actual because the way you pull them back together will end up with one older than the other one.
So it is. So
Objectively,
one is
because
older
now
than
you
the other
have
one.
both in the same frame. So they're both in the same. There's no relative to one or the other if they're just together, and if they are not the same age, then this is not something apparent. But if you just have one moving relative to the other, so one is on a train, one is on the ground, then that within that scenario, the experience is mutual. If you want to pull them back together, the way you pull them back together, I think, determines which one's gonna have aged more. But I gotta look a little bit more into it. The way you're pulling them back together, that part is a bit complicated to me. I have to take a deeper look. But this is the whole thing about the twin paradox. When you talk about the twin paradox, there's a much stronger paradox that you're not using. Like you could have been making a stronger argument. What I'm presenting to you now is what the paradox is. You have both of them aging to each other. Both of them see the other one aging slower, right? And that's the twin paradox. How can one get older than the other one when they're together? If the experience was mutual, that's what the twin paradox is. And you gotta
Dude,
use
I don't
those.
know what you're talking about, but everybody
I know
knows.
that's the problem. You could.
Yeah, you
What I'm
have no
talking
clue
about.
what you're saying. You're just trying to make excuses. Listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. Listen.
Hold on, Essie. It doesn't matter if you pull the dudes back together or not. The twins. If you take the one twin, fly him straight out, he is now 20 years old and the other guy's 80. It doesn't matter if you ever bring them back together again.
No,
It's
that's
irrelevant.
and vice versa. No, like if you have only like two people and one is moving in space quickly compared to the other one, the one that sees that one moving is going to see them aging slower, but so is the one that is moving is going to see the first one aging slower. The experience is mutual because there is no objective frame. So A moving relative to B is exactly the same thing as B moving relative to A. So if it's the motion alone that's making them age slower, that experience have to be mutual. Otherwise, you're breaking relativity, and that's the twin paradox. Yes, that's the claim. That's the explanation.
Now, if you move near the speed of light, the guy won't age. He'll age like 5 minutes. The other guy's going to age 60 years. That's how it works. It's not direction dependent or anything like that.
It is because the guy that is moving near the speed of light, he feels himself aging. So he is aging in a regular speed in his frame. It's for the other one that he's aging slower.
Okay. So you're telling me if I move this guy straight out and don't bring him back, that they're the same age?
No, for one, the other one is younger. It doesn't matter which one you pick.
Okay, so if I move a guy straight out, I don't know, 1,000,000 miles or however many light years you need, and then I get a guy in between. I say, all right, guys, both people send me your pictures. I'm exactly in the middle of these guys. I say, okay, guys, send me your pictures. They're going to send me a picture of what they look like. One of them's going to be a 20-year-old because he was moving super fast near the speed of light. The other guy's picture, he wasn't moving that fast, so his picture is going to be older. He's going to be like an 80-year-old man. It doesn't matter if you bring them back or not. It's irrelevant.
Well, that depends on
I thought
when
we
they take the
straightened this
picture.
out a year ago.
No, let's try to take a full picture of what you're describing. So we have three people, right? Let me write this down. So let's say we have guy A, B, and C, right? So you're telling me, okay, who is traveling in what speed here?
Bacon. I thought we straightened this out like a year ago. I thought Kosho put you straight on this. It doesn't matter. You don't have to bring the guys back together. It's not direction dependent. It's a thing that happens when you go fast.
I understand, but that's still a relative thing.
You're all mixed up, dude. If you have the guy in the middle, like I just said, the two twins, they never come back together to meet. One just moves near the speed of light, and the other one's just sitting on Earth. You put a guy
What
in the
about the middle
middle.
one?
Yeah, you have a guy in the middle. It doesn't matter if he aged, didn't age. It's irrelevant how fast he got there or how we got there, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's just a guy in the middle somewhere. He was born on a planet in the middle there, and he's just going to be handling the pictures. They both email him the picture, so it both takes the same amount of time for him to get the picture at the speed of light.
Wait, hang on. 1 second.
Okay. You went on Devin. You don't have to bring the
So I'm
guys back together. All right. Yeah, so you got the guy in the middle. So
okay,
this one guy's been
1
traveling.
second. One second. Sorry. So the first guy is not moving, right? The second one is moving quickly. Oh, sorry, the third one is moving quickly, and then there is a second one in the middle. Is that one moving, or is that one just stationary like the first one?
Bro, there's a guy on Earth. There's a guy on
Mhm.
Earth. He's
Yeah.
just it's one of the twins. He's never left Earth. He's just chilling, living his life. When he was 20, his twin brother got on and went out straight out near the
Right.
speed of light for, I don't know, however long it takes. The guy
Well,
that
let's
went
say
out, the guy that went straight out near the speed of light, he's like 20 years old in 10 minutes now. The other guy has aged till he's 80. If you have a guy in the middle, it doesn't matter how he got there, when he got there, how fast it took him to get there. He's just an independent person, has nothing to do with it. All he's going to do is take the people's pictures and see what they look like. So you have 3 points. That guy's directly in the middle. They're both going to email him their pictures at the speed of light. You think they're both going to look the same, or is one going to look older?
well, when is he gonna take? When the guy that is moving, gonna decide that he's gonna send a picture?
He's going to go out at near the speed of light. Okay,
Yeah,
straight
at
away
some
from Earth.
point. Yeah, I understand that part. At
Yeah,
one
he's going
point,
to step somewhere. Somewhere he's going to stop. At some point, he's going to stop. He's going to be like, all right, I'm done traveling. He found some exoplanet or whatever bullshit you guys are on. He's going to set up shop. They're both going to email this person. The guy in the middle, he's going to send out emails. They're both going to get to the people at the same time. He's going to say, as soon as you get this, email me back your pictures. So they both email him at the same time. He gets their pictures at the same time because he's directly in the middle. What do the pictures look like? Are they both young guys, both old guys? Is one old? Is one young?
Okay, that's a fair question. Let me see if I can solve that out. Give me a couple minutes.
Well, I already know what your model says. One guy's going to be old because he's been moving near the speed of light, and the other guy's going to be young because he was just standing still, basically on Earth. Like the guy in the middle is going to get a picture of a 20-year-old,
Yeah, but
and a picture of an 80-year-old.
right. But also according to the same. Oh, hang on a second. Fuck.
It's amazing how you have to simplify it so much that he just doesn't get this part. It's amazing. That's your model, bro.
Like I thought we had this all cleared up a while ago. The twin, doesn't have to go back to the other twin. He has now aged less because he was moving fast.
Yeah, or
It's not.
a black hole traveling near a great attraction, a great gravitational attraction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not direction dependent. It doesn't matter if the twins ever go back and shake hands or hug or whatever. It's irrelevant. And there has to be a physical mechanism there that made that dude stop aging. I like where your head was at a minute ago. I see what's the physical mechanism that makes the telomeres or whatever the aging thing is. There needs to be some kind of physical mechanism that slowed it down.
Exactly, brother. That's what it's all about. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
I mean, Kosho, me and Bacon went through this a long time ago because a long time ago, Bacon thought that you had to bring the twins back together for this to be a thing, but you don't. It's I don't know where he got that from, but
Yeah, that's easily disproven because part of it is a gravitational field. So if you travel far out, you're near a gravitational field, you're aging slower. That's it. There's no need to be back together. That's nonsense. I mean, where does it say that? That has nothing to do with that.
yeah, I don't know where Bacon got that from. I don't think he's the first one that's said that though either. I'm not sure, but I don't know where them guys are getting that from. Maybe because that's what it says in the twin paradox. Like that's the example given. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they come back and meet, and the one's older. Like, well, yeah, cool. In that example, they came back and met, but you wouldn't need to. You wouldn't need to come back and meet. It's still going to happen, regardless if they ever see each other again. You could have the guy in the middle see them, and he'll be able to see one's 80, one's 20. If they're
Yeah, and
both the same age, if they're both the same age, time dilation doesn't work, and they both age
exactly.
at the same rate.
Yeah, he didn't realize what he was saying was canceling out his whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One brother, for the theory to be correct, has to age faster than the other. And that
Yeah,
happens
like the
within
guy.
the first 10 minutes or an hour as soon as he did. Yeah. And then, yeah.
Yeah, if the guy in the middle gets a picture of two 20-year-olds or two 80-year-olds, then the time dilation thing doesn't work. Like straight up.
Yeah. Yeah. So what we have here is theoretical mumbo jumbo brought about by one man
Oh,
called
yeah,
Einstein, and everybody
I
thought
sit
it.
right
That's
here. I
all.
got it. I get it. I'm washing our bed sheets. Why? They haven't been washed. I had my period. Or they're gonna have to be washed again right after.
Hot miking, Jeremy. Where's Bacon? Is Bacon still here? Oh, he's deafened. Okay, he's probably doing some research.
Yeah, bro. If you have the thing, if you have the guys, right? You have the two twins do that. The one moves straight out, don't come back, he just goes straight out. And then you got a guy in the middle, he gets both the pictures at the same exact time. And they're the same age. Like they're either both 20 or both 80 or whatever. Then no time dilation happened, and that fucks over Einstein. One of them would have to be different. They would have to be different because time dilation happened because the one was moving at near the speed of light. So time was moving slower for him. Just like straight up, bro. You know what I'm saying, Bacon? Where did you get the idea from that the guys had to come back and meet? Is it just because that's what happens in the Is it because that's the example given in the paradox? Is that why you think that? Like, I'm genuinely wondering, like, why you think that? Because I don't think you're the only person I've ever heard say that.
Is it that quiet in here?
What up, Snacks? What up?
It's like it's quiet when I just forget that I even have this on. You know what I mean? I'm walking around.
And you just forget you're in here right now.
Yeah, I'm like that's what happens. Like sometimes in my show get unmuted, and then you know what I mean. Next thing you hear me trying to engage in some kind of transaction, like buying bagels. Normal stuff I do. Anyway, yeah, little stillness here. I guess Andy's in here. Is he practicing stillness? There should be like some kind of penalty for serving coffee like too hot, too hot. You know what I mean? Like I should just be able to walk around like with a thermometer and be like, oh, you tried to serve me like 150-degree coffee, dude. Now it's time for the lawsuit. I'm about to clean up.
So, Bacon, what's up? Have you researched the time dilation thing? What's going on?
He's still on deafened.
Oh, he's still? Oh, shit.
I'm pretty sure that's why they got this idea in their head. Because I don't know if it's not direction dependent. You know what I mean? If I go, let's say Earth's a planet, and I go up from the North Pole, up from the South Pole, and then perpendicular from that, and both axes, to the left and right. If you're looking at it, just picture a circle. I go up, down, and left and right. You got 4 people. Like, it doesn't matter which way they went. It's all about how fast you're going.
Exactly. And you know what? If he knew the model correctly, like if I was a baller and somebody asked me for a mechanism, I think I could come up with one. But I'm not going to say it. Obviously, it could be disproven, even the thing I'm going to say, but there is something that they can come up with. I'll give them a hint that has something to do with the travel of the speed of light. Let's see if they can figure it out. Once you learn the model and you understand the model, you will find so many holes in it, like it becomes Swiss cheese. But all you have to do is just understand what it is that they're saying. Because what they do is they try to distort. They try to say, oh, you're straw manning this. No, we're not straw manning it. Your model claims when you travel near the speed of light, things age slower. That's your model. Now, whether you like it or not, that's what it is. So that means one brother gets older than the other. The one on Earth gets older. Now, what is the mechanism? That's where your model dies. What is the mechanism by which the brother on Earth ages quicker? You can't come up with a model because there isn't. There's no explanation. It's nonsense. So that's it. Your model dies right there. You're a baller, you disagree? Prove me wrong.
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Good morning.
What up?
I just had somebody ask me if I've heard about what's going on in Israel. That's like the 10th time in 24 hours. I'm still refusing to watch the news. Sounds like Benjamin Netanyahu needs me, though. I'm his top
Well,
guy.
that Iron Dome they got is fucking straight killing it, bro.
Yeah, but they need more than that. They need they need a guy to go down there, I think. My uncle says we're going to send U.S. troops to Israel, which is like kind of crazy.
Why would you do that? They have them in a box. They're like rats in a cage. The Israeli army can more than handle them. I mean, that's ridiculous, whoever said that.
Oh, he's in the army. That's why I'm saying just heads up. It's like not
That's
insider
even more
info.
ridiculous. Then tell him that's even more ridiculous if he's in the army. He should know better.
I agree. That's what I'm telling you guys. It's crazy stuff out there, dude. It's like, it's so crazy to see how just like one little short 24-hour news cycle has people like salivating to go to war. It's like, wow, that is quite a spell you're under.
Notice nobody wants to go to Ukraine, though. I wonder why.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. Don't even get me started on that. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, huh? Well, dude, we're winning there, right? We're on the steps of Moscow right now.
Yeah, could it be that they know they're going to face a real army if they go there, as opposed to Palestinian couple of men with turbans and a couple of rifles? Yeah, what a joke.
So the Iron Dome, does that like target rocks now too, or how's that working?
This is what happens when you cage people in a box. Imagine if you had to go from Manhattan to another district, like to go to school or go to the hospital, and there was checkpoints in between, like some streets in Manhattan. Once you leave Manhattan, imagine that every day, your daily routine. You cross the bridge, you get checked by a soldier, and he decides your fate of the day, whether you get to go to the hospital or not. Does anybody have any idea what conditions these people are living under? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're just going to have to trust that the American media is going to be honest and give us the truth, and we can make educated
Yeah.
decisions in between deodorant commercials. Yeah, but the next person that tells me that we need to like do more war, I'm gonna just offer to help pay for their ticket to Israel, send them right to the front lines.
Nah, never mind Israel, bro. Ukraine is where you want to send them, bro. Never mind Israel. Israel is a cakewalk.
Well, you tell
It's
them you're
like
sending them to
shooting
Israel, but
fish in a
send them to
barrel.
Saudi Arabia. I don't know. I don't know. War's so lame, dude. Ugh. I'm not saying I couldn't do war. I could do war, but I don't want to. It's just that sounds horrible.
But the point is, the warmongers, they want other people to go fight the war.
So
But
true,
they
dude.
never, yeah.
So true. Never want to do it themselves.
Always a bridesmaid.
Never a soldier.
What's a good nickname for a warmonger? You know, like there's a lot of good nicknames for people on the job site, you know, like Blister. They always show up when the work is done. ET, because they just want to go home. You know, we need to. Who wants to just like go to war or send other people to war? Got to come up with a good nickname. That always helps.
Yeah. How about an executive of a war firm? Or a lobbyist?
I was thinking maybe like call them like fire alarm, because they're like super loud, but they don't actually do anything to solve the problem. I don't know. I guess fire alarms are more useful than warmongers. Probably like not a good one.
Well, you got to find something fitting because they start the wars in order to sell the products. So,
Yeah, war is great for news. This is like people at CNN are probably so stoked. They're like, "Oh yeah, we can just run this for like a week, get people watching." Like,
well, yeah, they're the parasites that benefit from war. Yeah. But I'm talking the weapons maker, the people that make the weapons. Those are the ones that stir the pot.
very true, very true. Well, I'm not. I'm still not going to watch the news or really try to learn anything about this conflict.
Battle mod. Yeah, I like that, Linda. Battle mod. Creating the battles.
So I'm sure we're gonna have like a whole slew of people. Oh man, anti-Semitism is gonna get crazy right now. Holy smokes! I didn't even think about that. They're firing up. They're firing up their engines. They're gassing up the bikes for a race war. They're gonna have a big race.
Yeah, well, the other side has all they need now because they can make the story look. These animals, they're shelling us with rockets. How dare they? Right?
Yeah,
Well,
they're gonna demonize Palestinians and make us feel bad about something that's happening thousands of miles away that really doesn't affect us. Same old song and dance.
My friends.
We'll call them. I'm gonna call these warmongers. I'm gonna call them Beybladers. They just want to let it rip. They're just like, let it rip, dude. Let's just go to war. I'm like, easy, Beyblade. Put it away.
It's like I'm like me and maybe one other person know what Beyblades are.
I know, that's why it's so tight. Because it's like they're not even gonna know what you're gonna be like. What did you just call me, a Beyblade? I'm like, yeah, dude, you're a Beyblade.
I mean, like a babe, like people say in the UK. You mean? Nope, that's
No,
not what it means. I'm not going to tell you now.
you just want to let it rip. It's all good. There's a picture of Mel Gibson like stepping out of a car, super drunk, and he's like kind of like mid like sway, and he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. And somebody edited a Beyblade into the photo, and it looks like he's just like ripping a Beyblade. It looks so fun. I'm gonna see if I can find that.
I mean, that could be a whole new power source. I don't know why we thought, maybe we could switch over to Beyblade type based technology.
I found it. I found it so fast. Oh my god, dude, Snacks. This picture is so tight. Bam, dude. Tell me that's not the sickest picture you've ever seen.
All right, let me stop the car. Hold on. Let me pull
Oh,
over.
dude. Oh man. I would have DM'd it to you. You don't have to pull over, dude.
No, we're doing it. No, I'm in a parking lot. That's fine. Then touch the app. Then go over to here. Okay. That's good.
yeah.
That's all right. that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Was it like a preview for Beyblade the movie he's doing?
Yeah, Beyblade live action starring Mel Gibson. I think Mel Gibson could also play Yugi in the Yu-Gi-Oh live action movie. That would be pretty tight.
Hell yeah!
Or he could be the. Oh yeah,
he can tap my graveyard any day. You know what I'm
saying? Dude. But who gets to play Grandpa, dude? I think we should get who's the butler and from Batman? Michael Clayton? No. Michael Caine. Get Michael Caine to play the Grandpa. Be like, he's like, I'm trapped in the Shadow Realm.
Master Bruce, we're trapped here in the Shadow Realm.
You'll have to duel him. I'm trapped. You'll have to summon Exodia. The Forbidden. Man, I will say, conspiracy theorists and like flat earthers, we have the most fun. Like something happens in the news, everybody's freaked out, and we're just laughing. That's what an amazing thing.
Yeah, we're like, I already said that joke last year.
Yeah, we've been telling you for years. So true. Well, I just wanted to check in with everybody. I'm on my way to church and the gym. I'll be around later. So
You
y'all
gonna
have
pump
a.
some weights at church?
I'm gonna just. No, I'm gonna pump weights after church. I can't pump weights before church because then I like start falling asleep in church. It's not a good look.
What about like a church of muscle? You know what I mean? Like you could go there and then do both. Not kill two birds with one stone. Maybe you could do laundry while you're waiting. I don't know.
Yeah, call it the eightfold path. I don't know.
Oh,
All right. I got.
all right, buddy. Okay, get on your eightfold path. I'll talk to you later. Bye, bye,
All
bye,
right.
bye, bye, bye. I just paid $10 for a sandwich. I ate half of it. How about that? Save that bitch. Donate it to a homeless person. There are not enough homeless people around here, though. Look hard. That'd be fucked up, right? You try to like offer some person food, and you'd be like, "Hey, man, you seem like you're down on your luck." You know what I mean? They're like, "No, I'm fine. Like, I'm married. I got like a house." Feel like a jerk trying to be Captain Awesome. Anyway, talk to y'all later. I gotta blow this popsicle stand.
All right, Snacks. Good talk.
I do some jaw stretching before I blow this popsicle stand. I'll talk to you later, Jeremy. Have a good one.
On a side note, I did 290 in DoorDash this week. It's fucking awesome. Let's go. Killed it. It's my best week in a while. I'm just waiting on Bacon, trying to figure out this time dilation thing. It's pretty easy to understand. Like, you move fast, you age slower. You don't have to go back to the point you started at. It doesn't. That's not how it works.
Is anybody there?
Yep.
Nice. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How about you?
Oh, good. Just a little bit early for work, so I'm gonna get myself some decaf coffee and yeah, buy some time.
Yo.
Bacon, I just went and verified it. I was right. The twin doesn't have to come back to the.
Yeah, I did a bit of studying on space-time diagrams.
Yeah, I thought we cleared this up a long time ago.
I don't think we talked about this a long time ago.
Yeah, no, definitely. Me and you. Well, it might have been someone else. There's a couple people that actually think you need to go back to the twin. I think they got that just because the paradox.
I
Paradox
don't
has
think
them going back to each other.
I don't think that's a paradox, but as far as I've looked into it, the right way to tell what should happen under relativity is using these space-time diagrams, and I'm learning how to use them. And then if I can find a nice way to use them, like if I can verify that I know how to use them, then I'll start giving you some answers. I'll be able to tell you exactly what should happen according to relativity.
I already know what's going to happen. They're going to send their pictures of the guy in the middle, and one's going to be older, one's going to be younger.
Oh, it's
Time
more,
dilated
the
for the
whole
guy
thing
that
is
was moving.
complicated.
What's up?
I think it's more complicated than that. That might be what the end result, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what relativity tells you.
That's what relativity tells you. The guy moves. His time was moving slower, and he's aged less.
Yeah, but relativity also tells you that movement is relative. So moving relative to you should be the exact same thing as you moving relative to him. Relativity also says that. So those two things have to hold.
Yeah, but that's not how it works in reality. I know that's a problem with relativity because that's not how reality works.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's like it will be a problem for relativity if I can't solve that with space-time diagrams, which I think I can.
Well, we'll see. But I mean, in reality, like Zanuck likes to do that ground moving up thing when objects free fall. It's like, well, relativity could say that, but in reality, that's not what's happening. We can get a third party observer to see that that's not what's happening. We know, and there's things we know in reality that just because relativity says, well, you could think this thing's moving, or that's still, or this is moving. It doesn't matter what you can think of it as. It's what's actually. There's a thing called reality, Bacon. We live in it.
Mm-hmm.
And in relativity, you can just say whatever you want just because that's what you see. And it doesn't work. Reality doesn't work like that.
That's not true. It doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. There are multiple things you can say. It doesn't, but not everything. There are things.
Well, let me give you one example.
Oh, so just one sec. There are things that might be true or not depending on perspective, depending on which observer you're picking. But it doesn't mean you can say just everything. There are a lot of things that are false in every perspective.
Yeah, Bacon. Relativity says we could look at the sun as moving around us, or we could look at we're moving around the sun, or if you're driving in your car down the street, that the tree's coming toward you. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff relativity says you can say, but that doesn't mean that that's what's happening in reality. Look at what Zanuck's doing with the ground raising up when you drop an object. Relativity says you can say the ground's rising. But we know in reality that's not what's happening.
I understand what that claim means, and it still matches reality.
You said this ground raising up to hit free falling objects matches reality.
If you understand what that actually means, then yeah.
Yeah, it means the object's not moving. The object I drop not moving, and the ground's coming up to hit the object.
Yeah,
that's what's happening in reality. You think?
Yeah, in reference to space-time, that could be what's happening in reality. I don't know because I don't know if relativity is true, but it's a description that fits reality.
So that description fits reality. When we drop an object, the object's not actually moving. The ground is raising up to hit the object. That fits reality.
Yeah, but that's relative to space-time. Relative
Does
to
that fit
space-time,
reality?
it's reality.
Bacon, is that what's really happening in physical reality?
I don't know. But that notion that
You don't know?
that's what's happening relative to space-time fits. It matches the same thing as if it was the other way around.
Bacon, in reality, is the ground raising up to meet the object, or is the
I don't
object
know.
falling into the ground?
I don't know if
You don't
relativity is
know?
true.
You don't know?
I don't know if relativity is true.
Don't worry about relativity. In reality, is that what's really happening in reality?
I don't know. I don't know what is the true what's
Well,
the true physics underlying reality.
Yeah, but you think the globe is reality, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if we drop an object on antipodal to each other, and the ground's raising up in both the spots to hit the object, the globe would have to get bigger, right?
No, because space is shrinking towards the globe.
Okay, there's a distance. The gap needs to be filled with this distance from this object I let go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, either the object has to be moving towards the ground, or the ground has to be moving towards the object, or it needs to be a combination of both.
There's a third option.
Yeah, a combination of both is the third option.
No,
It's
no, it's
trichotomy.
not. No, there's another option.
Reverse dark energy.
No.
That's your only other third option.
It's a
that
bent
space is
reference
shrinking.
frame. There's a bent reference frame.
A
So
bent
your coordinates,
reference frame.
Yeah, so your coordinates are bending. Your reference frame is bending. That's what the space-time is. And within that frame, like the antipodal coordinates are increasing in distance nonstop.
Okay, so you have a ball. Bacon, you have a ball. You have two things antipodal either side of the ball. They need to get
I
closer
heard
to
that
the
many
ground.
times.
They need to get closer to the surface of the ball. Right? That's what's happening in reality. Three things can happen. Three things can happen in reality. The surface of the ball can get bigger and meet the objects. The objects can fall, or it can be a combination of both. There's no fourth option. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
Unless you
if you're
literally
not
pull out
willing
reverse.
if you're not willing to understand what the claim actually is, then there's no way you're gonna accept it.
Is the claim that it's reverse dark energy and the space is shrinking in
No,
between the
no,
two
I didn't
objects? Because that
say.
could be a fourth option, maybe.
I'm not sure how that relates to dark energy, but it is related to space shrinking.
That's reverse dark energy. Okay, so the space is just shrinking. Neither one of them are actually. So neither one of them are actually moving. The space is shrinking.
Space is
Because a
bent.
minute ago you had the surface moving up to hit the ball. Now you're saying it's not happening. It's just the space shrinking in between them.
Yeah, the space is bent towards the surface.
Yeah, so I let go of this object. Nothing moves. The space in between them shrinks.
Hmm? Yeah.
I drop an object.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I drop an object. The surface of the Earth doesn't move. My object doesn't move. The space shrinks in between them.
Yeah.
So nothing's actually moving. It's just space is shrinking.
Well, the surface
reverse
is,
dark
because
energy.
relative to the space, that is shrinking. The surface is moving.
So it's reverse dark. So the surface is moving towards the object.
Relative to the shrinking space, it is.
Relative to the shrinking space. Who's in the shrinking space so we can find that out?
Oh, just put a ruler on it, and you use your shrinking space as a ruler. The position of the Earth on the ruler is going to expand.
Okay, so I got something 1 foot above the. I got something 1 foot above the air. I'm gonna draw. 1 foot above the ground. I got the ruler there. The gap closes. Now what?
No, I'm saying you put one end of the ruler in one observer that is falling, and the other end of the ruler in the other observer that is falling. As they fall towards the Earth, the ruler is shrinking. The surface of the Earth on the ruler will move.
The ruler shrinks?
Yeah. Okay, let me draw that. That ruler represents space-time. I mean,
the Lorentz contraction?
Yes. Well,
So that's
it's a
an
Lorentz
action.
transformation.
No, you're saying it's shrinking, contracting, right?
Yeah, this space between the
Space is
two.
contracting.
Yeah. Let me draw
Yeah,
that.
Lorentz.
Will you look at it if I
Not
draw it?
Lorentz, some other contraction?
We will look at it. Well, I'm not sure actually. I know that when I was taking a look at the space-like diagrams, when you shift perspectives, that's called a Lorentz transformation. But let me do a drawing real quick. Can you look at the drawing if I do it? Because you often
I
don't look at
can't.
them.
I'm super busy. I can't right now.
Never
Figure it
mind.
out. Let me
I
know.
can't explain this without drawing. This is not a simple thing, and you're not making it easier.
Dude, it's pretty simple. There's an object. There's two objects. They're
It's
getting
not.
closer to each other.
Yeah, the setup is
Dude,
simple.
this is
Explanation is
super
not.
simple.
Yeah, the setup is super simple. My response is not. My response is not. And I need
Your response is this: the ground is moving, the object static, and the ground is moving to hit the object.
you missed one part of my what I said. That alone is not
Because of
true.
reverse dark energy. Because of reverse dark energy.
I don't know what that even means. But I'm talking
Dark
about
energy is space expanding. This is space contracting. So it's the reverse of dark energy.
I never saw anyone using that terminology to describe what you're saying.
Well, that's what you're saying is happening. Space is shrinking, right? The space itself is getting smaller.
Yeah.
Yes, and dark energy, the space itself is getting bigger.
Dark energy does that, right?
Dark energy makes space get bigger. This is the reverse of that. Space is getting smaller. This is reverse dark energy.
It's called gravity. Not dark energy does the opposite of gravity. The opposite of dark energy is just gravity. I'm not sure why you're calling it reverse dark energy. It's just gravity.
No, gravity bends space time and pulls things down into the well. This is not that. This is the Lorentz contraction.
No, it is because that bending space time that shrinks it is gravity. Is the presence of the Earth that does that.
Yeah, it makes things fall. It makes things fall into the center of the well, towards the surface of Earth. Like the object I drop, it makes the object fall. You know what that means? Drop, get closer to the ground, not the ground get closer to it.
I do need you to look at my drawing to understand. I just want to explain what the claim is. But if you can't look at it, then whenever you can, then we can continue that.
I sent it to me in the end.
Okay, let me do it again. Okay, I only got a minute and now I'm going for lunch. Can you see what I send you? Oh, okay, I'm gonna grab some lunch.
I mean, I don't know what Bacon is trying to explain. It sounds like reverse dark energy or Lorentz contraction or something, but if you have two objects and the gap between them is closing, like they're getting closer together and they eventually meet, something had to move. Unless you had space, like I said, unless you had reverse dark energy, the contraction of space, then there's three options. The object needs to move towards Earth, Earth needs to move towards the object, or it needs to be a combination of both. Or you can have this reverse dark energy thing where you have shrinking space, I guess, if that's what you want to say. It'd be tough to reconcile that, but okay. That's an option, I guess. What do you think, French cat? You drop an object. You got a rock in your hand. You drop it. Exactly what happens? In reality, like what is actually happening? Can you even say that at this point? A lot of these dudes are so messed up. They don't even know about this reality thing I speak of.
If you're asking me something I don't really know, I don't follow the conversation really. I'm playing a game, listening to music, and this is just like a semi-podcast for me. So I'm not
What
necessarily
game you playing?
Titanfall 2.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, they released it so
Shooter?
that it died almost at its launch.
Is it a shooter?
Yep.
No doubt. I used to be big on those Halo, Call of Duty,
This is basically
Half-Life.
like a revolutionary FPS which never really took off because they released it along Call of Duty.
That's tough. That's a tough release date, yeah. Yeah, Call of Duty. I was big on Call of Duties. SOCOM for the play. I've been playing first-person shooters since 56K modems. Even before the internet, bro. I mean, was it before? I was playing Bond on the GoldenEye on the 64, so I mean that kind of counted.
Yeah, you should try Titanfall if you like fast-paced shooters.
No, I ain't got no time for that now. I'm getting money, bro. I'm getting money, raising a family. It never ends, dude. I'm super busy. Super busy. No time for games. I haven't even been watching a lot of movies lately. I used to be a big
Gotcha.
movie buff. I was a huge movie buff. In fact, that was the only time anyone referred to me as buff. That was a joke. What country are you? Are you from France?
Poland.
Oh, Poland. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. Unless if they're lying about other numbers, they're saying that Poland's doing very well. It was one of the best European countries from the stats I saw. Like I said, unless they're lying about the stats, which is
Yeah,
absolutely feasible.
It seems like they're lying about the stats because, I mean, it's safe in here. There's no crime, almost. So as long as you have
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go on.
Speaking of the crime thing, could you envision a world where there's no locks?
Where there's no locks.
No locks.
Yeah.
No cars, houses, bank vault, nothing locks. Like we don't even make locks aren't even a thing anymore. Like we forgot about locks. You could envision that? Like as a reality in the future.
If humans were less I like to steal shit mindset, then yeah. I mean, here, majority of the people don't even lock their door.
That's what I'm saying. That's also Canada. I mean, I've seen a lot of shit in the Middle East where they're not locking shit up. I don't know how true that is or not, but like I think we are actually could be heading. I don't know though. We're actually not. I don't know. I think it's possible for humans to enter a world someday where somebody's gonna wake up and the locks aren't a thing. It's possible. We gotta get our fucking head straight.
A world without crime and war would be a good thing. There's actually another pointless war going on between Palestinians and Irans, I think.
Bro, they've been under war in that area for hundreds of years, bro. Probably thousands. The Gaza Strip. That's where that shit just broke out, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not really following it.
I just saw a couple TikToks on it. I mean, that whole area has been under war for millennia now, as far as the whole story goes.
I don't understand what they are trying to do because it said that they fight for their freedom and they're fighting the enemy, but if you want to be better than your enemy, don't do same shit as they did.
Yeah, if you want to get better, you know what you do? You do what the Emirates are doing, the people over in the Middle East, Dubai. I don't know who's doing that shit, but they got all that oil money. Instead of taking that money and buying tanks and jet fighters and shit and troops, right? That's a waste of money, bro. You ain't doing nothing. You know what they're doing? They're giving free education to all their people. They're building
Yeah,
cities and structures and shit, infrastructure. Like they're hooking it up.
that's what should be done everywhere. Don't waste
I
money for
know.
military because wars are pointless anyways.
They're getting busy over there.
That's like, what if humanity has actually done good shit? That's the Emirates.
A lot of my people think I'm nuts for this, but I think that line city that they're building is a great idea in theory. I absolutely love it. It's efficient. I'm all for efficiency, right? I want us to be as efficient as possible as humanity. Well, not as
I,
possible, but more efficient than we are now. We're just absolutely,
I think maybe the line isn't the best example of it, but like small cities in which you have everywhere close by, so you can remove all of the cars, so that you just walk. That would be decent idea actually.
That's how you do it in a line city. Everything's close. You just walk. There's a problem with no cars, though. You know what the problem with
Yeah,
no
but
cars is?
I think there's none problem with the cars because you can just walk.
All right, let me tell you the problem with the cars with having no cars. Garbage, right? You got garbage in places that needs to go to another place.
There's like, if there's a train in the middle, they could technically implement like a semi-train that it would be a garbage truck.
People are getting all the garbage by hand. Okay, let me tell you this. There was a thing where they did in New York City. I think it was Roosevelt Island. I can't really remember exactly what island it was. Little island off New York City, very small. They were like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna have foot traffic. We won't have any cars here." You have a problem with garbage. How do you get rid of the garbage? They did it with a pneumatic system. You know, the tubes with the air, and they shoot it like you go to the bank and you put your little money in the thing and it shoots up the thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I
The
know.
pneumatic tube system. That's how they tried doing the garbage there. It was a huge hassle, a lot of issues with it. But I mean, it is possible. I mean, you could also do it by having little go-kart thingies. You know what I mean? Maybe some. I'm sure there'll be some kind of electric thingies. No, I don't know. I do love the pneumatic tube system idea, which would be useful if everything was on a straight line. If your whole city's on a straight line, the pneumatic tube system isn't as crazy as if you're trying to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like all over the place. Like everyone just has a tube that shoots straight to the fucking thing. And the train or whatever, you got a train, the train can pick it up or whatever. Or you could just stop fucking. What you could do is just stop implementing planned obsolescence and reduce your garbage by a massive amount.
Technically, if the like 15-minute city or whatever will be implemented, you could maybe remove majority of the packaging, because you won't be storing most of your food at home because you can just walk every day to get what you need. So maybe that would reduce the amount of trash that would be going on.
Yeah, I do got to say, most of my trash comes from food.
Yeah, it's
A
the
lot of food
packaging,
trash.
like packaging, bottled water.
Exactly. How do you get rid of that packaging though? When I buy toilet paper, I just buy a roll of toilet paper. Like,
There's the recycled paper is usually like sold just freely, so you grab a few rolls and you get it. So that
no, but I'm saying I want my toilet paper. The shelves, see, it may be. I think it's different in the Middle East. Like their shit's clean. Over here, our shelves are filthy. Like I used to work in a supermarket,
Oh,
and all the products, like all the containers and all the shelves, they're filthy, like disgustingly filthy. It was gross. I used to have to touch there's a thing called blocking in a supermarket where you pull two items forward and you make it look like the shelf's full. After I do this, like there could be a whole bunch of bare spots and it'll look a mess. After I do this, you have like a picture perfect aisle of food. but my hands would be black afterwards, like absolutely black. It was disgusting.
Oh, here I think then the market's a bit different because in here crops are usually very clean. Apart
Yeah.
from like those small village ones, because they're usually not very clean, but those supermarkets, there's like a guy cleaning it 24/7.
Still, bro, we don't do that here. You need to have your stuff needs to be in a container. Like if I go buy pizza rolls or something or like
Cardboard.
a cake,
What do you think about cardboard then?
can't really put. There's grease. Some things have like grease and stuff, and if you have just them in cardboard, like cardboard will get all greasy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, packaging is a problem then. It's hard to get rid of it.
You could always do it. You could do it like they do cans and bottles where there's a nickel on them. I don't know if you guys do that in Poland, but over here, like a lot of like the water bottles and soda bottles and shit, they'll have a nickel recycling thing on them. So you could have some system like that where you have just a generic, like multiple generic size containers. Like this one's a pint, this one's a quart, this one's a friggin' gallon, whatever. And then those, like, they're all universal. So like all they got to do is wash them, sanitize them, and then you can put the fruit back in or whatever your pizza rolls, whatever you had in them. You just put it back in them and like put a piece of tape over it or something to seal it or some shit.
Yeah, that would be good.
A lot of them have like click handles. If you can just trust everyone down the line, I have Tupperware. I only buy there's like giant Tupperware bins that you want to put stuff inside the shed or something. You might have your memory box or whatever. There's big Tupperware bins you could buy. I only buy the ones where the handles there's like a clicking mechanism where there's like these foldable things on the side of the container, and then you put the top on it, and then these handles like lift over and click up over the lid. So it's like pretty solid. Like the lid's not going to just pop off.
Yeah, I have a few of those.
Yeah, I won't even buy the other one. If the handles don't click, I'm not even interested. But yeah, that could be a way, right? You would just have to wash those if you had like pints, quarts, gallons, whatever size containers. You just have like a a giant dishwasher thing where they just get
I think
get washed.
I think washing is way easier than recycling.
Oh yeah, but probably by a million times. Well, a lot of the shit they don't even recycle, dude. They just did a documentary. They sent 3 like giant fucking cubes of shit to be recycled, but they put a tracker in it to see where it went. Yo, I think they all went to just landfills. They all just ended up in the landfill.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's where the tracker was. It's just in the middle of a landfill. Recycling is not a good idea. Washing.
But you have to pay if you don't put the garbage in the right bin, but why does it even matter when it's not recycled anyways?
Yeah, some of the companies just aren't recycling it. They're like, it's not monetarily worth recycling. But isn't that if you had to just wash it, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be easier than having to like melt everything down and reform it and shit. Like it's got to be a ton of energy.
You could probably do something like it's done with beer bottles, like you get a bottle, and they're paying you for returning the bottle. So you pay a little bit, and yeah.
And then they just wash it. Yeah, over here it's a nickel. Maybe for something like that, you'd have everything be like 20 cents or whatever, a quarter. It doesn't matter what it is because you're always going to get your money back. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go to the store. You just bring those bins with you. You bring those little containers. You fill up your strawberry and your pizza rolls, and basically everything would come in a gigantic one of those Tupperware bins, right? So the farmer picks. Okay, here's how I envision it. The farmer picks the food. He puts it in one of these giant bins that goes right onto the grocery market shelf. Not even shelf, just floor. Just the grocery market floor. Just a giant bin of like pizza rolls or strawberries or pistachio nuts, whatever it is. There's just these giant bins all over the place. Maybe those would even have a couple different sizes. Like the watermelon bin's obviously gonna be bigger than the pistachio nut bin. But even those go back to that guy, to whoever the vendor is, and they get recycled. But then I come in with my little cups, my little containers. There's a little scoop system, just like the 80s. This reminds me of the 80s, what I'm saying. We used to do this. I mean, for the most part, not for everything, but But yeah, that would get rid of tons of garbage, dude. We have so many bags of garbage, and we're not throwing like a lot of it is just packaging. Like when we order something off Amazon and there's boxes, the kid just got a chair. We just ordered a chair off Amazon. It filled up the whole recycling bin and a whole trash bag just from one chair. They're bugging. There's no way. There's no way we can keep this up. And the chair is built with planned obsolescence. That shit's only probably gonna last a year or two, maybe 3 years. You know what I'm saying? It's designed to break, so you got to buy another chair,
Yeah.
which is stupid. That's the worst thing we can do. Everyone's worried about global warming, and we're running around doing this planned obsolescence thing. Are we idiots, or like what's going on?
The companies want money, and they're selling the. You gotta be green. They don't care really.
Yeah, it's all about money. That's the problem with capitalism. You run into this planned obsolescence thing, and now we're only worried about money. Don't worry if we're destroying Earth. It's fine. Just get money.
Yeah, but I think it's the case with everything now. The things from like 80s and 70s didn't break. I still have a few things that my grandfather bought, and they still work. His car is from like 40 years ago, and it still works like a dream.
I know they've been progressively getting worse with it. Yes, things that were built a long time ago are still functional to this day. But I mean, nowadays things just aren't getting built like that anymore. You know what I mean? You never hear that phrase. They don't build them like that anymore.
Yeah.
That's like because the companies realize if we want to win at this capitalism thing, we have to make this shit to where it fucking falls apart. When they do stress tests for products, they're not making sure it lasts long enough. They're making sure it breaks quick enough.
Yeah.
You know, and they can justify this by saying, well, we want to save money and make this product as cheap as possible so we can give it to you as cheap as possible, and it all looks justified at face value. So yeah, light bulbs, they got a light bulb that's over 100 years old right now in a firehouse somewhere in America. Like they just don't make them like that no more. That was actually a thing. You ever see the light bulb conspiracy?
Yeah, but
on YouTube?
the one that they never turned off and it still works. Yeah.
It was a printer. That one of them was a printer. One was a light bulb. I forget what else it was, but what were you gonna say? Were you gonna say something?
No.
That's neat though that you could envision a society. A lot of Globers can't even think of that. Like that's crazy. That seems too far fetched to get rid of locks. It's possible though. Could be possible. A world with no locks. That's how you know you've reached the pinnacle of humanity. Pretty much. That shit would go down in the books. You know, 2094 last lock was produced. They keep track of shit like that. They got we know when the last VCR got made. They're not making VCRs anymore. I mean, that sounds like a beautiful place to live, right? Where there's no locks. What? Maybe the bathroom doors? Would you still want to lock on the bathroom door, though? Maybe. See, maybe you can't get rid of locks. When are you not going to need to lock the bathroom door? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe if you have a giant restroom and there's stalls and stuff, you'd still want to lock that door, though.
Yeah, it's privacy.
Maybe you can't get rid of locks. Maybe you can't get rid of locks. Okay, except for bathrooms. You get rid of all locks.
Except for things that require privacy.
Bathrooms and fitting rooms. Yeah, require privacy. Where you're naked, basically. Anywhere you're naked. Well, I'm gonna still need a lock on my bedroom door. There's mad locks. We're still building mad locks, bro. There's never gonna be a time where we don't need locks. Damn, Kosho was right. What's up? Oh, he left. Steel City, hardcore Glover. What's up, Pete? This is your time to shine, Pete. The floor is yours. All right, what is it? Sleepy Sunday over here?
Hi.
What's up? What up? How we doing?
Hi. Doing good. And you?
Good, good. Everything's good.
Yeah. I come because there is a dodo. It is asking to unmute. I don't know if you keep it mute on purpose or just don't see it.
What's up? What up? No doubt.
Oh, alright. Yeah.
All right, so let's take it easy, Pete. Let's take it easy, though. What do you
Okay,
say, kiddo?
I will. Thank you, and thank you for my friend here. Just reminding you. Thank you. I will indeed. I'll hang back if you want to bring up a different topic, my friend. I don't think we've spoken before. The man from France, but thank
Yeah.
you for coming in. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I would like to discuss this topic. I don't care. I mean, it's a nice topic. What you want
okay,
to say about
okay. First of all, I'll say
Aristarchus.
bonjour, bonjour. La bête from my memory is a dream. Is that life is but a dream? Or do you know in French? Well, of course you know this. Dodo is to sleep, right? So to sleep,
Yeah.
perchance to dream. Very nice to meet you, my friend. And well, if we want to talk about this particular topic, it's coming from a man in this forum who I only met very, very briefly. This very well, I posted the video above. Mount Fuji is seen from Morro Rock, California, 5,375 miles. Impossible on the globe. September 22nd, 2022, world record. So, yeah. The idea is it's only 22 seconds long. Coming from a member in this forum. If he's here, I'd love him to join. But I brought this up over in the Ball Earthers channel, Gem Pandas, to Jeremy. And they're all about calling out fakery. It's obviously an extraordinary claim. If the video is fake, I wanted to know. It got the all clear. That's not to say it is not what do you call it, fiddled with in some way, but it is to say that at least superficially, anyway, fakery is not suspected. So now we must deal with the silhouette that has been cast and the claim itself. And as you saw, I put known very little about this. I looked
Yeah, are you
around
talking about
footage, put it
Canigo?
side by side. Put it side by
Talking about
side,
Canigo?
and then it's very similar to Mount Canigo. That's what I would get onto, Jeremy.
Oh, it's a different one though.
It's from Mount Morro Rock in California to Japan, 5,000 miles.
How many?
5,000 miles, bud.
Yeah.
Get the
It's
fuck
not like
out of here, Pete.
Honestly, I
Really?
know that. Yes. Posted the
No
video. Let me
fucking
post
way.
it again.
Do you know how
It's coming
angularly how
from.
small it would be over that distance?
Yes, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If we accept that the video is genuine, now we have to fucking explain it, and I think I have an explanation. But yes, I get your objection. I just posted a video again. It's 22, all the 22s, 22 seconds long. September 22nd on 2022. So yes, if the video is, this is my declaration. If that video is genuine and deemed to be genuine, that's Mount Fiji. Now we got to explain how it's fucking 5,000 miles away.
Okay, just with the perspective math of its angular size or whatever, I
Yeah,
don't know if it would even be physically possible to see it.
Yeah,
Right.
the only way is lensing effect, like I don't know how to the word.
Magnification.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I like that. I actually like magnification because I think that's how things are setting due to the magnification. Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah, when you see the moon setting, you can clearly see it's huge, like bigger than when it's upper in the sky. I don't
Well,
know
they
if.
say the angular size stays the same though when that happens. They say that's just an optical effect.
Yeah, but even in on a globe or on a flat Earth, it's not. It's obvious the angular size is growing because of some optical effect. So there is some magnification occurring. And
No, but
as
the globers say that its angular size is not changing. They say they measured it and it's not changing.
it's
Forget
yeah,
that.
okay,
Forget that for a
but
minute, please.
it's obvious the angular size is bigger on your A. You know, you see it's
No,
bigger. No.
no. They say the angular size. Do you have measurements of it changing, or because that would be neat?
No, it's half a degree all the time, but when it's close to the horizon, you can actually compare it to something. Like, it's when it's in the sky, you just have sky to compare it to, and when it's close to a tree,
Yeah.
you can compare it visually. That's why it appears bigger, but its actual
Okay.
angular size stays at half degree.
Okay.
Stays the
So
same.
why-
Yeah.
One second.
why
One
when
second.
I-
We're getting lost in the woods here. We're getting lost in the woods here. Forget about this for a second. If the video is genuine, then it's clear that we're seeing some sort of representation of Mount Fuji, which is what the claim is, right? Now, forgetting about the mathematics, angular size, because mathematics ballers just can't explain the black swan or Dr. John Dee from the
All right,
Alien to France.
Pete.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't know what you think's happening here. Let's just carry on with this moon thing real quick. We're gonna get back to that. Don't worry. I like this. We're gonna get back to it, but we need to.
Okay.
All right,
Go
maybe the
ahead.
moon thing was a derail. I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, Jeremy, why don't you just stay back for a second? Why are you unmuting
All right,
me
and
and
go
not
ahead.
giving me the floor?
All right, my bad, Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
It's fine. Listen, let's approach this in an investigative manner. Forget about what the bowlers said. The bowlers will say that the black swan is impossible. You know what I'm saying? The bowlers will say that Mount Canigou is some sort of extraordinary effect in the atmosphere. We're flat earthers here. So if it's a genuine capture, we have to try now go about explaining why it is capturing at this particular time in this particular spot something that's seemingly 5,000 miles away. This is all we have to do really if you accept the thing is genuine and you accept it has to be Mount Fuji because it's an
I
exact
don't think it's
silhouette
Mount
of it.
Fuji though. I don't
It's an
think that's
exact
Mount
silhouette
Fuji.
of it, bud. I
I haven't
posted
even
it
seen the
again side by
video.
side.
Video unseen. I don't think
Well,
it's
look,
Mount Fuji.
Well, but even if it is, okay, well,
just
hold on.
posted that.
Oh
Posted
boy.
that. One
What's up,
second, Jeremy. I
Barnbar?
just posted my
What?
side by side. And one second.
Okay.
Let me speak on this because the man who made the video is a member of this forum and he hasn't spoken up at all. There's a side by side. Look at it. It's almost identical. It's almost too weird. It's almost what, and he's claiming it. And you're over open ocean, over a flat Earth. This is a very particular circumstance. Remember, a day later or a day earlier, that sun will not
Oh
be up
wow.
against the
That
top of the
does.
mountain.
That's pretty close. I don't know though. It looks more steep.
Well,
Like the
I mean,
right side, the
Yes,
right
but it's
picture looks way
5,000
more
miles
steep.
away.
it could be an angle thing.
5,000
Maybe from a
miles
different
away.
angle, you see more. Maybe it appears more steeper or something.
Could
So
get scrunchy from the atmosphere.
But let's allow some.
It's
So
that
let's allow some
scrunchiness
leeway
Lemon used to
here.
talk about.
Let's allow
Okay.
some
Oh,
leeway
I bet
here.
you.
It's of course it's not a replica of it because there's a different perspective. But come on, man.
Lemon used to
Look
wear
at the
scrunchies.
look at the overall sort of silhouette. Look at the overall presentation. And listen, I'm not taking any sides here. I just find this fascinating. This is absolutely fucking fascinating. Do I believe it's possible? I
Oh really?
absolutely
You're
do.
totally unbiased? You're totally unbiased with this
Well,
beat?
yes, because I asked the question over in Gem Pandas right before I made any my own declarations. I said, "Is that video genuine?" And you know the quality.
Okay.
You know the quality of the minds over there, Jeremy. If there's anything fake about it, they'll call it out immediately. So the minute they declared it fake, I declared it has to be some representation of a Mount Fuji. Then,
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
because
but
yeah, my side by side.
go ahead, Umber.
well,
So
I
it's
was
not a
saying.
shake plane. Gotcha.
Well, I was saying that I feel like I see like an issue with it. Like for one, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is a reason for why it appears this way, but it appears transparent. Do you not see in the image? You have a little bit of the mountain that's off. Do you see that? It's like a darker part, and it's like it appears like the sun is
Yeah,
behind
I do
like
see
a
it.
transparent mountain
I
or
do see
something.
it. I
Like
do
that.
see it indeed.
Yeah, to me that strikes, and I could be wrong about this. I'm just saying, to me that feels like someone is sort of taking a transparent mountain, right, in a video editor, you know, and then they're like literally fading it in and then fading it back out. Like it looks like it's just a cropped out
Right.
like image
Oh
with no
my
layer.
gosh.
That's what I thought as well. I was
Well,
sure it
what do you mean?
was
Oh my god!
absolutely fake.
Why
I
why
was
oh
sure
my
it was
god for?
absolutely fake.
Because I'm going against the
One
flat Earth.
second,
Is that
bud.
what it is?
One second.
Yeah, I guess it's got to be digital.
One second, though. I
but I'm
was
being
saying.
serious.
One second, bud.
Okay.
No, it's
Hey,
CGI.
take it easy, man.
Hold on. Snacks is a good cameraman. Snacks, what do you think of this right here? Does this
Go ahead,
reek of
Snacks.
fakery,
Go
or
ahead,
does
man.
this
It could look like
somewhat?
that. It's the picture you get. It could look like whatever it is. There you go.
It could be real. You're saying, Snacks?
Or somebody falsified it. I mean, I don't know, man.
Here, I'll post my picture.
I
Yeah,
agree.
but okay, thank you, Snacks. That's why I brought it over to Gem Panda's channel, or not brought it over there, you know, as a member there. But I said, look, is the video real? They analyzed it. Yes, it's a real video. So now let's take it from there.
No, they're not
okay,
the arbiters of truth, though.
They're the arbiters of your
but they're
truth.
your crew.
That's not how that
They're your
works.
truth. Yeah.
I was wondering, Armatter, it's your crew, though. So we could at least
That's
proceed
your
on the
boys.
basis that it is genuine. Yeah.
What? No,
That's your boys,
hold on,
Armor.
No, they're not my boys. First off, all right. I don't even talk to those people. All right. Second off, they're not the arbiters of truth. All right. I'm literally. We have to first establish, right, at this point now, the fact that I'm pointing out this weird, you know, anomaly in this footage. We have to now establish if this is even real or not, because you see it yourself. All right. The mountain appears transparent. All right. Why does it appear that way?
Just say arbiters of truth.
Arbiter, not the arbiters, not the arbiters.
I thought you were saying your own name.
I'm the arbiter of truth. All right, I'm the armator.
Settle down, Armando. Now, Snacks. What do we?
The armbar of truth. There you go. Okay, go on.
I mean, it looks cloudy. It looks a little opaque. The image you're saying?
What, me? I'm saying the mountain literally. Look at my image that I just sent. I literally drew an outline of the mountain in blue.
Yeah, so your Microsoft Paint. Yeah.
Well, that's actually his GIMP, but yeah, you see that.
I'll take a closer look when I'm not driving. I'll take
Just possible.
All right, Snacks is gonna get a.
Get the original video.
Here, Armadillo, take it easy for a moment. This is not for
Hold on, Pete. Pete, settle down, Pete. Relax. You got us rolling here now. I got this. We're gonna get right to you. Let model.
Go ahead.
Model, then Pete. Go ahead, model.
Yeah. Okay. First, just get the original uploaded video. So there is no text on the colors. There is better colors on the video to analyze it. So I agree with the transparent things is odd, but I don't see any obvious editing things in the video.
Excellent.
I take the, if I must bet, I will take the part that it could be fake, but I agree with Dodo. It could be interesting to just explain things, because there is only one thing I found out odd is the blue outline. You see the mountain even without the sun behind. So I found that, but I want to understand what Dodo, what's the point of Dodo on the video. So if you can explain if it's real, how it can be possible.
Adam, you good? What's up, bud?
Okay, well, I was trying to go ahead. I was trying to get at it. Then Armadillo came in, and then Snacks.
Jeremy, hot mic.
I want to hear from Snacks. I want to hear from people if it's fake or real. But
Just
then
saying,
just make the declaration, and we'll continue. Go ahead. Yeah, because they're anomalies and we can't explain, they don't look normal to us. That the video in general is real, but then we'd have to try and explain these anomalies. That's where we lose Armadillo. We probably lose most flat earthers as well, because it's an impossibility. You can see 5,000 miles to a target across a flat plane of water under maybe ideal circumstances at a very, 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 very particular time of year. So curious this now. Let's continue on as if to answer bet. My bet noir. Yeah, just let's take it as if it's real. How can we then explain it? And this is where I'm going to bring in Ranty's Barrow and Furnace to Blackpool, or Blackpool to Barrow and Furnace, about 18 miles or something. a black swan about 10 miles or whatever and beyond to the horizon, and also Dr. John Dee about 20 miles from the coast of England to the coast of France. And the thing that they all had in common is that they were down low. They were down very low to the water. They were within a foot of the water surface on a very calm day. So this will what do you call it, go somewhat towards the explanation. Should we accept the video as being real, and this being some sort of a silhouette of, well, Mount Fuji, 5,000 miles away. That's mad.
Okay, yeah, fine. Let's assume for a second this is a legit video, right? I guess what we should do first is actually figure out what, the direction. I mean, if it's true that this is Mount Fuji, right, then we have to at least assume that the camera's angled towards that direction, right? So let's see. We should get the location. This is California, right? From California, we should see if there's any other. Oh, but it's California. I guess there wouldn't be any other mountains in that direction. Is there any perhaps
It's
islands?
at equinox. Here's the thing that will help you, Armadillo. It's at equinox, so 20 seconds. So you know where the sun is setting. I'm not sure if he gives too much details. He gives a little bit of detail, but yeah, so you know that sun is setting in a particular spot. So you have the source point, Mount Moro. Now you have the possible destination, which is, from that perspective, Mount Fuji in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah, what say you, Armadillo?
I'm just trying to see if there's anything else in between, let's say California and Japan. Like if there's any other smaller islands that maybe. I mean, obviously that'd still be really far, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything
Yeah.
potentially
That's what I'm saying. I
closer.
don't think there is. Don't think this is. Remember, this is the claim by the video maker himself, a member of this forum, Truth Value Traveler, and he met him very briefly, and he didn't do anything. His English was broken, and I'm the one who put the side by side, zoomed in the video, not any big deal, and put what the images I put up earlier on. So you know what I'm saying? This is a exploration of a claim, I guess. It's more so for flat earthers and beyond, I would say, Armadillo as well. Because the ball has no hope of explaining this reasonably, like they have no hope of explaining Mount Canigou reasonably without invoking all manner of magic.
I now looked at the thing, the side by side by Armander. Why is that mountain like translucent?
Well, hold on. I will admit now, looking at both videos, the reposted one shows that, but I noticed in the original though it's not as clear if there's actually like a transparent like thing going on. It might just be like a what do you call it, like a, I don't want to say compression, but it might be like an artifact of like re-uploading it, because I know with some videos some video formats, whatever, right? When you like re-upload a video, or if you just upload a video in general in a different format, it'll actually take shortcuts and it'll sort of like.
But you're looking through much atmosphere, so you can allow for the distortion. It's not really for you again, Armadillo.
Okay, well,
really is not for you here. This is for flat earthers to explain how the fuck is it possible, first of all, that this could be so, and how the fuck is it possible that it's so if we decided it might be.
All right, let me just finish though. All right, let me just finish real fast. Long story short, all right, I think the reposted video might be taking the full shape of it that you see when the sun passes by it, and just sort of like putting that earlier in the video as like a sort of compression kind of thing, whatever. So that might be the case.
Once again, it's not for you, man. Why did you feel the need to come in here and be a debunker? This is not for you. This is for flat earthers, bud.
I was just bringing up the possibility. I mean, you don't want.
If the flat earther tells me that it's fake, I will go, okay, well then forget about it. But if the flat earther doesn't, because the ball earther has 1 second, Armadillo, the ball earther, Gem Panda's crew, there's many video experts over there. They're constant debunkers. If they declare that the video is genuine, doesn't show, it's only 22 seconds long. They can put it through all manner of programs. If it's genuine, now it becomes, the ball earther can't explain that. Totally impossible, of course. Now it becomes an onus on the flat earther to try and explain it. And I think I have some sort of an explanation to offer. So I'll go, I'd love to hear other opinions, but not necessarily yours, Armadillo.
I agree with his explanation. When you upload video on YouTube, particularly if you upload it in a low resolution, you will get a lot of compression effect. And yeah, it's totally possible that the algorithm just catch the mountain and keep it because of reducing the weight of the video, So I agree with his explanation. I don't know if I was clear. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But once again, I don't know because like it's still in the original video though. It does seem like let me see in the original video, like it's not as apparent in the original video.
And it can, the original video was uploaded on YouTube too, so there is compression effect
true
of it.
Right. Listen, Armadillo, put it through whatever filters you like to decide whether a video is fake or not. There's loads of them out there. I'm not interested in that anymore. I'm sort of dealing with the greater topic here, the implications of it. Because, man, I don't know what to say to you. Do you know what the best explanation from the ball over in Gem Pandas was? Oh, it wasn't the best explanation, but it was a potential offering anyway. It's the Pac-Man model. So you go out one side and you come in. That's why you can see 5,000 miles, because there's some sort of like invisible wall or something or divide, and the both sides of the divide are sort of right there. You know what I mean? That's the best I heard from them. The other crew, it might be true. I don't know how to explain 5,000 miles, but if it is, well, I give it a go. I give it a go, and I think it depends on. Well, okay, I'll give it a go. That's why I mentioned the Black Swan, Dr. John D. and Ranty, because they're below a certain level, and they're doing away with all sort of mirroring aspects. So this is how it's possible. But that's my own sort of story and my own explanation. Yeah, I don't listen. You know I'm passionate as usual.
Do you have information about the camera? Maybe focal length, something like this?
You have the video there as everything. I don't even know it. I don't even know it. I haven't been back to the details of it. And the guy, as I said, is a member here. Someone wants to contact him to come back in. He's very mysterious now, it all turns out to be. Can I say just sweet Dodo here? Bet I'll tell you the reason for that at some other time. But a dodo in Irish, do is, if a do is number 2. Do is 2, right? So dodo is 2-2. And there we have September 22nd. 2022. The 22-second long video. Yeah.
The fuck was
Honestly, there's something up here. I don't know what's going on. That
I
fucking silhouette is Mount Fuji. So if the video is real, he's after capturing Mount Fuji. Now the thing is, I said it in the last chat to him. The problem is you won't be able to catch that maybe ever again, because next time the sun will set to the left or to the right, and the conditions won't allow on the same day. You know what I mean? The sun sort of comes back and forth, like spirals back in and out. So yeah. That's why Mount Canigou world record over such a great distance is such a rarity, So yeah, this is a one-off. So let's make of it what we will. You make of it what you will.
What's his name on Discord so I can contact him? Because I would really like to know the camera details.
Yeah, it's the same guy in the video. It's True. What's his name? True Valor. True Valor Traveler, TRUEVALOR Valor Traveler, TARAVELER. He's even a member of this forum, Bet. So you can.
No, I pinged him because if I know the camera and the lens, then I could calculate the amount of like degrees per pixel, and then we could see if it actually matches.
Let me actually read this. I haven't read this.
Get the fuck out of
The problem is there's no videos. He has 2 subscribers and there's about 20 views. Let me just read all the information we have. So,
there isn't any about the camera, unfortunately.
It's it says sent to me by a pilot with a small local air transport carrier called Talurus Orcatus Asset Transport Association. I found this really interesting. He said he waited till the equinox so that the sun was exactly due west. Morro Rock Beach. He's on the beach. That even makes it brilliant. Morro Rock Beach has about the same latitude as Mount Fuji in Japan. Oh yeah, Morro Rock Beach. So he's on the beach. Shit.
Morro Rock Beach. Okay. But real fast, the other guy though. I mean, you said you needed why'd you need the camera specs for again?
Because if I know focal length, size of the pixel, and size of the sensor, then combining that I could check how many arc seconds or arc minutes per pixel there are in his shot, and then we could maybe calculate the angular size of Mount Fuji from that distance.
But the sun has a known angular size though. Can't we just use the sun as a reference?
Just a little point. I have put a quick breakdown of the geometry implied in the Mount Fuji video.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, French on French. Let's go.
But hold on, but back to tactical though. So yeah, so why can't we use the sun's angular size as a reference?
I'll bring the beers. You bring the
It's
Frenchies snack.
it's
Yeah, I like this
squished on the
descriptive.
it's squished on the horizon, but the Mount Fuji would be then about a half a degree in like width. So
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Yeah, so
maybe let's check
Yeah,
how
look at
wide
half
it
a
should be
degree.
at
The
the
sun
distance.
is half a degree. The
Yeah,
sun is
but
half a degree in
if you
width.
see the silhouette of the Mount Fuji supposed, it's a bit to the right of the sun. But if you move it so that it's in the center of the sun, it would be about size of the sun, so about half a degree in width.
So it's filling it up. Oh my goodness, that is mad. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Did you find the original video?
now we know that the width of the Mount Fuji should be half a degree. So we have the distance. Now I just need to know the actual width of it, so we can calculate at this distance how wide it should be. And if it's
What about the
Hang on,
atmosphere
you already
magnifying?
hang on.
yeah,
You already
that's why I'm not
calculated it.
that's why I'm not going to go exactly half a degree. It should be from 0.3 degrees to 0.7 degrees. That's the
Yeah, but you already calculated that via the information given, right?
no,
The
I know
span
that
given.
it's half a degree. Now I need to check how wide it should be at that distance. So if it matches, then I'd say it's real. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, but hang on. Okay, go ahead. I'm not sure. Are you a ball earther, flat earther, tactical French cat?
It doesn't matter in this.
Well, just for my own
Tactical ball
information. Yeah.
Tactical spears.
Just for my own information. Oh, he's a baller. Are you a ball earther? It doesn't matter. Just, I mean, what the fuck, man? I'm just asking.
He's an astrologist.
He's an astrologist.
Listen, it's fine because I'm just asking for goodness sake.
No, he
It's
thinks
not
that the
like
Earth is a hairball. He's a cat.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. Okay, how did you calculate that it should be a half a degree angular size? From where then? How did you make that declaration?
Half a
Mount
degree.
Fuji.
So
Yeah.
the sun is half a degree in a circle. So when we see the sun on the horizon and Mount Fuji is a bit to the right. It doesn't exactly align with the sun, but if you imagine it to move a little to the left, it would roughly match width of the sun, and that should be about half a degree.
Okay. This is what. Okay, thank you. This is why it makes all the difference, Dan. No, bud. Don't bother doing the maths, or do it anyway to show the room, because that means that Mount Fuji is, if you do the calculations, will probably be hundreds, if not thousands, of miles across. So don't you? Yeah, I told you this is not for ball earthers. If you are a ball earther, but yes, that calculation will just will show you that Mount Fuji is hundreds, if not thousands, of miles across, and therefore it can't be so because we know that's not the case. But go ahead if you
That's
want.
not the thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to get the width of the Mount Fuji, insert the distance, which should be 5,000 miles, I think. That's the claimed distance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the program will give me how wide it should be at that distance angularly.
I know that. So go ahead and do that, and it'll show that. And your conclusion then will be because of the resultant figure, and we know that Mount Fuji can't be that wide because we have practical experience with it. You can go measure it in a sense. Then you'll declare that it can't be Mount Fuji. But go ahead and do that. So I already predict that that's the outcome. But go ahead.
So Pete, the claim is, I'm a flat earther. The claim is that someone is seeing something 5,000 miles away, and on the
that's
same
fucking-
latitude line. See, this is the problem I have with this. Aren't latitude lines circles?
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Now, if it forget about latitude and longitude lines apply in reality to the barrier above. That's how the Earth gets its the globe Earth gets its contour is by the contour of the sky. The Earth is flat and stationary. You all know this, right? But there is something contoured, and of course, then there's something in motion, which is maybe associated with the Earth. Anyway, yeah. So whatever the figures that they give, or the sort of reckoning that they give, it has to be sort of decoded or broken apart and then reapplied, within a flat Earth reality setting. Oh yeah, that's what I'd say about that. Like he's not to know where he's looking. The thing I would think immediately here is
Yeah,
it's on
for
September
sure. I agree with
22nd.
you. Like the
It's on
line.
September 22nd, which is the equinox. And don't forget, for the ball earther, my east is not the same as your east. My east is not the same as your east. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm talking. This is why it's a puzzle for flat earthers and beyond. My east is determined by the sun. Sun rises in my east, but if I'm in a different position over the flat plane to you, well, I'm pointing at the sun, which is in the sky, which is the thing that's doing the moving around some sort of contour barrier, I guess, if you want. Some sort of
Yeah,
rotundity. Anyway.
So was the guy on the equator when he took this observation?
No, he was on. No, he wasn't. He was on Mount Murrow Rock Beach, California. That's
Is that
north
North
of
or
the
South
equator.
Cali?
That's north of the equator, and because it's at equinox, the sun was setting exactly on, well, overhead. Well, fuck it. Well, off, yeah, whatever that means. That's another fucking rabbit hole. A rabbit
No, is
hole.
that in North California or South California?
To be honest, I doubt if it's North California. I say it's more south. I'd say it's more south, but I don't know. That's all the information he's provided, the video and the little spiel. This is so interesting now. I think we're constantly being fed. How do we get to where we are, first of all? Flat earthers are no mavericks. I'm not a maverick. You're not a maverick. Because the information or the nudging was presented to us. We don't have time for the flat earth society. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is another clue for us. And, well, make what you will of it. Make what you. It's a world record, a world breaker if it's so. And if the video is genuine, here's what I'm saying to you: what the fuck else can it be but Mount Fuji? I can also go further and say that listen, this is will be such a rare capture. I think it's probably from an insider. I think it's probably from an insider. It doesn't even matter. But this is such a rare capture, and the chances of getting this might never happen again.
How do
If
we
it's
know it's
genuine.
not a mountain in Hawaii?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking at. I mean, it should be pretty far, but I mean, like, I'm still trying to like, yeah, I'm like looking for this right now. I'm like seeing like the mountain in Hawaii. There's, yeah, a
All you
few
have to
things it
do, I
could be.
guess, all you have to do is, Aberdeen, so you're a good man to do this, on the equinox, September 22nd, 2022, from Morrow Rock, where would the sun have set um, for someone, well, actually, yeah, where would the sun have set for some, so it's clear information, easily attainable, so yeah.
Wait, what, let me see.
Where would
You
this,
could go on
actually, yeah.
Stellarium.
Where would the sun have set from someone standing on Mount Morrow Rock? Look at the pathway of the sun as it's setting from someone on Morrow Rock Beach, California, at that time. If it's anywhere near Hawaii,
Okay, so
then
sorry, I
1 second.
calculated.
Let me just say this: if it's anywhere near Hawaii and it's a mountain in Hawaii, you're still fucked.
So, based on the photo provided, it's around half a degree, maybe even 0.7, 0.3 degrees. Let's say that.
I'll do.
And if the distance is 5,000 miles and
Yes.
Mount Fuji is 8 miles wide, which is, I checked on Google Earth. I made
I'll do. That'll
yeah.
do. That'll do.
So
Yeah.
the calculated angular size is 0.08 degrees.
Yes. That's what I told you. That's what I told you.
Yeah.
That's exactly
So
what I told you.
It's magnification.
So you declare that it's French cat. You declare that it's well, okay. Three possibilities. You declare that the video is fake. There's a false identification going on, and something near is being viewed, or do you declare that I don't know, a camera fault or some sort of blob
I
in the
declare that
camera?
something is wrong.
Right. Nice one. Now, your mathematics works to tell you that you're on a spinning ball, but you're insane. Your mathematics can't be trusted. Your mathematics can't explain the black swan, can't explain Ranty to Barrett Furnace from Blackpool. It can't explain Dr. John Dee. I can.
Why are we
That.
talking
I can
about
explain,
some?
1 second, I can explain why you can't explain it as well, because a stationary Earth surface and a flat extended span is impossible for you. Okay, go ahead.
Why are we talking about some spinning things when I'm just doing a calculation for angular size that has nothing to do with shape of the Earth?
Yeah,
But
it's
you calculate the real size of the moon via angular. So, 1 second, please. You use your ball mathematics to calculate the real size of the sun and the moon and the distance to them via the same calculations. And we all know here
No,
in this
we don't.
forum that you're wrong. That you're not just wrong by a little. You're
You
wrong by a
don't
whole
you,
hell of
you
a
don't
lot. Go
use
ahead.
you don't use angular size calculator if you don't know the distance. You would use parallax. So then first you have to get the distance, and then you can enter the distance and the angular size of an object to know its size. But we're not doing that.
Okay.
We know the distance and
Have
we know
you
the angular
okay? Let me
size.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. As the son just said here, right? So I'm putting you on the spot now because you put yourself forward. Remember, PJ's been in this arena a long time. Let me ask you this question: if we are looking over an extended span, and the sun, as its major influence, is constantly acting on the water, and you're looking through a sort of a position parallel to a potential distance of to Hawaii or 5,000 miles or whatever, do you think the water that's been evaporated would sort of accumulate and give some sort of a magnification effect? Have you incorporated that into any of your mathematics that you've ever used?
Okay, so what would be the what's it called?
What would be the what?
The amount of arc minutes that we can be wrong.
I'm not interested in this line of inquiry, bud.
All right, so
I'm
because
honestly,
I
this is for
calculated.
I said this is for flat earthers and beyond. I didn't say it was for you, but go ahead.
That's kind of indoctrination, but okay.
Well, so you
I
say
told
like
you your mathematics tell me your mathematics. You can prove to me via your fucking mathematics that the moon is 250,000 miles away, but you can't tell me what the base assumption
I can't. I have
you
no
have
idea
to
how to
make
do those.
is.
No, I can't
You have no
prove
idea
you
how to
that
do that.
moon. No, I never did that. Then that's why I never claimed that I did that.
How about the mathematics that you're using are applied in a differing sense to the same puzzle, really. Is to determine how far something is away and how big is it in relation to known laws of sort of terrestrial perspective.
Yeah, angular size has almost nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's
But I
just
don't
the
know why
distance.
you okay. Well, thank you for your contribution, French Cat. It's no longer needed. I think this is a puzzle for flat earthers and beyond. We already know as flat earthers that the Earth's surface is stationary. We already know that we're in an enclosed system, and not many of us, I guess, are aware. Few are, I suppose, that because the Earth isn't moving now, all of the sky moves in sort of general unison. So therefore, if they're not material bodies, there has to be some sort of a central source giving us this projection. So you're not considering these things, but can we see 5,000 miles over as extended plane? I say possible, but only on very rare circumstances when this sun lights up the backdrop and you're the calm conditions all the way through, and also you have an appreciation for the extended flat span.
That's a nice opinion, but unfortunately, angular size has nothing to do with what you just spoke about.
What's the furthest thing you've tested angular? 1 second, please. Can you tell me this? What's the furthest thing you've tested angular size? And don't test me on this. But what's the furthest thing you've tested angular size for? So you take a cube, a meter cube, and you measure it. Now you move it away from yourself. So suddenly now your visuals become lacking. So now you take out a telescope. So what's the furthest you actually tested, first of all, angular size diminishment? And what's the furthest that you've extrapolated from that testing? Go ahead.
If Jupiter counts, then Jupiter. It's pretty damn far away.
Jupiter. Jesus Christ.
It's about
That's why people
46
like
arc
smart
seconds.
are frowned upon, though. That's why people like smart, because we're getting into real areas. You just want to bring people back to the same old bullshit that we left behind. That's why I said this is not for ball earthers, bud. What's wrong with you? Why can't you
You
think it's a
asked me.
flat earth?
I told you
What's
Jupiter. So
stopping you?
what is wrong with Jupiter then?
Yeah, but Jupiter is a light in the sky. You're saying to me that as you apply the law of perspective and diminishment of angular relationship between you you with the visuals, I guess, whether it's your own eyes or a telescope or whatever. But then there has to be magnification, so another equation has to be used. But you're saying I asked you what's the nearest thing that you said Jupiter. Jupiter is millions of miles away, bud.
You told me the
You should have
furthest.
at least
The
said the
furthest
moon.
thing.
You should have at least said the moon, our nearest neighbor. God's
You
sake.
you said the furthest, not the closest.
No, I said the nearest. So what I
No, we
meant was
can go to the live stream
outside of
and
your terrestrial
okay, let's.
experience with angular size diminishment and all the measurements
I'll
associated. What's the
open the
nearest
live
thing? Not the
stream and
furthest. The furthest
I'll.
thing is the star. But 1 second, please. I didn't say the furthest, so you're incorrect. I said the
You
nearest.
did. Let's
What's the
check the live
nearest
stream.
nearest thing?
Let's check the live stream because it's recorded.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. And I guarantee you, if I am wrong, I will be the first to apologize. I misspoke. What I meant to say was, what is the next nearest thing? So, in other words, what was your application of the things you learned terrestrially via angular size diminishment? What was the application to it? The furthest you already know is the star. Polaris, they'll tell you how far,
I can't
how big it
measure
is.
angular size of a star. That's just not possible.
Well, you can zoom in on the star.
Yeah, I am able to resolve 0.3 arc seconds, but that's not angular size of the star. I will never be able to resolve a star from the ground.
Okay, 1 second. You can zoom in on the star in reality. And
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
did
always
that
remain
few times.
hang on, bud. It doesn't remain a pinprick, so that's already the baller debunked. But they already made a concession in terms of the recognized distance to Polaris. It's all bollocks myself. But it's just clue for us. But Polaris, because of differing considerations now, has changed distance and size by a vast amount.
Distance to Polaris wasn't calculated using angular size.
I know that.
And when you zoom in on a star using a telescope, it looks the same as with your naked eye.
No, it does not.
It
No, it
does.
does not.
Do you own a telescope?
No, it does not. And you're a liar.
Do you own a telescope?
I have seen. I owned one at one point.
And I own one currently, and I'm looking through it almost every night. So I think I have a bit more experience in that.
Okay, so have you? Okay, thank you. Okay, and when I say I owned one as a child as well, but I have been. I have access to videos and people who actually, funny enough, you like this. Might be able to find it because he was a pioneer. A man called, or a channel called, Jeremy, you love this, Snacks, Harry Starkus channel over about 2014. I wasn't there then, and it came to later on. I'm not even sure if his channel is still there, but he was the very one who was taking these magnificent close-up pictures of the moon with some sort of extraordinary technology back in 2014 or something. He was also taking pictures of birds and nature. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, yes, I've seen people zoom in on stars, and yes, it does increase in appearance size.
They don't focus the camera properly. You've seen the footage, it's most
Yes,
likely
I know
from a
the
P900.
argument. I know the argument.
I have lots of footage showing that if you unfocus, it changes in size, and my telescope is not able to zoom. It has a fixed focal length. So when I look at Jupiter, for example, and I unfocus, it becomes bigger. When I focus it, it becomes smaller. Same with stars.
Well, I'm not the only flat earther here. Flat earthers in general will agree with me. When we look at these stars, I'll make a declaration here. We're looking at, and then, so as opposed to the ball earth explanation and the greater positioning of the blue marble in relation to the sun, heliocentrism, and all the planets, etc., we are now, as flat earthers, looking up in an enclosed system at something that's not solid. It's not solid because the minute we decide that the Earth's surface is not moving, then all of these things move together. Because there's a boundary or limitation which is so up close and personal, now we have to consider whether there's some fucking singular source, maybe at the North Center, who knows? But what's the nature and the shape of the reflecting surface? If it's a reflecting surface, which is most likely, because it's most likely that there's waters beyond. In other words, full space as opposed to empty space, as is told to us via the corrupted story. So you know what I'm saying? Every flat earther here, I think, will agree with me and say that, well, yes, all of these stars, just to finish, all of these stars look like some sort of reflection or some sort of light in the sky, non-solid, but maybe some sort of reflection of solidity. But yes,
they look
I
like
think
a
we'll have to
white
stop
dot.
that. So maybe some other last thing, maybe some other flat earther would like to jump in and say whether the stars can be magnified, can be increased in angular size.
If anyone says yes, they've never used a telescope before.
Yeah, but we know that you're a baller, man. I've heard all of the explanations for all of these stars. I've seen, actually, You shouldn't even
It's
be
not
talking
an
to me, bud. You
explanation.
shouldn't even
I'm
be
talking
talking
from
to me because I
experience.
know what the stars are. I've experienced it in a sense myself, and I can tell you how you can do it yourself. Tell you exactly how to do it yourself. There's waters beyond. The very best. See, the thing is, if you don't consider a stationary Earth's surface, which I think if you're honest, you will say, well, that's your only experience in life. If anything is stationary, we can all agree that the Earth is generally stationary. Sure, there are earthquakes here, earthquakes there, but listen, in general. So once you go away from that now and you say that you can consider a new beginning with a stationary Earth's surface, that's a reflection on you, forgive the term. That's a reflection on you, bud. Not me. The best thing you could do, just to finish, French cat, the best thing you have to do as a scientist is now consider an alternative fucking way of thinking. Every flat earther, whether they admit it or not, begins on a stationary Earth surface. Then, by our knowledge of water and extension, we get to some sort of a flat plane.
I
But why scale?
think this ability to increase angular size of a star has nothing to do with what you just said, but okay.
Yeah, but once again, this is sort of wasting my time because I told you this puzzle is not for ball earthers. Already the ball is diminished. We already know that the ball doesn't exist. Now we have this view which is capturing something that's 5,000 miles away. That's mad. That is mad.
That's your opinion. Yes, I agree.
That is mad. I can see how it might happen though under very, very rare circumstances. And that is how I can go further then. But I can't relate to you. Can't relate to you because you're already a ball earther. So you think that based on the height of the observer at Morro Beach in California, which is probably about 6 feet, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. You can calculate the distance to the horizon. Hence, you can go on to calculate that it's totally impossible that is Mount Fuji, according to the figures known and the angular size consideration diminishment incorporated. So I already knew you were going to say that. I already knew it. And I said it to you beforehand. And hopefully you look back at the video. Did I not say to you, was it the next nearest reckoning outside of our terrestrial sort of angular size diminishment considerations? I think I did, rather than say the furthest, right? That's how we got onto Polaris and stars.
We get distances to stars using stellar parallax, which takes like 6 months between measurements to do.
Let me tell you this, if the Earth is not moving, would you agree with this? Then all the stars are moving. Forget about the heliocentric, the sun, the moon, the planets, whatever. All the stars are moving in unison. If the Earth is not moving, all the stars have to be moving in unison. Would you agree with that? Is that a?
They don't. That's the problem.
What does it move? What does it move? With what? What else?
If you check distances angularly between some stars, every 6 months you'll see that they change linearly. One time they're closer, one time they're further. It's every
What?
6 months.
From what? What's your reference frame?
Earth, and my observations from my balcony.
Yeah, but how are you going to know? What have you said? Have you made any assumptions about the stars?
No, I'm looking at 2 points of light, and I see that every 6 months, looking at them, they are a bit placed differently. And when I look again in 6 months, they look like they used to.
But you can do that every fucking night. Every
You
night,
can't.
as you look at a
No.
certain constellation and it disappears into the distance, the angular relationship will change or appear to
Nope.
change as you
Nope.
follow them. Yes, it
Nope.
will over a flat plane. Yes, it will, and I've seen it with my own eyes.
It doesn't, though.
Yeah, but have you entertained an alternative? Can I ask you that? How far did you get along the alternative pathway? You must have gone a long way to reject it because you were in the midst of the arena. Can I ask you this? Is it possible that the Earth's surface is not in motion?
Yeah, sure.
So once you decide, as your sort of alternative thinking to test your truth against, what's your next step? Where do you go from there? If you decide that the Earth's surface is not in motion, what do you have to say about its shape? Can you rely on your experience of water, for instance? What would you say? What would you say?
I'm not really going down that route.
I knew he wouldn't, ladies and gentlemen. No, he wouldn't. No baller can go beyond step 1 or 2 because, well, if they give an inch, they have to give a million miles, and I've known it for a long time. The problem
Is
is, bud.
this
Now, if you went along with me, let me just be you for a
this is
second.
Jen?
I would say yes. If you went along with me, well, yeah, water is flat, so therefore the Earth is a flat, expanded surface. So is a vacuum condition without a container, no, impossible. Everything is close. So as the Earth isn't moving, then we have all the skylights moving in semi-motion on a daily, nightly basis, giving us the idea that they're not actually material. There could be reflections of materiality, and then maybe there's a central emanating point, but you can't even go there. You can't even go. Bring
You're
up your
really
yeah.
speaking about like 4 times in one sentence. It's not possible to reply to you in a coherent sentence
Yeah,
because
but
you're
you don't
speaking
need to
about multiple
reply.
things.
You already replied.
I didn't. You replied to me, so in a discussion, you usually reply to a reply. That's how discussions work.
I
If you
asked you
know.
where do we go from there. You said I don't want to go there. That was your response. I was
And
filling in
then
your
you
response,
mentioned
telling you why
something.
you
Then
couldn't
you
go there because then it leads you down to places where you're going to get caught by the bollocks, man, the French bollocks.
and then you went to you Globers, calling I guess me a group or other people. Then suddenly you went to stars and reflections of them or whatever. So which point am I supposed to
Not
reply
about
to?
that. It's not about that. It's all about following a process of sort of investigation. But for the flat earther, I'm telling you, listen, it has to be, you have to understand that the first thing you will testify to is you're on the surface, it doesn't move. Secondary comes a flat earth, right? It's just an extension of your knowledge. No matter how far you've traveled, you've always experienced a stationary earth. When you're in motion, you experience that. Right. The tertiary then aspect is what an enclosed surface, right? So now you can get on to talking about what's beyond. If there's a objective reality for us, well, the obvious consideration would be waters, right? Because water is, along the surface of the flat Earth is 70% or something. So
But
anyway,
I
that's
don't
just
think if you
speculation on what
realize,
might
but
be. You can't even go there because you already told me that you know
your
definitively that
further
the Earth
speculation
is
about
moving in a
stars
ball. Go ahead.
disagrees with reality. You know that. You
Yeah,
claim
but
that
you
they look like
already know
reflections.
definitively the Earth is a moving ball. So what am I supposed to do?
I'm not talking about any ball or flat Earth. We're just talking about stars. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
You agree for a flat earther, then the implication is directly imposed, which is that all of the stars are moving in unison because we're not moving.
That disagrees with reality. They don't. Bernard's star, for example,
I
changes
asked you,
its
hey, bud,
position.
you're pissing me off now and you're wasting my time because I asked you as a flat earther, do you think a flat earther has to consider this? Because the earth isn't moving
No, because it
now.
doesn't agree with reality.
What reality, man? All the stars
The
reset
one
on an
you're
annual
living
basis.
in.
Would you agree with that? All the stars reset. I have an answer to why there is a distortion, but you don't seem that you're asking any questions. You seem to have all the answers, but none of them are satisfactory, man.
No, you asking me if a philosopher has to consider all stars moving in unison. Maybe he has to consider it, but it's not reality. We can measure, for example, Bernard's star changing its position every year, and it doesn't reset. It just
Ladies
keeps
and
moving.
gentlemen, I'm sorry to do gin on this now, but honestly, I mean that because I have to appeal to the greater people who are listening. I listen, bud. This isn't my fucking first rodeo. I've heard about Bernard Star for years. You have to look at Bernard Star, a little a little particular spot in the sky, and you have to look at it over the course of 5 years, and you can see this little motion in it. Well, that's not
Not
even the
5 years.
nearest star.
1 year is enough.
Well, 1 year then, but an exaggerated point of time. You said 6 months. Why don't you need to look at it 6 months, bud?
Sure, you can
You
also
said you
use
saw
6
other
months.
stars. You said you saw other displacements within 6 months.
Within 6 months, no. Within 6 months, you can see that the relation between stars changes and resets every 6 months. That's why you take measurements of stellar
Why,
parallax.
hang on, but why did you point out Bernard Star, which is more than a year actually? It was about 5 years, and there's actually more than that. What someone over in Gem Pandas told me, and I'm okay with that. But why did you point out Bernard Star then specifically? If you can see deviation within the space of 6 months,
Because you
your
mentioned
year is
the
fine.
stars
Yeah,
moving
why?
in. You mentioned the need to consider stars moving in unison, and that star doesn't move in unison with others. So it's not a thing to
Yeah,
consider
but
because
there's a
that's not
different
reality.
explanation for that. Might be a
Which
different
is
explanation, and there necessarily is over a flat, stationary, flat Earth enclosed, singular Earthbound source to all the skylights consideration. That's all. But you haven't even gone there. You can consider possibly that the Earth's surface isn't moving, but suddenly you can't consider that water is flat, and by extension, then you would declare that the Earth by scale has to be flat. Can't do that. I'll actually, let me just say this. I'll make a declaration on your behalf then, as you're pretending to be a flat earther in their mind. I will say to you that the biggest variation from horizontal, according to my reckoning, and I've said this for years, is the biggest variation over water this is between high and low tides. And it's up and around 100 feet or something like that. Maybe it's not so high, up and around whatever feet in some place in Alaska where I predicted it to be. Otherwise, the biggest variation is that variation. You have massive swells that get higher than that. But otherwise, horizontal is horizontal all the way across. All the way across. Oh, go
how did
ahead.
we go
Give
from
your
stars to
answer.
tides?
Genuine. Give your answer if you have a genuine one. Would you swear to me right now that you're on the pathway of truth? Would you? I would do that for you.
Yes, and if you disagree, that's just your opinion.
Tell me what happened about 9. How many injections did you get? Tell me what happened on
None.
9/11.
I
Nice
wasn't alive
one.
at.
Respect
No,
for
wait.
that.
Was I alive at
Respect for
9/11?
that.
Let me check.
Did you tell everyone not to participate?
Oh yeah, I wasn't alive when 9/11 happened.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not like 30.
What the
I'm
heck
not.
are you doing in here? I'm a 51-year-old man. What the heck are you doing in here lecturing me, bud? Where's your open mind? Where's your open mind? If you weren't alive in 9/11, that means that you're like, are you 22? If you're going to tell me, French cat, you're 22, I'm going to knock you out.
No, and I don't know how my age is relevant here, but yes, you can be younger and still have some good things to say. Just because you're old doesn't mean you're
Yeah,
more
but why don't
intelligent.
you listen though? Why don't you listen more? And your age has nothing to do with it in the sense, but you said that you weren't born when 9/11 happened. So I'm reducing it down. You're less than 23. So I was thinking maybe you're 22. If you're 22, that would be amazing. It just would. Because I was thinking about 22 today. Do you know I'm 51 now? But I always thought if the perfect age to be for a man is 22. After coming away from the sort of childhood innocence, you have to go into your few years of experience. And that's the perfect age. I always thought that for some reason. Here I am, just we dodo. Do in Irish is two. Dodo is 2-2. And here we have the video with the September 22nd on, 22-second long video that we're discussing right now. Shit. Maybe everything means something. Do you think life has meaning, bud? French cat, do you think life has meaning? Or do you think, have you accepted the evolutionary theory of life as associated with the evolutionary theory of the spinning ball earth? Have you accepted all that without?
Evolutionary theory gives me the meaning of life. I am the fucking one that came. If God exists, sure, I was created by a god, but I don't necessarily believe that. You can, though. Religion is fine. Majority of people believe something. And yeah, life has a meaning. If life didn't have a meaning, I would just jump off a balcony. Why would you be even alive if life had no meaning?
Yeah, but listen, bud. Life has no meaning for the ball earther. Life has no
It
meaning
does.
except the meaning you give it. 1 second, bud. Let me say this because I was in your shoes. Not your shoes. I don't know anything about you. Let me just say in general, we all came from being ball earthers. And my own particular story, as every one of us have. But yes, if you think about it, when I say life, I'm talking about your life. Your life has no meaning except the meaning you attach to it in the sense that, well, we're so small. We're so small. We're such a tiny, tiny, tiny aspect of a greater sort of system that it's meaningless. That's the only
That's
philosophical position you
called
can
being
take.
a nihilist, and some people are nihilists. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, but where's the meaning? Where does the meaning come from then? Go ahead.
You give the life a meaning.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying to you. That's the only meaning that it can have is the meaning that you give to it. And let me say this to you, bud. When I used to walk around with my son, my beautiful Steve, I used to say to him, well, listen, in my own terms, okay, I'm not, okay, whatever. But anyway, this is the gist of what I used to say to my beautiful son when we used to walk around for nightly walks. It was, yeah, listen, we're all in the same boat here. We're all in the same boat. And what makes life meaningful is that appreciation, a love for self, and love for one another. Understanding that we're all in that same boat to nowhere.
So that's the meaning of life that you have given your life. It's not something that everyone would agree on.
Right, but I'm now a flat earther, and ask me, well, I'll tell you. The conclusion, well, if I had the opportunity to speak to my son, is fine, different story. But I would say the same thing. It all comes back to, well, we're all in the same boat here, completely different setting, and it all comes back to love. That's what I would say. Completely
Sure.
different setting now. We live forever now, as opposed to living for never. As a ball earther, you live for never.
I
Live for
would not.
never.
I would not like to live forever. That's a horrible thing to imagine.
But you have no choice of it. What about what? We don't know what forever is. You think that time is
It's
measured
longer than
by
I
the
would like
sun.
to.
You think the sun is natural, though. You think the sun is the ultimate sort of reference. It's not. Sun comes from the Father. Oh, you haven't. Oh, how far? Okay, let me ask you a question, please. I think we'll get on well as well. But let me ask you, how far have you delved into flat Earth? At what point? What was the thing that made you rule it out? That's my question. What was the thing that you made? That's why I mentioned motion earlier on. But what was the thing that made you rule it out, or was there anything specific?
I'm still learning about that theory talking to you, but you don't seem very interested in learning. But I didn't rule it out. I just don't think if it's possible. It's not like I said, no, it's completely not possible. It's just that, in my opinion, it isn't. If you can give me undeniable evidence that it is, then I will be interested in that. But so far,
Okay,
there
one second.
hasn't
One
been any.
second. Earth is not flat. Flat Earth is a psyop. But let me ask you a question. What undeniable evidence do you accept to hold your current position from a spinning ball Earth, heliocentric, galactic Big Bang sort of perspective? So, what undeniable evidence have they provided, please, if you don't mind?
I can't point you to any, but that's my base position. Earth is a globe. Change my mind.
What undeniable evidence have you you can just whip out like at a gunfight? Don't bring a chicken to a gunfight. Whip out your pistol. You know, the thing that you can rely
Hey,
on.
Pete,
The thing
calm
that's
down,
going to
calm
save
down.
you this thing.
Keep
Okay,
your
go
pistol
ahead.
in your holster.
Sorry, Snacks. Go ahead. It's a passionate
What's it?
interchange.
Can
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I hear you. Can I just ask a tactical French cat something? Like, you're not over 30, are you?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. That's all the questions I
Well, you
got.
can't be
Thanks.
over 30. He wasn't born when 9/11 happened, Snack.
That's what I'm saying. It's. I think this is a little bit generational. Like how you take this stuff, how you're conditioned by whatever decade you grow up in, or what disappointments and what decade you've lived through. Right. I think that these are, I don't know, just really big points, man. Like, I don't know. They almost supersede little evidences, like, to me.
That's fair enough. Let's not rush to judgment in a sense. Let's hear his justification for being a spinning ball earther right now. What is the coup de grace? What is the thing that you can rely on? Because you asked me for the same thing, wasn't it? Some sort of indisputable evidence. What
I
is the thing
asked
that you
you.
rely on most severely
I
in the globe Earth? Go ahead.
I asked you, so don't reverse the line of questioning and answer me.
Yeah, but you're speaking to someone. I can tell you about 9/11 and my journey. You weren't even born, you said. Why don't you show some respect? I'm not trying to hurt you.
Are
I
we
hope you're
talking about
honest and
9/11
genuine.
or
I'm
shape of the
educated,
Earth?
but I'm educated. What are you trying to do here? I don't know what you're trying to do.
We're shape of the earthing. But like,
Yeah,
what
but
was
I
your?
mean, that's what I'm asking him. It's a basic question. Is he a truther? He said he was a truther, Snack, earlier on. Every
Okay.
flat earther is
Well,
considered the opposing idea that the Earth is not a globe and the Earth is not in motion. Go
And they
ahead.
asked you for evidence of it. That's all. So don't reverse and now.
Man.
So don't reverse the line of questioning and answer my question. Then I will answer yours.
You're playing a part, aren't you? That's fine. If you were genuinely interested, I could go much further and tell you what I actually think the Earth is.
Okay,
Smurf,
go
can
on.
I just say this, Snacks? Can I say this, Snacks? Smurf was on today. It was one of the most brilliant monologues I ever heard. It was brilliant, and with occasional
you got
interjection. Go
you
ahead.
should listen to him all the time.
I love that man. I don't know. I think he's maybe an actor as well, but I was saying such a big brain for such a small name.
Right. Need such a talented actor to play him. I don't know if it's worth it.
It's fine. He was in the army. I'd love to ask him about 9/11, but he did call out lots of fakery snacks, so that's okay. I'm okay with him in that sense. But let me ask this man, what
He has his own reality.
French cat? Yeah, well, let me ask French cat then. But obviously, you've been looking in you're immersed in the arena. You want to care about truth. What's your bottom line on 9/11? I know he's going to say snacks, but what's your bottom line on 9/11? Well, where did you land on that? You weren't born then.
I
You should
don't
looked
have
into
any
it.
bottom line. It might have been done by government. It might have been not.
So that's it. You haven't.
Either way, I
You
never heard
haven't.
of him. He never commented on it before. All I ever see him post are pictures of Saturn or Jupiter or the moon. You know what I mean?
I
It's
love
like
that. Saturn. I wanted to talk to you
I
about
don't know.
Saturn snack.
I have no idea what his truth or thinking is on anything.
Snacks. I wanted to talk to you based on what you were talking with shit. I wanted to come in, but today, and I only saw a TikTok video recently, so it connects the. Okay, briefly, just it connects the crop circles with a sort of a sounding board, a sounding pattern, and it also connects it to sort of a resonance from Jupiter. So Jupiter seems to be not Jupiter, Saturn, I should say. So Saturn seems to be, and of course it is some sort of central reference. And that you mentioned that this French cat guy is. Chatting so much about that is a reminder for me for us to get into that later on. Fibonacci sequence shit comes up to this as well.
Yeah, I should stay away from those conversations. I think I'll wind up being more annoyed by having them than anything.
Snacks, where are we going then as flat earthers? That's what I said to French guy and Armadillo. It's just not a conversation for ballers. But where are we going as flat earthers, Snacks? Are we just spinning our wheels on a daily basis?
If you got them.
The wheel
I mean, is this
is
some kind of grand
the wheel is
purpose?
the
I mean,
circle,
you're going to get
is
elected
the
to the.
sphere. Saturn is the cube, of course, right?
It's like some
The
kind of like
line.
this, like
The
the
one
last
to the
Starfighter
zero.
plot or
Go
something
ahead.
like that. I'm a good Discord flat earther. I get like the aliens pick me up, take me to Universal Council, and I got to argue flat earthers there to the bad space reptile aliens. I don't know.
You're a
Like
genius,
what is a greater thing than this? This is it. This is what it is.
Yeah, but you're a genius, Snacks. I don't know what the fuck you know. Honestly, I don't. Honestly.
What's
End of the day,
next?
we don't know anything about it. I think Snacks. This is all a game. I think there are players in this game, and they're sort of NPCs in a sense. They're actors. I think you know that. But outside of my own impressions, and I love you, man, and you're one of the most brilliant minds I've ever met. But I have to think that you know more. Life has to be something. So we know. Oh, anyway, here's the point. Here's the point to connect French Cat again, which is look. When I said that there's no meaning to life in the bowler, it said there has to be no meaning. Just make meaning, right, to fill the time. You're told at the end of the day, if you believe it, that well, you still exist because energy is neither created or destroyed, but you just have no recognition of self prior and post sort of life, right? So yeah, the only consolation then you can sort of have is the one you develop. And I thought in my mind as a ball earther, that's the whole reason for religion to take advantage of this. This ultimate fear, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, now that I came to flat earth snacks and beyond, an alternative view of life, the universe, and everything, history especially, shit. Now I think it matters more than ever that we consider these things and what do we enter tomorrow into, what frame of mind do we enter tomorrow, as opposed to the frame of mind that we entered today with this advance in this inverted commas knowledge. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey Pete, just a request. Just a request. Could we maybe stay on one topic and maybe let someone respond? That could be more interesting.
It's fine. There's no problem, and I will sort of back off a second. But as you know, deviated from the main point by French Cat here, and when I asked him a few pertinent questions, he sort of failed and flopped around miserably, as far as I can tell, anyway. But yeah, go ahead, and then Snacks.
Well, I don't think you really gave him I don't think you gave him a chance to respond to anything. You've rifled off about 15 topics, and nobody could respond to any of them. So
well, he did respond, but let him go ahead, Gio. Let him go ahead if he's still here.
well, I'm saying in the last 5 minutes, you wasn't a chance for anyone to respond.
Yeah, but I was just talking to snacks in that one, Geo. So forgive me for that. That was just a deviation to someone serious like snacks. But go ahead. Go ahead, Flat Cat, if you want to. Sorry about that.
Just because he believes the Earth's a globe, you think he's not serious? You're just
No, he's
assuming
not
that.
serious, Geo. He's not
I was
serious. Of course
I
he's
was
not.
trying I was trying to have a conversation with him about angular size, but then he went to that I believe in a globe, and suddenly doesn't really follow the conversation that I wanted to have.
Yeah.
The angular. 1 second. Let me 1 second. Let me clarify this now for Geo, in case he came in. My friend French Cat, you said we can look back in the live stream, and I said exactly what I think I said exactly what I claim to have said is a terrestrial experience of angular size diminishment and measurement of that. What is the nearest thing that we have applied the same principles to? And you said no, I'm wrong. You said I said it was the furthest thing. So hopefully you look back and yes, bring it back on track. Then go ahead. Go ahead. And on that basis, I mentioned the stars, and then we went on to Polaris. So yeah, but go ahead, bring it back on track, Geo. Bring it back to angular size declarations about objects that are not terrestrial. What's the assumptions you have to make? Go ahead. You don't sound like a 20-something, by the way, I have to say.
I do believe he's actually younger than that, but yeah.
Matt, have you ever zoomed in on a star? Does the star change appearance, change? I haven't had a telescope in yeah, so you might as well say I never had a telescope, but I had one as a child. But yeah, would you say that the flat Earth position is correct? That you zoom in and it looks like a changes angular size and it looks like some sort of fucking dancing reflection against a sort of watery surface or something like that. I mean,
It
I'm just
doesn't.
asking you for your experience.
It doesn't when you or it's when you unfocus your telescope. So there's this thing called astronomical seeing, and that's the way atmosphere moves. So the jet stream above you, and the pattern that you see, which you call the reflection on water, is the atmosphere moving in one direction. You can see that. So when the jet stream is slow, like 6 meters a second, you can see that the pattern moves slower than it usually does in like 40 meters per second. So that's just the atmosphere moving and your light dispersing through that. And
It's
when
very
you
interesting for a flat earther. For a flat earther, French cat, the atmosphere is something different than for a globe earther. But when you talk about the atmosphere, it's made up of nitrogen, oxygen mostly, right? So when you get sort of minor variations in temperature, ground level to whatever height you choose, it's not going to affect the basic constituency of nitrogen or oxygen, really, which are the major components of atmospheres. Would you agree with that or disagree?
I would agree, but it's not the composition, it's the speed that the atmosphere is moving at. So the light hits the atmosphere, but since it's moving, it kind of moves it too. And the pressure gradient, because sometimes it's more, sometimes less. Moisture, it's all those things actually. So you really need to pick a
Moisture.
day. You really need to pick a
Moisture is
good
only at
day
ground
to.
level, but okay, moisture is
Yep.
only a tiny percentage beyond ground level
Yeah,
atmosphere.
but you're looking
It kind of.
from from the ground. I don't think if you would bring a telescope to a mountain.
Let me ask you this. Let me just say this. I know I've been talking a lot, Gio. I appreciate it, but I think I've been on point for the most part, and I'm actually frustrated because I wanted to talk about the Fuji thing with flat earthers. But let me ask you this. I've been making this statement for years. It is that the greater, the more power, higher powered your telescope, right? For you, an average person who's just trying to figure out reality, knowing that we know nothing, I'm saying though, in my new frame of mind, that the greater your power, your telescope, the greater the sort of microscope it is, because everything is reflecting above against a fixed barrier or slash barriers. I think there's two barriers myself, but I'm saying that they're at near distances. They're moving in unison, general unison around us, and yeah, we're sure we get distortions because we're looking through different degrees of atmosphere as all of these things move in a circular fashion on a continuous basis, and more a spiral fashion as well, as something moves up and down to give us this deviation. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? dichotomy, I suppose. Have you considered that possibility? Is what I'm asking.
What is the question?
That a telescope now in this setting the more powerful the telescope becomes, the more powerful the microscope. So you're looking at a fixed backdrop and you're just zooming in. You're just zooming into something that's a fixity. I know it's opposing opposite of what the Glowbird says, and every heavenly body is on a different referential plane. But yes, what do you think about that as a statement? That the more powerful the telescope, the more powerful the microscope in reality, in flat Earth reality.
It's far from being a microscope, and it magnifies far less from a microscope. And I can't really focus my telescope at something close. It needs to be far away.
What are you talking about? Look at how close you can get to the moon. Smurf said it today. It's impossible to see 250,000 miles. I agree with him, Geo. I agree with him, Snacks. The biggest distance we can incorporate, I think, in our reality anyway, our enclosure, is about fucking 15, 20,000 miles. But the sky above me here, I think it is about 100 miles. Let's just say generally. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think all of these massive distances have become a matter of faith, and they become a matter of a sort of acceptance of well, here's the thing, French cat, just to finish. The model that the place which is populated by flat earthers mostly here that you're in have already left behind. We're left behind the ball earth model and all these massive exaggerated sizes and distances. Go ahead.
I know, since you're a photographer, you probably don't believe that even planets exist like they are portrayed they do. But yeah, I know that you don't support that I support.
But why don't you consider the other opposing aspect? Isn't surely, as a scientific mind, as an open-minded youth of today's age, whatever that age is, you surely can consider more things. I never knew any of this. We didn't know computers. I'm 51 now, born 1972. Never knew anything. We had 2 television channels, 1978 here in Ireland. We had one up at the time I was 6. I had no idea of any of this information, any possibility. Smurf was saying it today as well. First I heard of flat earth possibility outside of the scoffing and mocking seriously was back in 2011, 2010, 11, something like that. First I ever heard that there was any seriousness, and at first I ever found out about the Flat Earth Society forums, which were brilliant back then. But yes, the first I ever heard of it as a possibility. Now I'm an absolute flat earther in relation to the globe earth, right? Earth is not a spinning ball as given, but I'm not a flat earther as well because, well, no one has said what earth is. No one has said what earth is.
The
We live on a
reason why.
stationary
Okay.
Earth's surface. I will just go further. Last thing, I would go further to say, if you care to ask me, right, because I've been in this so long, I would say, well, the best thing I can relate to in my own brain is a tree stump. It's a fucking tree stump. The whole thing is a tree stump, the divided tree of life. Now we get into metaphysical considerations where there's no room for in my previous spinning ball Earth evolutionary paradigm thinking. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but now there is. Last thing, brilliant. All I had was never in the ball Earth paradigm mindset. Now I have forever. If you think about heaven, heaven promises us forever. Heaven backwards. Let me just give you that question to ponder. What's the best word you can come up with heaven in reverse?
I mean, it's only one way. I mean, it's literally just spell it backwards.
Spell it out in your mind and declare what's the best word you can come up with.
You mean pronunciation, like how to pronounce it? Like, is it
Whatever the way it sounds, whatever the way it goes out, heaven backwards, HEAVEN,
Newer.
well, come on,
never.
Never. Say it 10 times. So we have forever in heaven, we have never in what? Well, Satan's
Oh,
realm,
it's just like
the heliocentric
crazy
realm. Go ahead,
pizza.
never.
Yeah, but I want to say that the reason that I don't acknowledge opposing side about, for example, planets is that I observe them as they are claimed to look and be. So if someone says, no, that's not how they look, then I highly disagree because I've observed them as NASA, for example, tells us they look.
Yeah, but this is your life. you're trying to figure out the truth. At least now you've been made aware as a youth, a youth, right? That there is so many potential lies in play. Where you land yourself, that's up to you if you're genuine. But of course, if you're led along the pathway, what are you going to do but follow it? What are you going to do but follow it? You know what I'm saying? When do you decide not to follow the conspiracy pathway that was given to us? When I say flat Earth is a psyop, of course everything is of course, fucking the people who have all the money, they know the limits of Earth. That's the very first step that you have to land on. Right, you've been lied to by people. Okay, now I'm going to fucking have my wits about me. Who's been lying to me now? What new information am I considering? And who knew what I've come to know now, which is the Earth's surface is stationary, flat, generally enclosed. Not knowing what the Earth is, but who knew that before they fed me the lie? Developed, exaggerated, intricate lie. That can be your only question, bud. That can be your only question at this stage.
So, all right.
What the hell?
Go ahead.
What's
Thank
the
you, Gio.
topic?
Go ahead.
What's the topic?
Yeah, thank you, bud.
What is
Thank you
going-
all. I'll go on mute for a while. Thank you.
Okay. That's called a Pete tornado.
Yep.
So I'm not the only one who has no idea what he's talking about.
It's all kinds of different sections and parts of his mind, I guess, that he's just rifling through. Doesn't seem to want to converse with anyone. It's just sort of a rip and a ramble.
Yeah, that's kind of what I saw.
There's some decent points in there if we could have maybe unpacked some of them or had a conversation, but I guess he doesn't do that.
And Gio, of course I do, bud. Of course I do. Okay. But please, Gio, if you respond yourself to any one point I made, I'd be happy. I'd be delighted with that. I apologize for overloading, but yeah.
Okay, well, I guess one point, no worries. One point was that the people who are lying about the globe know the extents of the Earth. I wouldn't say I necessarily agree that they would know that, the limits of the Earth. They may not know that.
Well, what I mean by that, Gio, is listen, bud, some of the things you have to say is great. I'd love yourself and Smurf to have a chat as well, because you bring a different aspect into things. But here's what I'm saying to you: at the very, that was something firecracker went off outside. But here's what I'm saying to you, just in that light. Okay, just let me say this in this light. So it's not about what the real nature of Earth is, but the thing is that we come away from the lie. So at the very least, what we come to know maybe easily, which is like the ice wall, the barrier, the traveling skylights, it has to be known. So there's a greater knowledge out there regarding, well, my and yours emerging reality. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah, they definitely know more. When I say they, meaning like the highest levels of whatever military systems, they definitely know more because obviously they have access to the North Pole and Antarctica region. So they would know more of that. But I'm just saying it doesn't mean that they necessarily know the full extent of it, whatever's beyond, in that sense, beyond the Antarctic region or what's really at the
You have
North
to be the
Pole.
creator. You have to be the creator for that. But here's the interesting part, Gio, as we explore further. Infinite Plane Society, Tim Osman. Now we're faced with a different dichotomy as we move out of Plato's cave. But you know what I'm saying? So yes, this is where, last thing, this is where French Cat or Armadillo, they won't be able to offer anything on this. And this is why Smurf, yeah, it's sort of resisted so much, because you go off into something that's so separate from standard. Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, when he says armadillo, he means me. Yeah, that just make things clear, everyone.
I'm an armadillo.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call you Armader, ever.
Yeah.
It's either Arma, I guess now it's Armadillo, but yeah, it's always something other than Armader.
Yeah.
Hey, Gio, I think I figured out why you called yourself Gio.
He's
I
the
think this is what we gotta do. Yeah.
Armadar of truth.
Yeah, the Armator of Truth. Yeah, right. I mean, it's really pronounced Armator, but yeah, at this point, for the joke, it's but it's for the joke, it's pronounced Armator, so it's the Armator of Truth.
That's
So
the
that's
mad. A
arbiter.
reference
What
to
is
the Mad
arbiter?
Hatter.
Arbiter.
The Armator.
Arbiter.
Yeah, the Armator of Truth. It's
The
a
Mad
joke.
Truth.
Anyway,
What's an armad?
But the Earth. So 1 second. Let me just say this. That's what I was saying, Geo. I think I have a grasp on why you call yourself Geo. I've already told people a very intricate story why I call myself Je suis Dodo. Snacks. I already talked about your own name, but I think this is the onus on us, in general, forgetting about our own selves here, to recognize actors on the stage. Now we look at the names chosen. Name is a sort of anagram of Amen, but you just change letters around. But you know what I'm saying? That becomes the onus. Okay, I'm done. There's loads of firecrackers going off out here.
okay.
Was it the Irish New Year over there?
Firecrackers are just made legal. Honestly, there's so many changes, and there's loads of kids. These are all children. They were allowed to run free during Corona when all the adults, or excuse me, well, I can't even say that, but anyway, I should be able to say that. But during the pandemic, they were all allowed to run free while all the adults were shitting themselves inside. It's so hilarious. They've grown up quicker. They've been exposed to drugs, sex at such an earlier age. So you have to think it's the plan of God, the Creator. What is time after all? Adam lived till 900 years. What would you do if you found out you lived to 900 years? What are you going to do when you find out you live forever? Okay.
I think we exist forever.
Me too, G. Me too, G. Honestly, I do. It's about the now, isn't it? We gauge our time via the sun. But if the sun, for a flat, this is the question. What is the sun for a flat earther? You gotta land somewhere. You gotta land somewhere. We honestly have to. I don't think there's no any other point in progressing along this pathway unless you consider these basic aspects. That genuinely is all the children out there setting off dangerous fireworks. I don't mind myself. At the same time, it's a complete new world order. Talking about 6 and 7 year olds, 10-year-olds just all standing around, setting them off because now there's free availability. Remember, Gio, we have no guns over here in Ireland. Nothing at all to defend ourselves with. Nothing at all.
Sounds good to me. I'm not a fan of guns.
I think it's fine as well. I don't need anything, but at the same time, shit. When a child has a firecracker pointed at you, how are you going to defend yourself?
With another firecracker. No, I'm just kidding. It'd be funny though.
They don't know what to make of the world. Everyone around here, I will just say this as a part of sort of real life, real experience for all of us. Everyone around here knows I'm a flat earther. I'm probably the most hated man, but the most loved man in a sense as well when I think about it. At the same time, I can't put my mind in anyone else's vessel. What I can do though is appreciate that the children are growing up much quicker, and well, let it be. Let it be as what I say as part of the Creator's plan. That's what I say.
Are you talking about you have roommates, or are you talking about people in your neighborhood know about your cosmological?
No, no, I'm not talking about my room. Everyone around here in my neighborhood. I'm living in the family home here, Gio. Everyone around here knows I'm a flat earther, and of course, I'm the biggest enemy because he's just gone Lulu. He got mad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
But
do you live
still
alone?
know this.
You live alone or
No,
with people?
I'm in the family home. My mother, my mother, who is would you 78. I've been saying this to people, right? So many. Well, we're not going to get into the pandemic and my own thoughts on that. But this is the family home. This is myself and my mother here. But she's grand. I told Mom, you're looking great. She's doing fantastic. She's out walking, playing bingo tonight or something. For 78, you'd never think it, Geo. You'd never think it because most people around are dead. Shit. I have other things to say about the. Okay, you can't even say the word shit. I've other things to say about that. But anyway, yeah. in the family home here in Limerick, in Ireland. And no, I'm talking about everyone who knows me around the neighborhood. Everyone who knows me, whoever meets me, I'm a flat earther. Especially these days, I busk in town. You know that I was busking today. I sang that song. Where we'll rename it Flat World. It's all about me, our familiar faces, right? But I left everything the same. But the only thing is at the end, it's a flat world. I sang that today. Everyone who knows me, when they're speaking to me, 10 or 15 seconds, I'm going to say, do you hear the possibility that the Earth's surface might be stationary and flat? That's what I mean by that. Yeah. I don't just express my truth here. I'm not saying that derogatory to anyone. But yeah, I say it to anyone. I say it to anyone. And
P,
everyone.
however you define the creator, but if you have that terminology, do you think the creator created the globe lie? I asked Lou
Had to
this
have.
last night. I was asking people
Had
this
to
last.
have. And that's why the creator gave us Alice in Wonderland, Geo, or gave us Alistair Crowley to tell us that
Hold on,
everything is
you're going to other.
inverted.
These are other topics. Hold on. What was your answer to that? What was your answer to that?
I thought you asked me.
Did
I
the
was
creator
answering that.
did the creator create the globe lie? The globe deception? Did it
Yes.
create that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Had
Gotcha.
to have. And the creator and the destroyer are one and the same. Right? That's what I think. So here's the thing, right? If we follow the clues, we get to the book of Job. Book of Job, we have this sort of
And
alliance between.
another topic. Another topic
But
change.
Geo, it's not another topic because it's an alliance showed to us as we follow the pathway that, well, God and the devil work hand in hand. Yes, the creator must have created the devil. The creator must have created the heliocentric system. And you know who the father of the heliocentric system is, Geo? It's Aristarchus of Samos. So therefore the creator must have given us this story to decode somewhat. And he's the devil. Aristarchus is the devil. Yeah. What is a star, Geo? What is the sun? You can't have the sun without the breaking of the father. So the sun is not natural. The sun is unnatural. Like the earth's surface being flat is unnatural, like a tree being felled, and the surface of the stump is unnatural as well. You know what I'm saying? And can I just say, now we look, Geo, at the new world around us, the new surround. Now we look at the moon as our nearest clue, a blueprint. The blue moon, I saw you standing alone. Anyway, and Geo, now we look at see, I don't throw out anything the ball earther has to say because everything is encoded. The lie is built on the truth. He lie centrism, right? Anyway, now we look at the moon. Now we look at the sun in a different light. The reflections. What did they tell us? The most significant, mysterious crater on the moon is, well, Aristarchus. You know, you've heard me saying this before. They tell us that. God tells us that in a sense. Anyway, I know that's a bit very specific, and I know it's frustrating, infuriating, like when Smurf was talking today. But it's each man just delivering his own story, I guess, and it can become infuriating for someone who isn't immersed, I guess. I do appreciate that. No, I do appreciate that. And that's why I asked Snacks, by the way, Geo. What do we, even yourself, Geo, I was actually thinking about you. I picked a mushroom from the garden. I told you that, Geo. I'm fucking looking for magic mushrooms for years, and suddenly loads of them pop up in the front garden after my mother laid down a load of sort of bark, decorative, what do they call it? Gotta fucking have them. Then you gotta say goodbye to me. I'm thinking.
Well, I think
You
I
know what I'm
told you this
saying?
before. Don't go eating random mushrooms if you don't know what they are.
You're not though. I've looked at. I have it here. Can you go on? Can I show video here? Tell me what this is. Can I go on video on camera?
To give you the roll. Do you want the roll?
Yeah, give me the roll momentarily. I'll go on camera and you can tell me. Nice one. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just clean you in. I put a little bit of tape over the. I have only an Asus laptop. I put a little bit of tape over the lens, or the camera, just in case. You know what I mean? I don't want anyone looking in at me on my private time. Sorry. Okay, let me post.
Oh yeah, you're okay.
Okay, let me share. Hang on. What do I have to do here? No, I don't want to share my screen. Sorry about that, Gio. 1 second. Let me just. What do I have to do? Right. Nice one. Nice one, nice one, nice one. Actually, yeah, there you go. Yellow backdrop. It doesn't matter. Let the camera. What do you call it? But here's the mushroom, Geo. I just picked it from the garden earlier on. There's a big bunch of them. I think I could dry them out immediately on the lamp here. But here we go. I think it is the appropriate one.
I
So
doubt
let
it.
me just bring it
It
up.
doesn't look like it.
Is it not? There's a little nipple on it. Look at the nipple. Let me turn it around. There's a little nipple on the top.
I mean, I highly doubt that's psilocybin. Doesn't look like it to me, but
Why is it not though?
they look different.
Yeah, but maybe it's different from what you've seen. I mean, you've been in, you've been okay. But I think this isn't it. Just it's a standard. It's a bell, upside down bell, but there's a nipple at the top. That's what it is, though, isn't it? They're after popping up, man. I didn't give a fuck anyway. I'm gonna dry them out and take them. But at the same time, man, I might have to say goodbye to this world. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's a bit rotted away now, but I think it is Geo. I think it is now. I came in, I picked it. I said I'm gonna come in now and look at a Google image of it or something. Google, by the way, Google the big googly eyes. You know the big piercing. What do you call it? Busy nosy eyes. Yeah, I think it is Geo. You just got a wrong angle, unless of course you have had a few of your own mushrooms today and you might be thinking quite straight.
Please don't eat that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't go. You'd have to really know what you're. I highly doubt that that's psilocybin. They usually don't just grow in someone's garden like that.
I know, it's so weird. But I'm telling you, Gio, I went looking. I told you here in Ireland, when I go to the local cannabis dealer, all I got is what he got. Now, generally he's grand, but sometimes it's weaker stuff. Sometimes I can't just go like fucking Amsterdam. I've been to Amsterdam. I have loads of stories to tell you. People love the Irish. But anyway, yeah, I can't just go to some sort of setting where you can order this or that, depending on your mood and how fucking mad you want to get. I can't just do that. So yeah, same with mushrooms, and I tried to pick mushrooms a good few times, and I
But I'm
had my
not
own
saying it's.
little
I mean,
immersions into it. Never a proper one though. Never a proper immersion. I think God gave me those mushrooms in the garden, Geo. To be honest, He did. For the Creator, honestly.
well, you could get a test
I've
kit
been
and
looking
test
for them
them.
for years.
You should get a
When
test
I was
kit.
in court with my son's mum, Geo. When I was in court with my son's mum, honestly, all this conspiracy talk. Sarah said to me, "Listen, if you're right about everything, I'll bow down on my knees and I'll beg your forgiveness." Me, I've been right pretty much about everything as a conspiracy man, flat earther, fakeologist, auto hoaxer, and beyond. But he brought up in the court, which took away the guardianship to my son Steve. That's like about 10 years ago, whatever. But she brought up how how first of all I smuggled some weed in my false leg heel, which wasn't too much. It was just like I squashed it down and I had a smoke when I came back. But also how he was taking my son out on point here, just magic mushroom picking. Of course, it sounds bad. Shit, not bad at all. I was looking for it, but there's nowhere you can go for it. Nowhere you can go for it where I was living. Oh, yeah. Now that I wasn't looking anymore, I think I can see the nipple, Geo, talking about. If I was going through the cow fields, which I did, and the sheep fields, I'd be looking for the nipple. And there's the nipple.
Well, some of
So
them can look like that, but a lot of mushrooms can look really similar. So all I'm saying is that, I mean, certain mushrooms will kill you, as you know, or can be very toxic. So
Yeah, they'll fuck you up.
there's nothing that kills anyone in Ireland, Geo. Nothing at all. in Ireland, there's no. Think what's actually. Let me ask you a question. What is the biggest predator, animal predator in Ireland that you know? Go ahead. Hey, if you ask me about the USA, for instance, I would say, well, actually, the biggest one is the bear. I think the biggest. You don't want to be fucking out of anything else. You don't want to be beating a fucking bear. Now in Africa, different story. You don't want to be meeting a lion. You know what I mean? Asia, etc. In Ireland, anything can anyone can help me out? I don't really know, but can anyone suggest something? What's the biggest predator that if I go venturing into wilderness, pretty much it's wilderness throughout the whole of Ireland. There's only about 4 big cities. I'm in Limerick here. Only a small surround. Only a small surround. So you have Limerick, Cork, Dublin, Galway. Then you have Belfast in the north. But the minute you leave these sort of small surrounds, relatively, it's open air. It's open freeway all around, everywhere. High mountains, no valleys. It's just open grassway. It's good. That's why Ireland is the green grass, right? Green grass at home. But yeah, what's the biggest predator you can think of that I have to worry about if I went off grid? Tough one, isn't it? Anyway, I'm going to eat this and just see how that goes. Oh, I bit down. Maybe, Gio, why didn't you remind me? I shouldn't have bit down on the nipple part first.
I just said, don't go eating random mushrooms.
Pete.
Oh, I like it, Gio.
Hey, Pete.
Go eating random mushroom.
This is reckless.
Pete.
You're a reckless cunt. You don't belong in this world.
Dodo.
Well, how?
Anyway,
Okay,
sorry.
you first, I guess, but then I'll jump in.
Hey, can you hear me, Pete?
Pete, can you hear Clay?
See how much?
Oh my gosh, Pete, can you hear Clay?
That's a beat.
I guess he can't hear you.
Oh, you want a
Can't hear
beat
me
as
either.
in a sugar beet and not
He's
a
not
mushroom?
reacting to you either, man.
Yeah, Pete, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear Clay?
And hear Clay, of course. He was looking for a beat. I gave him a beat.
Yeah, no, Pete. Do you know Peter Lustig? It's a Peter Lustig. It's a very famous German TV star who made like.
Honest to God, Clay, I thought you said, do you know Pete, a loose stick? So I thought you were referencing me as Pete.
Oh,
and
no.
I didn't know how to answer. I know
No,
you're a
no.
Bible man.
Type in
No, I
Peter
don't know
Lustig. Type in Peter Lustig in Google.
I genuinely thought that's what you said. Do you know Pete, a loose stick? I was gonna go, okay. Well, let me
Yeah,
that.
he's
coming on
famous.
to me, I'm thinking.
He's famous for his children TV series. Like I grew up with his stuff.
Well, 1 second. I'm going to say to you immediately now, like all of the children's, like the Disney movies, the very name itself, Clay, is reference to Dick, and you're going to find Dick and a sexuality strewn throughout this guy. What do you say his name is? Peter Lustig?
Yeah, I posted. I posted a picture of him.
It's the same throughout, though. How easy was it to us to find all these sexual references throughout Disney movies? So it's the same thing. Magic Roundabout in England, Bosco in Ireland. It's the same thing with Peter Lustig here. Shit, man. It's okay.
Dude, he made my childhood, man. Like I learned a lot of stuff from this guy. It was actually
The thing
pretty
is,
nice.
right?
Very
Hey, the thing
peaceful.
is, bud. Here's what I'm saying. Is this necessarily evil? What they do? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. We come to terms with our sort of sexuality or division over a course of time. It depends on the culture, you know. Sex is the dirtiest word here in Ireland.
Anyways,
Not now, but it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
the point I was
you
trying
still
to
have to
make
come
is
to terms with it, right?
the point I was trying to make is it kind of looks a little bit like you.
Go ahead. Well, I'm not looking at the chat. Fucking his name alone though tells me that it's fucking. Name alone tells me it's like what's her name?
Peter Lustig.
Yeah, I know that name. What's the name I'm trying to think of?
Well,
for instance, Wayne Carver. Wayne Carver as the autopsy man for Sandy Hook. Wayne Carver, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Peter Lustig. All these dick jokes, man. But it's fair enough. Fair enough.
Lustig actually means funny in German. Lustig means funny in German.
You say Fanny? Fanny, see, here's the language barrier in a sense. Fanny to me in Ireland here and to England is a vagina. But Lustig means vagina.
Dude,
Shit.
this is so complicated. Ireland must be very weird
It's
place.
not my doing.
No, I know.
Not my doing, though.
I understand.
I should have said, it's not my doing. But listen, well, what do we make of these influences then? Is there some force trying to take us towards the material? Smurf mentioned lust today. Stacy was talking as well. Yeah, very good. What do we make of our passage here then? Sort of flat earth and beyond. And what does it come down to? Come back to? That's the question. Anyway, I ate that, Geo, and I don't know. Still something I have to say in my left lower quadrant, my left ankle. And I know that's not true because I have no left ankle anymore. I said goodbye to my left ankle years ago. Anyway. Hey, Clay, what do you reckon of this? Hang on.
Yeah.
I'd ask you this as well. Honestly, bud, I love you, man. And you listen, as long as you're true. If I found out you weren't true, I'd be so pissed off at you. But as long as you're true, you're grand. But I think Jesus is about the dick as well, about the penis. I have no doubt about it at this stage.
what are you saying?
Yes, Jesus is about the penis, the body of Christ. How do we all get here? Where do we all go to?
Is that
Jesus
mushroom,
is not lying to you. Yeah.
Is that
Well,
mushroom
forget about
already?
that. Jesus is not lying to you. Jesus is the eternal truth. The eternal truth applies to each and every one of us. And but here's the thing: this is where we get to the division or the separation from the child, the innocence, to the guilt, I guess, in a sense, when we all go through the process of life. They call it development, but maybe it's a retardation in a sense. Yeah, what do we make of all of this? And the fact that Jesus never had he came down to live as God as man, but he never had any sexual desires. It's never mentioned, is it? Unless you get to, the next clue, which is the last temptations of Christ. Oh, yeah, I think we have to look at it as a greater encompassing sort of script. And put your faith where it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that to you, Clay, but I'm asking that question. Why are the different characters presented in the different way? You know, you live as man. Well, you have to be born. You have to come to maturity, and then you have to die. You have to experience every emotion. That's what I'm saying about the last temptations of Christ. There they deal with Jesus' sexuality. Funny enough, Jesus is a woman. Has any of you looked into that? Jesus is androgynous. Jesus, in truth, is androgynous. This is what all the tranny LGBTQ stuff, we don't know who we are, but Jesus as represented is androgynous. That's why she had the ability to, rise above. Rise above. That's a good way of putting it. And give you a direct reference to it. He said, "As I am, so are you, and more." Why would you potentially be any more than Jesus? I have an answer. He knew where he was going. You knew what he had to do. You figure. By the way, Aristarchus was from Samos. Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ aura or Christ gold, AU, sun, RA. Samos, if we read the words, see, we forgot how to read, we forgot how to break down things because we lost our connection with the creator. Well, Samos is S-A-M-O-S, or if you just rearrange, S-O-S. In French, je suis dodo here, but SOS, Jesus. SOS is a state of emergency, and the sun comes from that state of emergency, emergency into what? The material. That's what it is. It's a material.
And where'd he go? Did he just disappear?
I wonder the same. I just saw the door closing.
Did he leave? What is happening?
It's you know, I think every time I talk to Dodo, he has a new kind of thing about another thing to say. Always changes.
Was he like raptured or something? Like, where did he go? I mean, he didn't. If he just disappeared without even saying it, you know what I'm saying? What the?
Yeah, he went out the door.
Oh, there he is.
Gio, there's loads of things I'd love to ask you about, but one of the things about don't worry about that mushroom, Gio. That's only one mushroom. At the very least, it's innocuous. There's nothing to it. But I do think that they are magic mushrooms, honestly. But I mean, the thing I would ask you is that as you've been immersed into such sort of separated realities, it's like a dream. You're living a dream, and anything sort of becomes possible. How do you operate in your daily life then? Do you operate as if your sober life, your sober mind? Do you operate as if your experience, even though they were real, or a real dream? You know what I'm saying? They were the most vivid dream you could ever have. Did you take any conclusions or any directionality from all of the different experiences?
Who are you talking to?
I'm just talking to Gio, just regarding what Gio is most vocal on here, and of course, for me, not yeah, we've got to explore or the deeper depths in any way we can. But deeper the experience you have in this induced setting, how does it guide your sort of path forward? What question are you asking yourself, or have you already um, figured out your life's course in a sense? You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking you, Geo, specifically there, or putting Geo on the spot. I tried to make my own DMT. I really did. I got some mimosa hustles plant. I bought a fan. I bought all the different equipment. I made it so I have arse of it the first time around, but I did smoke the product, and well, it took me to a more sort of quiet, like a sleeping pill zone, as opposed to a direct DMT hit. And I sort of gave it up after that. But that's what I'm trying to ask, and that's what I'm worried about as well. With these mushrooms growing in my garden, if I go along, if I had a proper DMT trip in 2000, what was that, 2014, when I made it, tried to make it, I wouldn't be here now. I'd be in a different zone, different place. I think I would have different questions to ask tomorrow than, well, what I have to ask today as me right now without having taken the DMT. Yes, if you want. Yeah.
You know what I personally think about all these kind of drugs? It's like an illegal entrance into the spirit realm. You know, it's like putting down the guard and entering the spirit realm that you're not actually allowed to enter or shouldn't enter. You know, kind of like as if you put off this wall that is keeping you from the spirit realm where all the bad entities are.
Where do you go then? Are you sure about Clay? That you know I love you, man, and respect you, and I always said that as well. I mean, if you're coming from a true position, I think the heart will decide. That's our heartbeat. We're lighter than the bodies. We have to work out other sort of sayings as well. It's not just the sayings of the Torah or the Bhagavad Gita or the Bible itself. It's about sort of greater encompassment because we're in a specific time now. None of this information that we have come across generally was available to the public at large years ago, even 20 years ago before the internet took off. You know what I'm saying? So now everything it has it according to the divine declaration, if you want, is put before us to consider at an extreme level, especially as truthers, with the ultimate skepticism, because we're already been told. That's why I mentioned the Book of Job earlier on. We've been told once it predates the Book of Genesis by Moses. Okay, as flat earthers, there's a different hierarchy, if you want, or a different arrangement between God and the devil. And can I just say this, because I was thinking about this with the material world, so I left off on that. Material world, the matter, IL world. The matter is the woman or the woman, mother, and well, you have the immaterial and the material to now consider as flat earthers and beyond. That's what I would say about that. So everything is maybe a clue for us. And where do we find the clues? Well, we read, we watch, we see, we interpret. But yes, it's basically via the word and the thought that the word encompasses. I don't like to ask you this, Clay. I don't know. Honestly, I don't like to ask you this because shit. But we were all led down this pathway. Martin Leakey, top flat earther, Oakley crew member. He was part of Glowbusters, part of the Nathan Oakley crew, but he left flat Earth behind in the sense that he took us away to Tartaria. Historical revision. Has any of you heard of Tartarus, by the way, or Tartaruk? Aristarchus, if you take the word, yeah, Aristarchus, if you take the word, equally in the center, each side we have Aristarchus. Anyway, but yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that he took us away for that, and here's the point about historical revisionism, more advanced sort of system in the past, whatever that entails, but coming away from the historical tale. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a Chinese psyop. You know, there's a Chinese guy who wrote a book about Tartaria before it was going viral on TikTok and YouTube. And it's literally Chinese psyop to further degrade the knowledge and abilities of our past generations being wonderful artists or the workmanship they have done. You know? China's slowly.
What's true then? What remains true then? Okay? What remains true?
Well, that there have been very highly talented people back then who had a lot of wonderful techniques that we just easily overlook and don't even know of to build these wonderful complex structures. If you really dig into it, you know, how they build this stuff, it really makes sense.
How do you know? Let me ask it out. How do you know?
Well,
Isn't it just a thought in your mind, your concurrent mind right now, your mind in the now? How do you know any of this is true?
I have looked at it. I once believed it, but then I looked closer, doing my own research, and I realized that I was very wrong. You know, let off. Especially about many false claims that the Terran movement made.
If I asked you to paint a picture of Jesus, would you be able to paint a picture of Jesus for me?
No.
But he was a real man, right?
Yes.
So therefore, he had a portrait, accessible portrait to be represented.
I don't know if he had a portrait made.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he would if the circumstances allowed. Yeah, because he was a real. Well, how would you? Yeah, have you not painted a picture yourself? How you imagine Jesus looks like, would have looked like, especially in terms of revised thinking. I think that's what you should do, Clay. Or that's what not saying picking on you or anything. That's two things everyone should do. Paint your picture of Jesus. If you say he's a real man, paint your picture of it. If you say the earth is flat, paint a real picture of it as well. That's the things that we're challenged with, I think, from the creator.
Mm-hmm.
What else? What else? Fight flat French cat. Fight Kosho Zanuck tomorrow again. Go ahead. Go ahead. No disrespect to those guys. They're brilliant.
Where is everyone? Is my question. It's very quiet on here.
I was thinking about as it's quiet. Listen. I've heard it's been quiet. I've looked back, not looked back, but I've tuned in and tried to scroll back for conversation. It's been quiet for hours on end. It's fine. It's fine. All there is the now. The question I would ask is, well, what do you think about memory? And before you answer, or at least maybe it might influence your answer somewhat, isn't memory the sort of the connection between the past and the now? But all there is the now. We rely on memory. What do you think? We rely on memory to function. Without memory, we're in a world of dreams.
That's a good question.
What do you think of the function of memory? What do you think of the bridge that is memory between the past, your own past specifically, and the future, not to mind a past that is outside yourself? Well, so what do you think of the significance of memory?
It's very important. I'm just wondering if you can count the ability to, for example, ride a bike or go upstairs to be linked to your memory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's your own interpretation. This is the thing I say about I don't listen. It's not about everyone has their own interpretation of their own reality. When it comes to the written word, then it becomes a sort of less reliable interpretation because there are a million interpretations. You know what I'm saying? When you interpret your own reality and your own raison d'etre, incorporating your whole life yourself in your own sort of memorial considerations, well, then you can make some direct conclusion, right or wrong. When it comes to the words of others, there's so much you have to build in to even getting to a basic surface level consideration. What I mean by that ultimately is that, well, as a ball earther, we were fed a list of historical facts in inverted commas, that we sort of left behind. Now we have a different context for, well, for current being. That's a good one. Different context for current being. And I remember today, the day is gone now. I remember it, and it only remains within, well, what? My memory. My memory, or your memory. I remember 2,000 years ago, 700 years ago, doesn't matter. Do I remember today in Brazil? Not at all. It doesn't matter. Can I do that? I think the ultimate question, Clay, and it's not for you specifically, it's are we coming from a more advanced past or a more primitive setting? Isn't this the great conspiracy now throughout, well, internet chatter? That Jesus lived in a hut, was a carpenter 2,000 years ago, and pulled 4,000 fish from his arse on a hill. Well, you could blow me down with a feather. That's part of the globe earth reckoning. You notice that most globe earthers will say, well, we don't deny the historicity of Jesus. I'm not attacking anyone here. Jesus is my best friend, whether you know it or not. What I'm trying to say, do you notice that most flat earthers, ball earthers, will say, we don't deny the, what do you call it, the historicity of Jesus, but we deny the divinity or the ability of Jesus. That's the standard ball earther response for you. You know what I'm saying? You notice that? It's most curious. Baller stance. Let's say, Clay, the biggest mind fuck is, I would just say this, the biggest mind fuck is to now paint a picture of what Earth actually is. That's the biggest mind fuck. Everything that it might entail. How far are you going to go with that? You know? And be happy throughout your life's course. Oh, Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is not a spinning ball. That leaves you closer to the greater consideration. Sorry, I know I'm speaking a lot, but at the same time, I'm speaking on point. The greater consideration, which I mentioned to Geo, was, well, once we come out of the fucking lie, some dickhead is after feeding me the lie, but they're in greater possession of my greater truth. And I don't like that. I don't like that because I'd sign no contracts in that sense or acquiesce to any one or group or society. And the creator is on my side as well, in a sense. Go ahead, though, friends. I feel like I'm taking over the conversation, but it's not. It's just my now, right? But I will definitely go on mute. Yeah, that mushroom definitely had a nipple, Geo. Definitely had a nipple. Fucking out with the glasses or later on now. Maybe if it isn't. Really harmless mushrooms, but just the way they popped up, just in terms of my own story as well. Maybe I think I need to go there. Anyway, yeah, once again, there's been many hours here. We're on different time zones. There's been many hours where there's been no one speaking at all. You never know, friends, where you're going to get your next clue. All there is you. So, thank you for the ability to put myself. Do you actually notice maybe everything is for a reason? What do you make of this T-shirt here? Which way you're looking at it? You look at the word God. Do you see it from the front or the back? And if there's some sort of association, because now everything is maybe significant, what is the relationship? And why is the different interpretation in the different direction significant? But anyway, that's the, yeah. Actually, now I've just seen this for the first time, looking at it in reverse in the camera. Enki. Remember Enki? Sumerian tablets, all that sort of stuff. Interesting, isn't it? Okay. I know it's afternoon in America land, and it's been a beautiful day here in Ireland. It's uncanny weather. Actually, for the first time today, I saw loads of chemtrails. What do you call them? Chemtrails. I've stopped calling them that for years. But yeah, some trailing in the sky, loads of planes where normally there's no planes. But yeah, I know it's a different time zone. So it's maybe a mild mid-afternoon, and you're probably having a nice iced tea in America. But I noticed that light water is here in chat. Speak up, man. Come on. If there's, especially if there's no one speaking, I'll happily go on mute. But if there's no one prompted to come in, I'll happily speak away as well. And you know. Okay, okay. Let me again because it's quiet. Geo, I'm reading the comments here. I looked it up. That's exactly the fucking mushroom that I just chomped on there. But Geo, you say you have to either test mushrooms or be knowledgeable on the intricate difference to know. Geo, that's why I asked the question earlier on. What's the most dangerous predator in Ireland? There's no poisonous fucking snakes. There's no large deadly animals. There's no um obnoxious plants. Now, mushrooms I know are a different category. That mushroom in the garden is just a standard, and it's a standard. I think it's a standard magic mushroom. That's what I think it is. Otherwise, give a fuck anymore, man. It's only a
All the
minor thing.
Pete, all the killing possibilities of nature has been put in your mushroom.
Yeah, but
For all,
hey, we
for all of
in
our,
order to live, we have to die.
if you're going to eat it, I come over and strangle you. You stupid bastard.
Yeah, but why? It's just a standard mushroom.
Yeah.
LW. What the
Take it,
hell is
man.
it though? A purposely poisoned mushroom growing in the front garden?
Pete, all I can tell you right now, just I'm being dead serious for any
Go
point,
ahead.
just on a soul level, because I have absolutely had past lives where I've died of eating poisonous mushrooms, and it is horrific. All I'm going to say, dude, is that there are absolutely mushrooms in nature that can kill you or can cause extreme illness, and they could look tiny and they could look like something else. So there are many different species that mimic each other in the way they look, and some of them can be very, very poisonous and literally could kill you. And it's not a pleasant way to go. So I'm just anyone listening as well, I would say, to me, I think there's actually like a very deep lesson from nature in that, is to really know what you're consuming before consuming it and know for
I'll,
sure.
listen, please don't worry about this, or like water, don't worry about this, because I listen, they're just standard mushrooms, whether they are what's the word for it? What's the word for it? Psychotropic or whatever. Whether they are magic mushrooms.
Psilocybin mushrooms. They are very unique, which is that's what when they say magic mushrooms, psilocybin.
Yeah, that's them. I just showed you the nipple earlier on, and I posted an image, and I saw Linda posted it. That's the exact thing that's growing in my garden.
Right, but what I'm telling you is that some mushrooms can look similar but be different species and have totally different constituents. So
It's
just because
only a
they look
standard
like
garden, Geo. There's no all the fireworks, all the children. Honestly, there's 10-year-olds setting that shit off. Like, hear that? Shit.
Pete, all women have nipples and they can be poisonous. So
Women can be poisonous, or women's nipples can be poisonous. What
you
do you
can't see on the
mean?
nipple if it's poisonous or not. Come on, man.
Yeah, go easy on the woman's nipple.
I mean, if you know, like I said, you could get a test kit, or you also can do some research and start to research and look into how to identify them visually.
Well, Gio, I have done that. That's what I was trying to tell you in my greater story. This is why I think there's something. Everything is sort of for a reason, right? I have done that, and when I went out to pick mushrooms in a forest, I can go back about 10 years now. Remember, I mentioned the story about my son's mom in court, and how she mentioned that to the judge that I used to take my son out picking magic mushrooms. It was along those lines, but it was innocently sort of done. I was trying to inform my son on the real nature of reality and how certain things take you to a certain place, but it was nothing overt. We never found anything, and I never took any great risks. But the thing I was looking for, the very simple representation of the magic mushroom, which is the nipple top psilocybin. Is that how do you spell that? Psilocybin. How do you even say it? Psilocybin.
I posted 2 links in chat. One of them is a pretty technical article on an overview of the taxonomy, phylogenetics, and ecology.
But Gio, the point I'm trying to make is it's not like
these several
wandering
different
through the
species.
states. Yeah, Geo, it's not like I'm wandering through the states where you meet many dangerous creatures, characters, and plants. You know, you just don't go willy-nilly into unknown territory. In Ireland here, there is a very, very mild sort of extreme, if you want. So yeah, I'm not talking about that. My mother planted fucking. Do you know what you? Actually, this is where. So these mushrooms grow around. Here's what I think what's happening here, right? These mushrooms grow out in general. When I went to the forest, right around trees or something like that, felling of trees, whatever, or whatever, just a different material that's contained within the local sort of surround. But yeah, she just for decorative purposes put down bark, tree bark. So these mushrooms, which I've been looking for along the nipple ones, they're after popping up. And I'm just saying, okay, I get what you're saying, but they're not imitations of fucking some deadly mushrooms because there's no really deadly mushrooms here in Ireland. But they are literally the real thing, I think. I think they're encouraging me to take them, pick them, and take them. So yeah,
I
if
hear
we
you. I
forego
mean,
Gio, if we forego the danger, assume that there's no danger to it. What should I do? Should I wash them out and dry them, or what should I do?
Okay,
Okay,
well,
Gio, it doesn't matter. I'm not
yeah,
going to die from it, man. Don't be worried.
yeah, I'm not outwardly recommending anything. What I would say though, however, is like don't go eating random mushrooms because, like I said, they can be toxic or poisonous, and you don't know what they are if you don't know what they are.
Sure, I never
Um,
would. I never did. I
but
never did. And
when
yeah,
but when people consume psilocybin, you can eat. Some people eat them fresh or dried.
that's so
Often, if
bad.
they're dried, people make a tea out of it. Is a very potent way where
Yeah,
you basically break up all the dried mushrooms into like a coffee mug, boil some water, pour the boiled water right in the coffee mug, and then the hot water will, and then kind of stir it a little bit with a spoon usually,
nice one,
and
Brad.
then basically people even like you can strain out like after the hot water will cool, after some time, and then uh I've experimented with both actually. Like, so there's like some like soggy mushroomy material, which is what's left over because obviously they were dried, and then the hot
Ugh.
water, and then all the psilocybin all came out into the water because water soluble very effectively, and then you're gonna have these like little chunks of the actual mushroom fiber material, and you can strain those out. You don't even have to eat them. I've actually experimented with both. Eating it doesn't really seem to actually give any further effect. Like it really does seem like almost all of the psilocybin and the alkaloids seem to come out in the hot water, which is pretty amazing. So technically, it's like you can pretty much I've found that I can just strain out those other pieces, and then you're just dealing with kind of a tea, like a liquid tea, which the flavor of it's not bad. And of course, you could even add a little honey or things like that people do. But that way of consuming psilocybin is incredibly potent because it comes on very fast and very strong.
Right.
So you really, if it's a
That's what I'm saying. Tread
high dose
carefully. When you,
especially, it's going to come
Yeah,
on within like.
let me ask you then. Let me ask you then, Gio, because I'm a sort of a beginner in this sense. Although I have taken, yeah, my own story is okay. But let me ask you this: where are you advised? Is one advised to prepare? In other words, do you need to know where you want to go, or do you need to consider that, or you don't? I mean, you're not just a wild chance guy, you know what I'm saying? It's not just okay, I can go anywhere. Actually, do you know what that brings me back to? Joe Rogan talking about what was it? Salvia, and how it's the most intense sort of trip. It reminded me when I listened to him about DMT, and I told you I tried to make these things. I tried to collect mushrooms, tried to make DMT. I almost failed, maybe purposefully. But my point is, where do you hope to go? I know there's a land beyond, but at the same time, I don't know where it might take me. You know what I'm saying? But where do you hope to go, Gio? Or do you learn your sort of limitations in a sense? Or are you more cautious with every trip because you know it might take you to some place that leaves you irretrievable? Yeah.
Okay, let me try to respond now. I think I caught everything you said, and I'll try to respond to all of it the best I can. Okay, so there, I would say that people utilize these plants in different ways for sure. There's different intentions and so on. Because I mean, some people might just take mushrooms and go to a concert, and now there's nothing wrong with that. I've done that many times myself, but it's a beautiful experience if it's the right set and setting, and so on. But I'm just saying that's more of like would be perhaps considered somewhat more of a recreational use, almost like drinking or smoking some herb or whatever it may be, that someone might take like some mushrooms or LSD or something like that and go to a concert and things like that. Although mushrooms tend to be spiritual, kind of have a spiritual energy to them, even if you're at a concert as well, meaning it's not sort of only recreational. Nonetheless, I'm just saying that's one entire type of the thing that people have done and do. And then there's other ways of using them more in a spiritual context and in a either for healing or for accessing higher levels of consciousness, and ultimately for exploring your own consciousness and being able to tap into a larger field, larger sources of wisdom and knowledge, and so on. So for using them in that case, I'll just share one way to go about it, which is like complete surrender. So meaning that when one way is like when one would then consume the medicine in more of a like for like psychospiritual purposes, and to have a psychospiritual type of journey, and then also perhaps to heal. I mean, people could have intentions about wanting to heal something as well. But what it seems like is if you use the right, it doesn't even have to be a plant medicine. This can be done without plants at all. But if you activate the human psyche in essentially in the right way to access this unique state that I'm talking about, it can be done with like breathing, with breath work, and it can be done with meditation and other things as well that are not even consuming a plant. But then when consuming a plant, then there's that whole quality to it as well. But what seems to be people always have the best outcomes and have the most positive transformation when they go into it with a very open mind, but also like willing to completely surrender and let go to whatever happens. Now that might sound like, oh no, you're going to let go and go crazy or something, but it actually is the opposite. Like as you let go of control, like very deep layers of control within the human psyche and so on. So it seems to be that like we all have our own like inner healer terminology for it. Like we all have some intelligence within us that if you activate the human in the right way and you have the intentions of that as well, then that inner healer intelligence will bring you exactly what you need. And by surrendering to it, then that allows you to actually move through it in that scenario. And then in terms of where else you might go in terms of other journeys, I mean, even with that too, like to surrender and let go and to be able to kind of, basically accept whatever is occurring. And
That's
then
brilliant, Gio. That's brilliant, Bud. Because first of all, I was asking that question as a flat earther. We know most people who've taken mushroom trips have a certain mind set. I'm not saying this. We know. I mean, you know what I'm saying. But in general, I guess whatever area you venture into, whatever space you venture into, well, it's still composed of your own sort of. When you say surrender, in other words, I'm thinking, okay. I have so many things to say about that because I'm talking about not just just an average person taking a similar trip. We are flat earthers and beyond, and I'm afraid, in a sense, where that might lead. What is flat earth and beyond? What you there? I'm absolutely with you, and I think it would take. And that's why I asked you. Remember, I asked you all the things you've done, all the trips you've taken. What do you make of it? Are you more lost than ever or more found than ever? Do you bring these immersive realities into your sober reality, and do you let one guide the other? You know what I'm saying about that? But ultimately, what I'm asking you, particularly Geo, is you're a flat earther and beyond. And actually, I'd love to hear your picture of what flat earth is, because just to say this, Smurf today, probably the best 2 hours I've ever heard on your channel. best 2 hours of a man who's a flat earther and beyond, trying to incorporate everything and make sense of it in the singular and the collective sort of sense. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I value your input as you are a flat earther and beyond, as to where these things may take you if you continue to engage in them. Where do you hope for them to take you, and what is the outcome here, Gio? What is the outcome here?
Okay, well, you said a lot there, and that's going to
I
be
know
just
that.
that's
I know
beyond
that.
the overload level of anyone even being able to respond. However, you kept saying about a flat earther. Yeah, I would not call myself a flat earther. I never have. So I don't. I've never identified with that term, as it were, or called myself that.
So what are you? What are you then, Gio?
Just to clarify that, because you kept saying that.
Yeah, but I meant that, one second, Gio. I meant that in the sense that you were flat earthers going away from the spinning ball, or literally is given. Oh yeah, that's what I meant that in that limited sense.
Yeah. And I mean, that term has kind of been one of the main terms that's been used, and yeah, I know what you mean. Cause yeah, there's not just like some easy other term, it seems, to use. So yeah,
I'm
with
not a
that.
flat earther, Gio. I'm not a flat earther. Flat earth is a psyop. Definitely is.
Yeah. And then you said like 12 other points, but boy, which one were we at there? Okay. You said something
Well,
about,
let's take it. Let me reduce it down to 1
well,
point.
dude, I think consciousness here's the thing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, like, we're all one in my viewpoint. So there is nothing you could experience that doesn't already exist eternally. So if one were to go into some of these journeys, it's not going into anything that is beyond what contains the totality of everything. It's just tuning different channels, essentially, in a way, because being able to expand beyond your human capacities, as it were, you then enter into essentially the infinite. And unless
What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that?
Well, I would say for myself, I'm 100% sure that I'm on a journey back to the center. So I know I'll be back there eventually to that foundation that, all those terms, omnipotent, omnipresent, etc. I mean, I think that exists eternally, and it is what we are ultimately. And
What, Gio?
I think it's
Yeah, but
core.
Gio, in your
I think what it's actually made of. I know it's going to sound almost cliche, but it's ultimately, I think it's actually made of light and love.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you. But light, we have to be aware of the false light. But I would say to you now, as you move into tomorrow and you move into sort of temporal considerations, how do you deal with your brother? Why the heck has your brother not come to think? I'm not saying this as attacking you in any way, Gio, but I'm saying to you, if your brother won't listen to the basic sort of considerations that you move beyond, which is of course the heliocentric system in a greater sense, how are you going to tell him or share with him any of your greater realizations or recognitions? That's my point. What do you think, Gio? Becomes difficult, doesn't it? It must be all be
No,
alone.
everything functions on different levels. So no, it's just everything's on its own layer. I mean, if you're talking about my brother in particular, or if
Yeah,
you're
yeah, your brother in
or if you're
particular,
talking
because you
about,
said that he's an ardent baller to supporter, but yet he's not inculcated within the arena here. He's not arguing the case as passionately as Kocha would do, for instance.
well, basically, all my family members have had their different kind of thoughts on when I've shared all this with them. But yeah, my older brother would be the one that is the most sort of, well, he's an engineer, so he knows a lot of the, arguments for the globe. Like, he actually does know them. If you stop someone on the
I'm
street and you ask
qualified
them about
as
the
an
globe,
engineer as well,
know a
Gio.
thing
Bring your
about it.
brother in.
I'm saying if you stop someone on the street random and ask them about the globe, they probably know almost nothing. Random person. But then there's going to be people that have certain, like, either educational backgrounds or whatever it may be, where they will know about, like, Coriolis effect and these kinds of things. So yeah, he definitely. I mean, he can actually. Like, I mean, I've had a lot of discussions with him about it, and some of them have been fairly debate style, and he'll go one for one to debate. I mean, he doesn't know all the information. Like, obviously, if he really came in here, like, he would, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like, he can hold his own. He knows all of the main parts of it all, and he
Sure, but
does
Gio,
debate it pretty well. Actually, he argues it pretty well, as it were.
that's absolutely fine. But I'm thinking about you here, Gio. The problem is that you left that behind. You're not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. Earth, as I said, yeah, we got to say what fucking Earth is before we attribute any characteristics to it. But the point is, well, your deeper thoughts, and you have some great thoughts. Honestly, of course you do, and you represent him very well and capably. But he's not going to be able to understand your ethereal field in rotation in a spiraling fashion around the central emanating. You know what I'm saying? He's not
No,
going to
he
be able
can.
to
No,
go any
he no.
further. So you're left just debating the basic principles with someone who you're dear and near to. You know what I'm saying? And they just won't go with you.
No, he would get that. No, he get. I mean, if you're talking about my brother in particular, he definitely gets everything I say, and he actually does. I would say like his body language shows that he resonates with it, but his mind shows that he can't necessarily actually consider it fully.
Did he
You know.
take the injection? Did he take? Was he mainstream guy in that sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gio. You didn't take the injection, did you, Gio?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm just clarifying. It just shows you the ultimate division between close, familiar
Yeah,
relationships. We're on our own in this one, Gio. We're on our fucking own in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the only one in my entire family that didn't get it.
You kidding me?
Maybe
Well,
even, I mean, I don't know all with my extended family. I'd have to see with, cousins and aunts and uncles, but I'm pretty sure probably all of them did. Although
yeah.
I haven't checked in with every single one of them, but
Oh
within my
man.
within my immediate family, yeah, they all did. Yeah. I'm the only one
I
that
actually
didn't.
don't think that's a necessarily bad thing. I'd love to sing you a song that I
Although
wrote
some of them are
particularly.
not, or some of them are not going to get another round. At least one said that he's
Oh
never going to get
goodness.
any more.
Well, what do we make of that then, Gio? We are elite. We are special. We are enlightened. We are illuminated. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'd love to sing. I
Well,
actually sang it today. Let me just say this, Gio. I sang
no,
it
hold on,
today.
dude. We're
It's an
getting
original.
spun
Okay,
all
go
around.
ahead. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, man. Hold on. Well, we already just derailed into a bunch of different topics. So let's try to stick with where we were at. Somewhere where we were
Yeah.
at.
Okay. While it's
Okay, so
not a
we're talking
derailment,
about.
Gio. Yeah,
Um,
go ahead.
I will say with the mushroom things, you're mentioning the little nipple, and yeah, like it's the Liberty cap is the
Yeah, there
type
you
of
go.
psilocybin
Liberty
mushroom,
cap.
Liberty cap. And they do kind of look here. Let me post this site. They do kind of look like nipples, and they're all a little different.
That's the one, Geo. That's the word I was actually trying to think about, which is the
That
Liberty Cap. That's what I was
yeah.
looking for
So
all,
did the
all
one you
along.
have?
Yeah.
Did it have that very nipply shape to it?
Yes, it did. All of them do. I'm telling you, the creator deemed this. I'm just wondering when is the right time to take it? Not necessarily tonight. There's a load of them out the front, and I have a good way of drying them out directly, actually, because I have a lamp here in my room.
Check that one out.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's exactly the one. That's exactly the one. The Liberty, not the last one. The first image there, the prior image. But yeah, I have a lamp in my room, and just to darken the light, I did my own shows anyway, or whatever. But yeah, just to darken the light a little bit, I hung a blue cloth over it. Actually, a pair of underpants, doesn't matter. But yeah, when you put anything on top of that, it dries out immediately. So yeah, they're Liberty caps. Thank you, Gio. That's the one. That's the name I was looking for. That's the mushrooms I was looking for back 10 years ago. Liberty caps, and now they're after popping up in my mother's garden. Anyway. I'll dry them out on the fucking the lamp top. And they'll be dry in about half an hour. But how much are we going to take? 10 mushrooms, maybe 12, 15? Shit.
It says here, psilocybin simalanceta. Semilanceta.
This is
Semilancenta. Psilocybin semilancenta.
this is the one.
Commonly known in the UK as the magic mushroom, and in the USA, the Liberty cap. Appears in grassland in autumn. It is commonly found on pasture and parkland that has not been enriched with artificial fertilizer. Fairly frequent in Britain and Ireland, where it is rather localized. They occur in Europe and is also found in North America.
Excellent. Excellent, Geo. That's exactly what they are then. So there's no danger in them. As I told you, my
No, I'm
mother
not
put
saying
down.
that's exactly what you had. I'm just saying that this is the Liberty cap that is a psilocybin species that does at least somewhat resemble what I saw when you showed it on the camera, but I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
saying
it,
it is what
Geo.
you had, but you were mentioning the nipple part of it, and so I was just wanting to post those images and then
That's it.
link that to the fact that you said it had the nipple on it, which is
That's
obviously
it. That's exactly.
one of the identifying.
Yeah.
It's one of. Hold on, let me just finish. It's one of the main identifying factors of these Liberty caps.
There you go. That's exactly what it is, Geo. And I was because it's been 10 years or whatever, but I was trying to think of the name and the psilocybin. These words are difficult. What's the name of the fucking red mushroom with the white cap? Difficult names. Science blinds
Amanita.
us with these
That's
difficult
Amanita.
words. Yeah,
That's
yeah, you
Amanita.
know it.
That one's Amanita muscaria.
That's it. I have to say that 10 times. But yeah, Liberty Cap. That's exactly what's growing in the front. And here's my explanation for it, Geo. My mother put down a load of tree bark as a decorative sort of arrangement for the front garden. So yeah, they're all after popping up the Liberty Caps. So how many of those should I take and dry out? I mean, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I get this. I don't even. I'm not even asking you that. Or Google and their
at the end
response.
of the day, nature is your garden, and there are things growing. And I think that it's always very key to know exactly what one is consuming if one chooses to consume something from nature, to be absolutely 100% sure that
Right.
you have the right species and all of that. And then,
Right.
and yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, you know, if one were to
I'm a flat earther, though, Geo. I think we live on the divided tree of life. What I'm trying to say to you is, with your differing mindset into your new adventures, your adventure into your next mushroom taking exploration is going to be different than your brother's because your mindset is different. And PJ's mindset is,
oh yeah,
I don't
everybody's
know.
journeys in these plant medicine experiences are unique, that's for sure. But there's can be overlaps in certain ways, but yeah, it's like a uniquely tailored experience for you.
I'll be saying goodbye though, Geo. I'm flat Earth and beyond. Earth is not flat. Stupid to say that. Stupid, absolutely stupid to say that. No one has said what
I
Earth
mean, Pete, when you
is.
keep saying that you would like lose your mind and all that, I guess what I would say is this. I would say that when people utilize certain plant medicines or other techniques that don't involve plant medicines as well, to really face whatever is within you, face one's own
Yeah.
demons, as it were, that and having the that amount of like bravery and courage to really face oneself on those deep levels, that any like fear that you would like lose it. I'm saying if you're doing it with this particular method of tools that I'm referring to or techniques, in the correct way in that sense, then because I think you had even said earlier, like, did you you lose yourself or did you find yourself? And that's an interesting
Yeah.
comparison, right? Because like that thought of being lost or found and that polarity between those. And maybe like the fear of going lost or going disassociated or something like that. But then, that for someone, if they have that, perhaps could be that they have some kind of fear or blockage that's actually blocking that. And if they were to like surrender to that, they'll actually face that fear and then they'll actually transcend to a higher level of functioning
Right.
than they were before. And
I'm
they'll
with
actually
you.
like it would be much more on the being found part of it. Like meaning like healing is, I could say like that idea of being found, like healing in a sense could be categorized that way. And then also having some like more highly integrated like ego and mind and emotional and spirit that is to be able to have like an a state of mind that is completely in the moment and in peace and acceptance and feels bliss just being in the moment.
Right. And this is what everything you said, Geo. I sort of already dealt with in a sense. There's only one person living in this life, and if I don't come to terms with my whole experience, well, who will? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm not taking it from any
It's
sort of
yours.
fear.
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
not. Yeah, 1 second, Gio. I'm not taking it from any sort of fear perspective. What I'm saying about that, when I lose myself, I'm saying that I'm already on a flat Earth and beyond road. So I'm going to be immersed in greater and beyond considerations. So maybe at the end of the day, I might deem myself now, in my present experience, as being almost worthless in a sense, because there's no convincing anyone, and ultimately all that's left is the personal track towards, well,
Well, in
whatever.
terms of real quick with the mushrooms, I mean, people have been essentially, if you want to call them flat earthers back in the early, way before the globe, going back, like in when they used the Native Americans that used peyote, they use ayahuasca in South America, etc., mushrooms in Middle America, and all these different areas around the world. They were essentially flat earthers, if you want to call them that, meaning they absolutely had a stationary planar foundation as a cosmology, because in all of the original shamanic traditions, which go back as to the very beginning of humanity, as far back as humanity goes, it's like the world's most ancient kind of set of practices. Really, there's no like dogma, there's no teachings. It's really
Right.
like a set of how to utilize tools for advancement and healing, etc. And they all had, I would say, many out of body experiences, because they saw the cosmos as a 3-layered system, where there's the upper world, the heavens, as it were. There's the middle world, the middle layer, even like Middle Earth, as they say, is the Tolkien in the Lord of the Rings
Yeah,
kind of
I
concept.
get it. I get that.
But then there's the middle world, which is the physical world, and then there's the underworld. And spiritually, there are various spirit levels to that as well. And the physical plane at the center of that is the actual, like, we're in this actual world that is an engagement from essentially the beyond to where we're at. And the beyond is, that concept of above and below. And of course, electrically, it seems charged that way as well. And it's not to say that all evil comes from below, but definitely evil does come from below. But at the same time, there's actually like benevolent spirits as well that are in the underworld. So the underworld does contain both, but the upper world does not contain any of the dark. It's all of the light in that sense, and in the polarity
Well,
kind
you
of.
know what? Yeah, Gio, I'm going to take a break in a second, and thank you so much for the evening tonight. But I will just say to you, right, because I think that, and I have lots more to say about this. The clues are laid down for us. Everything is inverted in this world now. The biggest question for flat earthers and beyond, right, is, well, what have you replaced a vacuum of space with? If there's an objective reality, well, then you have to paint a sort of a new picture. But what I'm trying to say here is, well, above is associated in the old picture with heaven. What if everything is inverted? What's below is actually heaven, and above is hell. I'm not saying that I didn't get a chance to sort of expand upon. Not that I didn't get a chance, but yeah, I need to expand upon that consideration a little bit more. But ultimately, it doesn't come back. This is what my point about, first of all, someone taking mushrooms or someone taking something, a trip that will take you ayahuasca, peyote or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's someone taking a trip away from a reality, sober reality, and sober considerations. Where does that lead? If I was a low birther and I took the same trip as you, Gio, and if I was you as a beyond low birther, let's put it like that, I'd have a different experience, I think, according to my greater sort of consideration. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I think that that's the great. What I'm trying to say here
Well, I
about
would
me
say it's
taking mushrooms doesn't
possible.
matter. Yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
say it's
Yeah, go ahead.
possible. Okay. Well, I was gonna say, I would say it's possible that person could have, if they already believe in a globe, then maybe in their, like, in some kind of thoughts, maybe they would still, even in the experience, have that globe mentality, like you said, if they haven't gone through that.
Yeah,
But what I
I
was saying
think so.
before about, like, our ancient ancestors, like, basically for eons of time lived on the earth in a natural harmony with the earth, and consumed plants many of these special plants from nature to expand their awareness profoundly to where they could actually have out-of-body experiences and experiences of channeling like knowledge and information and technology and
Greater understanding.
a greater understanding of things on multiple layers, and we're able to utilize that. So I was just trying to say originally that, like, if you want to call them flat earthers, because they I guess in the maybe in the mainstream they might categorize them that way or something if they use that term in that way. But I mean, they just knew that the earth was of a planar nature, that the heavens were above and the celestial bodies above, and then the underworld, and that the earth, that we were on the middle plane, and then the intersection point. And so I'm just saying they basically lived on the earth, consumed potent plant medicines to expand and have profound journeys through consciousness, and then also lived in peace with nature and in harmony with nature, as nature being the very blessing that brings those medicinal and those incredible states of healing and transformation on so many levels. And the space that people get into is of such a positive nature that the powers that be wanted to suppress it, and they are suppressing it. And
Well, the Creator must have faith in us, Geo, then, to put us in such a difficult situation. Can I say maybe this is what it's about? Snacks of the future, getting back to the past, realization that there's I think this is all insignificant in a sense, flat Earth and ball Earth. This is ultimately about our ultimate relationship to the Creator as individuals. And I think all of those ancient references that you quoted, they just bypassed it. You just, oh, that's nothing. Yeah, this is the greater reality. And of course, last thing to say before I go in and get a few cans, that's what science denies, is this greater immaterial sort of reference frame to our greater being, so that's...
Well, like when I was saying before about the plant medicine thing, the thing is that those plant medicines can bring such a profound state of just happiness and bliss and like healing in one's life, that is then the obvious reason to take care of nature to the highest degree, in terms of, because that's the whole point, like in terms of those traditions. And if someone is engaged with, in that sense, and that's why I think like I was saying, in ancient times where they lived on the earth, they utilized the different plants in nature as they pleased and in different ways, and they just lived in harmony with nature. And the whole point, and then they would channel technology through those plant medicines that were in harmony with nature as well, like some of the stuff Tesla was working with. And when you get into some of these the ways of modulating the ether to get things like free energy and actually unlocking. And so the plants of nature allow them to access that type of technology, and it's technology that is it's not harmful to nature. So there's no actual the kind of current forces that are in power, they're pushing all of the expendable resources and then trying to enslave us through that. But what really exists is just the actual free energy technologies and the architecture and all of the technology to make that architecture can actually be actualized. And I think this is what they were doing in some of these times. Yeah, like with the pyramids, and there's some interdimensional stuff going on.
Well, one second, Gio. Maybe when you talk about harmonizing man with Earth, maybe that's what they're doing in terms of their global warming and the need to a carbon footprint, the need to sort of clean up our act. So maybe it's in preparation for this true sort of recognition. Of course, in America, in most places now, well, not most places, lots of places anyway, cannabis is legalized. Cannabis is God's gift to man, and it allows a greater sort of connection to deeper thoughts, if you want, anyway, deeper thoughts on heartier matters. But yes, maybe in a sort of back way, that's exactly what's happening as we're going through it now. The lies are being exposed, and the Creator is always a sort of trustworthy. Do you know what I'm saying? So an ultimate reference, it's to the individual, the onus on the individual to reconsider. And yes, we are part of the earth. and we are clean, we are pure, and there's no room in a pure setting for, well, impurity. There's no room in heaven for hell. Nice one.
Yeah, and it would make sense that it would be in a polarity like that because if you have different frequencies, then you would have to have a spectrum for those frequencies. So if you had very, very high frequencies, then the idea of that actually being above would make sense, like to the heavens and far, far into all the way, I think, to the infinite. Whereas if you're going to have like the underworld and the lower world and the underworld, it would make sense that that would be the densest, or there'd be the most density. So with the Earth, that would be like, yeah, the depths of the ocean and whatever land may or may not be going down deeper.
Tartarus, Giro. That's hell in Greek mythology.
But that has to be
Tartarus.
so dense that denseness just has to be from the ultimate infinity state of consciousness. That has to be separated in a spectrum. So like unless you were at the top of the whole thing, seeing, which, like I said, I think we all are that eternally. So I think we all will go back to that, as it were. If we all will reconnect with the whole because we all are it. But anyways, from that perspective, I'm just saying from that perspective, you would have, it would be all one. But once you go from the all one, what's the next thing you go to? 2, from 1 to 2. So once you go to 2, now you have light and dark, positive, negative, up,
Right.
down. You get electric. That's what all electricity is based on. It's how the entire ether.
Here's the thing, though, Gio. Where did the 1 come from? 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6 comes from the twisted 0. Twisted 0 gives us infinity, which is just an endless series
that's
of
why
ones.
7, 8, 9.
Devil represents the 1. 1 second, please. Let me just say this to Gio. I'm definitely going down for a few cans. But Gio, the devil represents the 1, the dense. I think it's the female in a sense. It's the dense. But the God then, or the creator, represents the 0, or the immaterial, the ethereal in a sense. The ultimately opposite consideration. Okay, go ahead.
Let me know when I can start on another subject if you guys are done.
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. I'm just heading away
Cool.
to get a few cans.
Gio, do you mind? I really have great news to talk to you about.
Is that Fanny Mandango? Fanny Mandango in the house!
I'm going to title this fucking refraction shit. Because this fucking refraction shit has been weird. And, man, we were wrong. Like, we've been wrong all this time about what standard refraction was. We assumed it was like an average of what the conditions may be. And we synonymously used average in our heads when referring to standard. Standard is really more like how opaque a piece of glass is, how opaque air is. And so standard refraction does become gradient as it thickens, as it's denser, as you stacked, let's say, more air or more pieces of glass in front of you, you will get a gradient from front to back. But it doesn't include any vertical because they need a temperature gradient for vertical action. So we've confused refraction and then the gradient with the vertical or atmospheric refraction, which is purely vertical. When we come below that and start talking horizontally, they're fucking lost because it's not one gradient. It's density and it's pressure gradient and temperature gradient that make an overall density gradient. Then the density gradient doesn't account for any curve. There has to be a temperature gradient to make curving, pretty much. I mean, more than anything. And they're not including boundary refraction off the surface when they're thinking about atmospheric. But anyway, we've been fucking wrong because we think, oh, fuck this average refraction shit, thinking that they were just throwing in an average. It's not true at all. They're throwing in the standard of the atmosphere. And we were wrong about that. And once we start to analyze it, it carries no properties of up and down.
It's a standard rate. Yeah, it's a standard rate.
And it's a drop in speed, not a change in direction. Boom. Boom. It's a drop in speed. It's not a change of direction.
What?
Well,
they need a temperature gradient.
Well, it's 7/6R is what they plug into it. So the radius value is in there, and it's a rate at which the density gradient would curve over a sphere.
The density gradient of
Yeah, because it's most dense down at the lower level. So if you were on a globe, it would kind of curve around at that lower level.
Well, if there was something if there was a curve, yeah.
Yeah, the density that is down at the lower, like closest to the curved ball versus going up in altitude from the curved ball. As the ball would curve around, that density gradient would curve, and then they're saying 7/6R is what that standard curves at around the globe.
If they bust out their math and they choose any density, any pressure, or any temperature based on the stuff we've already worked on, how they no longer can explain it working at another temperature and another distance. It has to be 8 inches per mile squared, or they miss their mark. So there's no way they can put this together in real life. No way, because the gradient is in depth. The density of the atmosphere is because we're looking every inch, every foot, or every mile across. But the density gradient, we're at the bottom of the gradient. So the biggest factor is now going to be boundary refraction, not a strong relationship from 2 feet to 3 feet in the air pressure or temperature. We can prove that there isn't large variations in a few feet. And if there are, tell them to go do that and go for it. Show us how a couple of feet makes a difference, because it doesn't. So all they got to do is commit to one set of circumstance, and that locks them into that distance. We move the distance and they're lost. So again, atmospheric refraction is totally vertical. And standard refraction can be applied horizontally because it has to do with the thickness of the air. It doesn't have to do with layers of anything. You're going through one layer. So as it thickens, they can call that they can call it refraction, but it hasn't changed in direction. It's more of a diffusion or a dispersion or something, a multiple reflections, anything but refraction in their terms. There's nothing to cause a direction change yet. They have to have a temperature variant. And when we play with the surface, for instance, we've had matching temperatures of both 63 degrees, matching temperatures, air and water of 83 degrees, and then variations in between where it's 109 outside and 83 in the water. And so we've had all kinds of variations, and we still go boom, 8 inches per mile squared. So if they plug in any of these variables of temperature, which they're now committing to a half a degree, they're saying if a half a degree is enough to do 8 inches per mile squared. That's their math. And it's like, really? Are you sure? Because all we got to do.
I don't know who's making those points. I mean,
Jesse and Larry, Shubil. The two guys that work the theodolites. Actually, that's who. Theodolite guys. And they're committing to it now. And it's like, sweet, this is going to be great. Because
I mean, I'm saying, like, at the kind of highest level of it, as it were, with the globe argument, it's not necessarily all curving around the globe because of temperature. It's actually just the density layer that's closest to the globe. And then any temperature might tweak it a little bit, but even in their model, if it's being argued from that, like, what I would say, like, really gets to the core of what they claim, is that the density layer around the globe is what's hooking it around. That's the 7/6R. The R is in there, the radius, because it has to curve at the radius. With the radius value is used to calculate the arc at which they claim this standard refraction is occurring. And it just happens to, it's kind of just like a magic trick where it happens to make everything. They're trying to explain a globe Earth and make it fit what we actually see, which is just extended planar geometry. So because we see extended planar geometry, they have to say, well, actually, the density gradient around the Earth, 7/6R, the radius, it goes right at the radius value. And it basically, essentially, they almost try to claim that it like cancels out all of the curvature and just makes it look planar. Pulls it all up, flattens it out, puts it all in
But
horizontals and
the
verticals.
density gradient, let's put it this way: the direction, the column of air that you're discussing, the lower atmosphere column of air, doesn't have the properties to hang on to light like that.
Well, right.
Gravity-
Then exactly. I mean, that's where the real arguments are. Yeah, getting into those nuances. Yeah, and showing why it's not that. Because I think that what I just said, I mean, that's plausible enough. Like, okay, globe, density, light curving around it. I'm willing to my thoughts on it over the years. I'm like, all right, well, I'm willing to kind of at least for have some general sense of like, okay, let's just consider that for the moment. But I know all of so much more about the actual phenomenon that doesn't match it. So to me, we can already show that it actually doesn't match that as it is. But there's a lot more work that still needs to be done, of course.
They need a temperature variation to curve that thing up or down. They don't have enough otherwise. Density